He was once nothing more than an ordinary boy, a quiet young pharmacist who spent each of his days at his grandfather's side. But fate had prepared a very different path for him. Then, on one unforgettable night, a shadowy assassin from the demonic sect appeared and stole his grandfather's life. From that instant on, Buunel's entire world fell apart. Burning with revenge, he left behind his peaceful days and walked straight into the dark, entering the very sect that had ruined his life. Now, in the brutal world of martial arts, where strength alone decides everything, this boy, once so innocent, must learn to fight, to lie, and to climb through the ranks of the demonic sect. All of it is for one purpose: to uncover the truth and stand before the one who killed his grandfather. Yet while chasing revenge, he may end up discovering the reason he was truly meant to live. This is the story of Buuniel. This place was known as the force that rivaled the Martial Alliance, the greatest power of the demonic path. It was also called the Demonic Hall. The man let out a quiet, restrained sigh. Packed in like ants. The man beside him, his pale beard rough with stubble, narrowed his eyes. Of course they are. What else were you expecting? They say that if you've got talent, your background doesn't matter here. Anyone can be taught demonic arts. A chance like this only comes once in a lifetime. Who in their right mind would let it pass? The other man gave a crooked grin. Honestly, if I were a few years younger, I'd probably be down there shoving my way in too. Then the bearded man suddenly looked startled. Out in the middle of that crowd, he spotted a young boy standing there, small and strangely out of place among the others. What is this? Some kind of murder scene? The other man lifted a brow. Murder? Here? The demon appraisal tournament hasn't even begun yet. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Still, a trace of unease crept into his face. But his eyes stayed locked on the boy, who stood perfectly still with his head lowered and his face shadowed over. What's with that little undertaker over there? The boy tightened the strap of the wooden box on his back, then slowly raised his face toward the sky. A faint red glow stirred in his pupils, overflowing with hatred. In truth, everything began from that very moment. Grandfather, back then I was only a tiny child, no bigger than a 5-year-old, curled up helplessly in the deep snow. Buuniel, that was the precious name you gave me. The gentle old man stepped forward with a warm smile and held out his hand. A child abandoned to the cold was taken in by him, and from then on, he was raised with care. I followed you, a mortician, and learned the trade by your side. Buuniel sat next to him, watching every movement as he treated the wounded. To the boy, the old man looked no less impressive than some legendary swordmaster. The elder gave a soft laugh. Oh, and why would you think that? The boy's eyes widened, his cheeks warm with excitement. Even if the work was difficult and looked down on by others, none of that ever mattered to me. Though the old man looked frail, his calves were unusually solid, and the muscles along his shins revealed traces of a swift and deadly sword lineage. The old man suddenly patted his head, catching him by surprise. Sharp eyes you've got. He laughed with clear affection, pleased by what he saw. This child really had been born to be a mortician. The boy pressed his lips together, his eyes shining brightly. No matter how hard life became, I always had you beside me. Until the day fate finally arrived. Moonlight slipped through the torn mat of the old room as the old man quietly lifted his blanket and sat upright. Outside, the bamboo grove stood silent beneath the night sky. Then, all at once, a gust of wind rushed through, making the bamboo sway and creak in the dark. He turned his head a little and looked toward the window. His face carried a deep, quiet thoughtfulness. He closed his eyes and bowed his head slightly, murmuring to himself, "Those who should come do not come, and those who do come bring no good. So it truly is." He gently wiped the boy's face and whispered, "Buuniel, wake up, my child." Patting the child on the shoulder, he spoke in a light voice. "Come on, let's play the pretend dead game again." Buuniel rubbed his sleepy eyes and muttered, "At this hour, Grandpa? You're joking, aren't you?" The old man answered softly, "If you do well this time, I'll buy you that ceremonial robe and the blue Tao sword you've always wanted." At once, the boy's eyes sparkled with joy. "Really, Grandpa?" The old man nodded. "Yes, really." Buuniel smiled brightly and climbed into the wardrobe. "Okay." From outside, the old man narrowed his eyes gently and reminded him, "This time, you must hold out until sunrise." Buuniel flinched in surprise. Until sunrise?" The old man said nothing more and shut the wardrobe door firmly. His hand gripped the sword sheath so tightly that the veins along it rose sharply. Then he carefully stepped outside the house. His eyes were full of caution and killing intent, moving with the careful stealth of a rat slipping away from a cat. Before long, a figure appeared, cloaked in a large hood and carrying a sword. Right? The hem of the stranger's robe fluttered beneath the bright moonlight. "Oh, the seven-fingered demon blade, Buuniel." The old man's expression hardened into a frown. "It has been a very long time since anyone called me by that name." Through the cloth covering his face, the assassin's crimson pupils gleamed coldly. I never expected that the man who refused the vice master position of the demonic hall would sink so low just to survive. With a mad scream, he rushed forward and swung his sword. Their blades collided in an instant, bursting out with blinding light and a murderous force fierce enough to tear through the stillness of the night. I, Mortician Buuniel. The old man glared at him and said, I do not live this way to survive, but to pay for my sins. The man stopped cold, his eyes burning with fury and madness. Buuniel frowned slightly. If you're after my life, then do it somewhere else. Don't wake the neighbors. They get nasty when their sleep is disturbed. The other man took a step back, lowered his head, and let out a dark, mocking chuckle. One hand resting at his waist, he turned away and said, Fine. But don't fool yourself into thinking you can get away. Buuniel narrowed his eyes, his face sinking into deep thought. Just then, a faint sound drifted out from inside the house. The tall wardrobe began to tremble ever so slightly. Buuniel drew in a breath and shoved the door open, knocking it over in the process. Biting his lip, he shivered and hugged himself as tears welled up. Ugh, I can't do this anymore. Even if I get that robe and sword, I'm going to freeze to death in here first. Then all at once, something felt wrong. Huh. Buuniel stumbled out unsteadily and looked around. Where did Grandpa go? He always waits for me. Did someone from the manor call him out again? With an irritated sigh, Buuniel closed his eyes for a moment and pushed open the front door. Honestly, those people never had any respect for morticians in the first place. But the moment he stepped out, Buuniel froze, his pupils shrinking. What? The sight outside was eerily empty, as if everything had been torn apart and left abandoned. A hard gust of wind swept past, and he could only stare blankly up at the sky for a second. A lump rose in Buuniel's throat. Swallowing hard as dread slowly tightened around his heart, he forced himself to move, then broke into a run, racing as fast as he could toward the bamboo forest. As he went deeper in, Buuniel's footsteps gradually began to slow. Then he stopped completely, frozen where he stood. His eyes went wide, and tears rushed out before he could even hold them back. There, right in front of him, lay his grandfather's frail body, hair in disarray, eyes shut, blood staining him. Buuniel let out a scream. The old man was slumped against a tree, both arms utterly shattered. Grandpa. The boy dropped to his knees beside him, trembling all over. Grandpa, what happened to you? Buuniel struggled to answer. Seal? Is that you? Sobbing in panic, the boy cried out. Yes, it's me. Grandpa, what on earth happened here? The old man answered in a weak whisper. I'm sorry, my boy. Blood streamed from Buuniel's eyes as he breathed out calmly. It looks like this old man will be leaving first. He coughed up blood between his words. When I die, don't prepare a burial for me. Buuniel's face turned deathly pale. Grandpa. The boy's eyes widened in terror as he caught his grandfather's sagging body. Please, don't talk anymore. Buuniel leaned toward him and said, Buuniel, listen carefully. Spent and powerless, he let his weight rest in the boy's arms. No matter what, never seek revenge. Tears filled Buuniel's eyes until his vision blurred. He ground his teeth so hard they almost cracked. Buuniel roared, his eyes blazing with madness and murderous rage. They did this to you, Grandpa. I can never forgive them. He clutched tightly at his grandfather's clothes and pressed his forehead against the only family he had left. In a broken voice, he muttered, If that's how it is, then I might as well go with you. You told me once that the underworld isn't so different from this world. If living here means living without you, then I'd rather follow you there. Buuniel closed his eyes, his expression turning gentler. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he thought bitterly that this old fool had hoped he could leave in peace. Buuniel whispered, Seal, this is my last request. Leave this place and go far away. Then he lifted his head and gave a soft, tender smile. The days I spent with you were truly happy. Buuniel's eyes widened, his pupils tightening, as his grandfather's body suddenly gave way. His body slipped from the boy's arms, and Buuniel fell helplessly to the ground. Slipping free from the boy's embrace, Buuniel collapsed to the earth without another sound. Buuniel sat there in stunned silence, his face white as snow. Grandpa. Buuniel lay still, utterly lifeless, and all that remained in Buuniel's widening eyes was unbearable pain. Little by little, his tears ran dry, and his eyes slowly narrowed. The light in his pupils faded, his lips pressed into a hard line, and his empty face turned away. He carried Buuniel's body back home, whispering the whole way, Grandpa? Buuniel gently brushed a hand across his grandfather's face. His pupils glowed red as he whispered, But I can't obey your final words. Hatred filled his face, and tears rolled down again no matter how desperately he tried to stop them. In his mind, the scene of his grandfather being struck replayed again and again, both arms cut apart by a single sword stroke. He pieced the battle back together in his head. A rising reverse slash, an incredibly rare sword technique. Buuniel pried open his grandfather's eyelids, and in his mind, the image of Buuniel being overwhelmed by pure killing intent became horribly clear. The killer had even twisted his body in the middle of the strike and drove the blade straight into both eyes. Buuniel clenched his teeth so hard they hurt. Such a vicious, warped sword style, it had to be. When he opened his eyes again, his dark pupils had narrowed, overflowing with a hatred so deep it almost swallowed him. Kneeling between his grandfather's legs, his face sinking into shadow, he muttered that among demonic sword arts, only the heavenly truck muscle control technique could leave wounds like this, an art that ruled over flesh and bone itself. He inspected the body in silence. Buuniel's back was covered in countless slashes and tiny round punctures, 93 of them in all. Even the full bloom rain technique could release no more than 66 hidden weapons at its peak. In his mind, he rebuilt the scene once more, a masked figure attacking from behind with flying needles, seemingly without any allies. Could it be the demonic emperor's hidden weapon, the one rumored to unleash hundreds at once? Buuniel carefully pulled out his grandfather's tongue and examined underneath it. The underside of the tongue and even the fingernails were stained with a strange demonic energy, their color completely corrupted. Buuniel's eyes widened in alarm. This was the mark of the deadly flesh-rotting blood poison. His thoughts moved from one clue to the next. The demonic emperor's hidden weapon. And on top of that, the flesh-rotting blood poison used together with it. A demonic master terrifying enough to wield both. There couldn't be many people like that. He slowly drew in a deep breath, forcing his trembling heart to settle. Before him lay Buuniel's lifeless body, as if it were already fading away from this world. Buuniel quietly closed his eyes. When Buuniel opened them again, blood trailed from the corners. I will find you, no matter what it takes. A single tear fell onto the thin sheet of parchment. It spread slowly into the paper, darkening the space beside a neatly written name in black ink. With his head lowered, he signed his name at the gate of the Blazing Sun Martial Alliance. The gatekeeper leaned against his spear and glanced over lazily. TCH, the Blazing Sun sect? Just another batch of nobodies hoping to latch onto the demonic hall. But they'll go pale the moment they see a death contract. The guard frowned in annoyance and barked, "Hey kid, if you're too scared to leave your mark, then stop pretending and go back home." The boy slowly lifted his finger, and the guard's eyes followed the motion without blinking. Buuniel's pupils turned blood red as he bit down and tore open the tip of his own finger. Both gatekeepers froze on the spot, stunned by what they were seeing. Buuniel pressed his finger down firmly. "From the moment you died, my life was shattered beyond repair." When he lifted his hand again, a dark red fingerprint remained on the paper. The only road left before him now was revenge. The two guards stared at the registry, then silently watched him walk past without another word. So now, at this tournament, the man who had mocked him earlier could only stand there dumbfounded, his jaw hanging open. Buuniel tightened the strap over his shoulder, hatred blazing in his eyes as he stepped through the Martial Alliance gate, the very first step on his road to vengeance. Like two forces born to oppose each other, a proud golden dragon and a savage black tiger stood face to face, righteousness and evil. The clash between these two great powers had shaped the martial world for generations, and the heroes praised in history stood in complete contrast to the heretics condemned on paper. On the side of righteousness stood the Martial Alliance, holding justice as its guiding principle. On the demonic side gathered the demonic hall, where only absolute strength was worshipped. For ages, those two powers maintained a fragile balance, but the moment either side reached for more, peace was bound to collapse. The righteous factions yearned to break that balance beneath a bright blue sky over a chaotic world. And so, 18 masters came together under one banner, celebrated as the great heroes of justice. At the same time, darkness raised champions of its own. Sensing the growing pressure from the Martial Alliance, the demonic hall moved to strengthen itself and began the 10 Demon Successor Project. Soon, a formal announcement was sent out. No matter where they came from, the demonic hall declared it would teach its secret martial arts to the 10 most gifted prodigies. It was a shocking offer, one that ignored sect lines and openly defied the old rules of demonic teachings. The fire in Buuniel's eyes only burned hotter with resolve. Then the gates opened, revealing more than 100 people already waiting inside. The announcement had drawn countless young martial artists to the demonic hall. All kinds of people were gathered there, and not a single one looked at him kindly. Every eye in the place turned toward the newcomer. Buuniel tightened his strap and quietly swept his gaze across the room, sensing that something about the crowd was off. Then, all at once, his attention locked onto someone within the crowd. His stare sharpened, as if trying to pierce through every face around him. Could one of them be tied to the killer who murdered my grandfather? Behind the layer of cloth in his memory, the shadow of that masked assassin still lingered. Buuniel pressed his lips together and sank into thought, certain that the killer was a master far beyond anything ordinary. Without realizing it, he reached a hand forward as if that man were standing right in front of him. To take revenge, I have to reach that same height. I have no sect and no martial arts of my own to rely on. His eyes burned with hatred as he clenched his fist. Becoming one of the 10 demon successors is the only way I can gain power fast enough. Suddenly, gasps of shock rose from the people around him. A tall man wrapped in a magnificent white fur coat appeared before them. The man let out a fierce roar. I am the chief instructor, Hwa Wimyong, the crimson-eyed tiger. The crowd immediately broke into stunned whispers. The chief instructor? It's really the crimson-eyed tiger, Hwa Wimyong? Hwa Wimyong swept them with a sharp glare. This place exists for one reason, to find the greatest prodigy of the demonic path. His words sent a wave through the crowd. Only those who survive every trial prepared by the demonic hall will be qualified to stand as official candidates for the 10 demon successors. Buuniel watched him quietly from the side without saying a word. For the first trial, Hwa Wimyong said as he waved a hand, the men of the Medicine King Hall will inspect your tendons and bones. The crowd below instantly burst into complaints. Wait, that counts as a trial? No way. A proper tournament match would have been better than this. Several men in black cloaks and straw hats rushed forward at once, twisting joints and cracking bones hard enough to make the candidates scream in pain. One examiner spoke in a flat, emotionless tone. You pass. The poor candidate, whose arm had just been nearly twisted apart, blinked in total confusion. All right, maybe a fight really would have been worse. Buuniel watched in silence. So the ones who passed this move on to the next stage? Tendons and bones, is it? Buuniel stood there without moving. Then the examiner reached his hand toward him. He seized Buuniel's shoulder firmly. The man's jaw slowly dropped, his eyes widening. Impossible. He grabbed Buuniel's elbow more tightly, his voice shaken. His tendons, they're completely ruined. The examiner lowered his head, baffled. Strange. How did someone in this condition even make it into the tournament? But Buuniel remained silent, his blood-red eyes glowing with unmistakable killing intent. Startled, the examiner instinctively stepped back. That murderous aura, almost no one here can compare to it. He gave an awkward cough and turned aside as if he meant to move on, but it was obvious he couldn't simply ignore what he had seen. Buuniel pressed his lips together and squeezed his shoulder the way his grandfather had once taught him. All I ever learned was how to prepare corpses. There's no way I can pass a test like this as I am. Buuniel lowered his hand, but even then, he knew he could not give up here. Under the blazing sunlight in the courtyard, a loud voice rang out. The first trial is over. A young man ground his teeth, veins bulging across his forehead. He shouted furiously, what kind of rule is this? Facing Hwa Wimyong directly, he yelled, if the 10 demon successors are chosen only by bones and tendons, then why even hold a tournament at all? He raised his voice even more. This is unfair. Another voice from the crowd followed right after. That's right, completely unfair. Hwa Wimyong answered calmly, the essence of the human body lies in its foundation. For anyone who wishes to practice martial arts, the most important thing is the quality of their tendons and bones. That is exactly why the demonic hall holds this great selection. Then he lowered his gaze coldly. If you can't even satisfy the most basic condition, how dare you speak to me of fairness? The man froze on the spot, his spirit broken, yet still managed to mutter, then at least give us one more chance. Hwa Wimyong shot him a fierce glare, his aura alone making the challenger stumble backward. There is no need to worry. The force pouring from Hwa Wimyong flared outward, crushing the man beneath in overwhelming pressure. For the second trial, he declared, I will personally choose those whose bodies may be lacking, but whose talent for martial mastery is exceptional. With that, he turned and strode away. The second trial begins now. Hwa Wimyong cast one sharp warning glance back over his shoulder. From this moment forward, you will slaughter one another. His words spread confusion through the crowd. To seize the right to survive. Panic ran through them at once. Slaughter each other? He can't be serious. We're all from the demonic path, sure, but what kind of insane test is this? Is he really saying this for real? The man from before tightened his grip on his spear and let out a sneer. So that's how it is. His eyes gleamed with malice. Fine. Sooner or later, we were bound to kill each other anyway. His gaze locked onto Buuniel, who stood not far away. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he clenched his weapon even harder. Wimyong gripped his spear and shot forward at Hwa Wimyong like a bolt of lightning. Without the slightest hesitation, he drove the spear straight at him. Then Wimyong gave a faint, satisfied smile, almost relieved. At last, he said, I've killed you today. Across the field, Hwa Wimyong bled heavily as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Womenshan." But a moment later, his legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Seeing Hwa Wimyong's lifeless eyes staring up into the air, the onlookers gasped in horror. He's really dead. There's so much blood. Buuniel lowered his gaze and calmly studied the corpse. Impressive, he thought. The spear slipped between the ribs and pierced the heart with perfect accuracy. It was not flawless, but the movement had been fast and precise. Womenshan yanked his spear free and shouted proudly, "Come challenge me. Anyone who wants to end up like him, step forward. I, Womenshan, will take you all on." From the platform above, Hwa Wimyong watched the scene with cold amusement. His moves aren't bad, but that brain of his is clearly lacking. The subordinate beside him nodded at once. "You're absolutely right, sir." Buuniel quietly judged the situation. In a place like this, the moment you show off, you paint a target on your own back. Better to let the fools kill each other first. Down below, panic spread through the crowd as fear took hold. What are we supposed to do if this keeps going? A man suddenly snapped and slashed at another, shouting, "Die!" But in the very next instant, fear flooded his face, and he stumbled back, stammering, "I didn't mean to." No one even had time to react before another man drove a blade straight through his stomach. From above, Hwa Wimyong looked down with icy eyes while screams and cries of agony rose from every side. He thought to himself with calm indifference, children who still aren't used to death. Below, the ground was filled with terrified faces and desperate clashes where every strike meant life or death. In only moments, the entire place had fallen into complete chaos. And Hwa Wimyong watched it all in silence, thinking to himself, reason is the first thing to collapse when death is right in front of you. Then, suddenly, something caught his eye, and he let out a low, interested hum. His subordinates followed his gaze and quickly smiled as if they understood at once. "Ah, so they've noticed Buuniel and that other one." One subordinate remarked under his breath, "Looks like not all of them are complete idiots." Amid all the blood and screaming, only Buuniel and a tall man remained calm, standing quietly against the wall. As he watched the slaughter unfold in front of him, Buuniel's eyes glinted with contempt. Fools. They let the fear of death cloud their judgment. Hwa Wimyong said to survive until only one remained. Then the key here isn't killing. It's surviving. With that thought, he sat down and reached toward a corpse, murmuring to himself, "If I stay calm and keep thinking clearly, I can make it through this. Yes, I have to survive." As he said it, a memory flashed through his mind, him and Buuniel examining bodies together. In reality, he picked up the severed arm of a corpse and began studying it with care. Across the arena, a man in a blue robe wielding an iron flail and chain was clearly dominating the fight. Before long, corpses had started piling up around him, and then his eyes landed on Buuniel in the distance. "Huh, what's that supposed to be? That guy looks useless. Probably just hiding." Buuniel kept calmly examining the body in front of him, noting to himself, thin but tightly packed sword wounds, killed by a fast blade used together with a flexible sword. At that moment, the blue-robed man set his sights on him, swinging the chain as he muttered, "Let me send you off to the afterlife." The iron ball shot toward Buuniel like a flash of lightning, but it struck only the wooden box strapped to his back. The box shattered on impact, and neatly folded clothes spilled out across the ground. The man in blue pointed at the mess and burst out laughing. "Huh, what's this? A mortician's box? What are you, some corpse cleaner?" Buuniel's face darkened as he slowly rose to his feet. A memory flickered through his mind, his younger self, staring with wide-open eyes. Back then, he had gently touched those folded clothes resting on the table beside a small letter. When he opened the letter, it held only 4 simple words, "Happy birthday." As the memory returned, Buuniel whispered softly, "Grandpa?" A second later, his eyes burned red with pure killing intent. Buuniel and the man in blue locked eyes across the blood-soaked ground. The man sneered and swung his chain again. "What's this now? With a tiny dagger like that, what do you think you can even do?" But he never noticed the shadow moving up behind him. The other man swung his sword in one clean motion and slashed the blue-robed man across the back. In an instant, the man crumpled and fell flat to the ground. The stranger spoke in a cold voice. "No need to thank me. Having a useless guy like you around just draws attention. That makes things easier for me." But Buuniel ignored him completely and continued examining the blue-robed man's corpse. The man smirked faintly. "Not bad, kid. You've got sharp eyes, but I'd bet you've never actually trained in martial arts." Even as he spoke, someone tried to ambush him from behind. Without turning around, he swung his sword backward and cut the attacker down, then smiled. "A weakling like you? I could kill you any time I want." Buuniel gave no reply, only casting a cold glance behind him. His eyes shifted to the high platform, where Hwa Wimyong was now watching the other man with clear interest. That brat. He's holding the star crystal blade. How does someone like him possess the relic of Mukhian, the so-called wandering blade master? The subordinate beside him quickly answered. His name is Nung Ungang. Rumor says he found Mukhian's secret manual and sword deep inside a mountain cave. But since he taught himself from that manual alone, his swordsmanship still isn't fully refined. Hwa Wimyong kept his eyes fixed on Nung Ungang's movements and said, even so, since he has inherited Mukhian's true legacy, he can practically be counted as Mukhian's disciple. His build may be somewhat lacking, but he is still a powerful contender for the 10 demons. Out of everyone here, I'd say he shows the most promise. He gave him the highest evaluation among the group. He's still just a child, not yet worthy of the title of Crystal Blade, but I doubt anyone here is above him. The subordinate beside him quietly nodded in agreement. Then he added in a firm voice, unless something unforeseen happens, he'll be the one left standing in the end. Down below, Buuniel continued silently inspecting the bodies scattered across the ground. Beneath the blackened sky, the screams of pain rang out without end, making the already grim scene feel even heavier. After a while, Nung Ungang calmly wiped the blood from his blade and finally spoke. His piercing eyes settled on his prey as he said, so you actually made it to the end. Among the heap of corpses, only 2 figures were still standing, Buuniel and Nung Ungang. He loosened his fingers with eager anticipation and said, if I crush you here, I'll officially become a candidate for the 10 demon successors. Come. But Buuniel did not budge at all, standing there without the slightest visible reaction. His cold, unreadable gaze stayed on Nung Ungang as he thought, he's the strongest fighter in this arena. But I've already seen the flaw in his sword. Buuniel tightened his grip on his sword and took a slow, deliberate step forward. Nung Ungang lifted his chin with a mocking grin. Then show me what you can really do. The instant those words left his mouth, he shot forward without hesitation. He unleashed several rapid slashes at the boy, and although Buuniel avoided the fatal paths, some of the blows still cut into him. Nung Ungang looked entertained, but there was open contempt in his face. Is that really all? Just awkward dodging? It's a miracle you've stayed alive this long. Yet as he watched more closely, he began to think that, at first glance, the boy seemed cornered. But on closer inspection, he noticed Buuniel was moving with purpose, subtly shifting his position after every single strike. His robe split open in long, jagged tears as he intentionally evaded only the deadly attacks and let the lesser wounds pass. The blades kept carving across him, and blood sprayed up, streaking across his face in red. Then Nung Ungang's pupils abruptly tightened. He realized the boy had read his attack patterns by examining the corpses he had left behind. Inwardly, he could not help but admire him. That level of observation was truly exceptional. After slipping past the final slash, Buuniel came to a stop and said in a flat, icy voice, your swordsmanship is pathetic. His words carried open ridicule. You swing around so extravagantly, yet all you've managed to do is leave a few shallow cuts. The taunt instantly ignited Nung Ungang's fury. He dares to mock me? He clenched his fist and thought, he may be decent at dodging, but striking back is an entirely different matter. His eyes sharpened with contempt. With that weak little body, there's no way he can land a proper blow. Nung Ungang let out a dark laugh. I was planning to let you breathe a little longer. But if you're that desperate to die, fine. He charged in like a mad beast. Then I'll give you exactly what you want. He closed the distance at frightening speed, but even as he rushed nearer, Buuniel showed not a trace of fear. There's only one chance, Buuniel thought, calling up every detail he had carefully pieced together. From everything he had learned by studying the corpses Nung Ungang had cut down, he came to a sharp realization. Every killing strike this man used was aimed at a vital weak point. Each dead body bore only 2 possible fatal wounds to the heart or to the head. So the moment Nung Ungang released his killing stroke and the blade rose toward a high target, Buuniel dropped his body low and slipped beneath it. That single instant threw Nung Ungang off completely, leaving him unable to respond in time. By then, Buuniel had already driven his own sword straight toward him. This time, his aim was the neck, and at that very moment, a familiar voice rang out in his mind. Ah, Buuniel. The image of Buuniel surfaced before him, reminding him, the heavenly node point is a place that even masters of external arts have difficulty tempering. If a child strikes that point with everything he has, even a grown man will lose consciousness on the spot. Remember it well. Those words surged through him and filled him with certainty as Buuniel gathered every bit of strength he had left. He drove his sword straight into Nung Ungang's neck, and blood burst outward in a violent spray. Nung Ungang crumpled to the ground, brought down by Buuniel's hand. Even after the fight ended, Buuniel did not move right away. Instead, he slowly turned his eyes toward Hwa Wimyong. Is it over now? He asked in a calm, even tone. The onlookers broke into disbelieving murmurs. I never expected that. Hwa Wimyong looked openly disappointed and said, I had placed great hopes in Mukhian's sword art. Then the beat of a drum rang through the air, followed by his announcement. Buuniel of the Blazing Sun Sect, you have passed the second round. Buuniel stood there without moving, his face still completely unreadable. Without warning, a voice he knew all too well called out, Seola. It was Buuniel's voice, sounding as though he were searching everywhere for him. Seola, where are you? The moment he saw him, Buuniel couldn't hold back his joy and shouted out at once. Grandfather, I'm here. Grandfather. But the old man showed no sign that he heard him. Seola. Buuniel called again as he slowly came closer. Fear flashed through the boy's eyes, and his pupils suddenly shrank. His grandfather turned toward him at last, but his eyes were gone. I can't see your face, my boy, he said in a quiet, gentle voice. Sweat and tears ran down Buuniel's face together, spilling helplessly over his cheeks. Then, in the very next instant, he jerked awake. The moment his eyes opened, he found everyone in the room staring straight at him. The place was wrapped in silence, broken only by the dull crashing of waves outside. That was when he realized he was aboard a ship. Buuniel blankly touched his head and muttered, This place. I'm inside a ship, so I blacked out. Then it came back to him. Right? I lost too much blood. Oh. As he looked down at the bandages wrapped around his wounds, he saw how deep the injuries had been, yet now they barely hurt. The demonic hall must have brought in a highly skilled physician. His eyes widened slightly, but the people around him only kept staring in silence, not a single one speaking first. Most of those gathered there were powerfully built, and among them, Buuniel recognized a few familiar faces, likely the ones who had survived the first trial. A moment later, someone suddenly burst into laughter, pulling everyone's attention in that direction. Buuniel let out a quiet sigh, his eyes turning cold with disdain. Honestly, it was a perfectly expected reaction. Then a voice rang down from above. Get off the ship. The man spoke in a deep, low voice that carried easily over the deck. The next trial will begin on this hell island. Under the fading light of dusk, the ship cut across the endless sea. Before long, the vessel came to a stop beside a coastal dock. From the huge ship, a man leaped down onto the pier. The place before them truly looked like hell itself. The man spoke briefly as he glanced back up toward the ship. Everyone, follow me. At his command, the people on board began filing off one after another, moving in a long line toward the mountain ahead. By then, the sky had already deepened into twilight. A young woman stepped forward to guide them. This is where you'll be staying. Hand over all the clothes and weapons you brought with you. Put on the garments prepared for you. Take the sword issued to you, and come back outside. Standing above them, she continued in a clear voice, the choice is entirely yours. Pick whichever cave you want, and go inside. One by one, everyone started making their choices except for Buuniel, who remained still, quietly watching the scene with a calm but shadowed gaze. After observing for a bit, he finally started walking, his eyes moving over the others as he went. Nearby, two people whispered to each other, This spot looks pretty good. I thought it'd be damp, but it's actually not bad. Yeah, but it feels cramped, the other complained. The girl in pink turned sharply toward the man across from her. I saw this place first. The man immediately snapped back. What nonsense. I got here first. Just looking at it doesn't mean it's yours. Buuniel only watched them for a moment before another young man stepped in. Come on, stop fighting. There are still plenty of decent spots left. He barely cared, thinking instead, these idiots have no clue what happened in the second trial. Not even a shred of caution. A cold light flickered in his eyes, tinged with killing intent, as he noticed that many of those who had passed the first trial were dressed in fine and expensive clothes. After the quarrel, the youth in blue quickly apologized. I spoke too carelessly. The girl calmed down as well. No, I was at fault too. Buuniel watched them and thought, so most of them really are children of noble families. As he walked slowly, he fell into thought, remembering the torn photograph and realizing that the second trial had been designed to remove those whose deaths would bring no consequences. Just then, a quiet voice suddenly reached him. Still haven't chosen? He turned around at once, slightly tense. You've been moving far too slowly. This isn't the time to stand around. The man's face was stern, and the chill in his voice made Buuniel quickly turn back again. The man studied him in silence and thought, judging from that look, I was right, he really did survive the second trial. Let's see what he picks this time. Then he said aloud, There's not much time left, so hurry up and choose. Seeing how serious he was, Buuniel pointed toward one of the caves. Then I'll take that one. The cave he chose had an entrance so small and narrow it looked almost unusable. When the others saw what he had picked, murmurs and mocking laughter spread at once. What? He chose that trash heap. Makes sense, it matches how shabby he looks. What a filthy place. But Buuniel stayed completely indifferent, his face unreadable. Watching that, the man let out an awkward little smile. Buuniel, he said, his grin widening. That's certainly an interesting choice. As he looked toward the cave, a faint trace of admiration passed through his eyes. At a glance, it seemed like nothing more than a cramped and dirty hole. But that was only the entrance. Deeper inside, the cave opened wide enough for martial training, and that narrow opening made it ideal for guarding against surprise attacks. The man turned away, thinking, most people judge a cave by the entrance alone, but he examined the whole thing carefully. Then he gave a quiet chuckle. All right, get yourselves ready. Buuniel silently watched him from behind. After some time, everyone reappeared dressed in new clothes. Buuniel had changed as well, briefly lowering his eyes to the black training uniform now covering him. At the front of the group, the man raised his voice and began, I'll explain what all of you will be doing from this point onward. Buuniel only glanced over, showing little real interest. He began laying out the rules for the next stage. Here on Hell Island, 10 martial halls have been established. Each one teaches the martial arts of one of the 10 demon sections. He tapped the wooden board standing beside him. You may study all of them, or focus on only one. That choice is yours. Standing among the crowd, Buuniel listened as chatter spread around him. You can rest, fool around, or train, it's all up to you, people said jokingly. Buuniel's expression turned serious as he thought, something is off. These are the same people who turned the second trial into a complete bloodbath. Still, the crowd kept chatting excitedly among themselves. So then, where should we go? How about Sabado? One of them shouted with confidence. Obviously Hwa Wimyong. They say it's the strongest sect on this island. The others quickly worked each other up. Come on, let's go. Buuniel swept his gaze around and saw that most of them were heading in the same direction. Hwa Wimyong. He remembered hearing that it was the most powerful of the 10 demon sects. As he walked past them, he thought, learning the strongest martial art would definitely be useful. But for someone like me, who knows nothing yet, raw power isn't what matters most right now. Then, all at once, Buuniel's eyes widened as something in another direction caught his attention. Without a word, he turned his back on the crowd and started walking the other way. What I need right now? Eventually, he stopped in front of an old, abandoned-looking house hidden deep in the forest. As he stared at it in silence, his eyes grew darker with thought. Is this really supposed to be a martial hall? He asked himself quietly. Buuniel thought back on what he knew and realized that Nanjia Pavilion was a declining sect, barely clinging to its place among the 10 demon sects. Even so, because it had once produced countless supreme masters, its name had still survived. Remembering the stories his grandfather had told him about the martial world, Buuniel made up his mind. Then this is where I'll go. While standing there in thought, he suddenly noticed something strange on the ground and lowered his eyes with a wary frown. He immediately looked around with caution, his body tensing. Then, out of nowhere, someone rose up from beneath the soil itself. What is this? A head emerged from the earth, its eyes filled with menace. You came here because you want to become one of the 10 demon successors? The man was none other than Sa Wu, Nanjia Pavilion's hidden master. Buuniel stood above him, staring down at the head protruding from the dirt. The unease on his face was obvious as he glanced at the strange man below. Once he realized who it was, he quickly bowed with respect. Yes, I came to learn Nanjia Pavilion's martial arts. Looking down at him, Buuniel's expression tightened even more. Sa Wu's stare was as sharp as a blade. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, Then Sa Wu rose completely out of the ground, his face stern as he said coldly, Don't throw your life away. Go back. I have no intention of teaching martial arts, especially not to a frail boy like you. Buuniel answered, I heard that mastering Nanjia Pavilion's techniques grants the greatest endurance in the world. Sa Wu stepped closer with a faint smirk. Impressive. You know quite a lot about this dying art. Buuniel felt as though countless blades were pointed at him, but Sa Wu went on. Even geniuses struggle to master Nanjia's style. It begins by remaking the body itself. With a weak frame like yours, you die before making it through a single day. After saying that, Sa Wu slowly sank back into the ground, his eyes never leaving Buuniel. If you understand, then get lost. Instead, Buuniel dropped to his knees and bowed respectfully towards Sa Wu. Seeing that, Sa Wu frowned. What exactly are you doing? Buuniel continued bowing as he said, Since you've already given me your teaching, shouldn't a disciple bow to his master? Sa Wu stared at him for a moment, then muttered under his breath, Idiot. After that, he shut his eyes and fell into deep thought. At last, Sa Wu spoke again. Fine, I'll teach you. As he rose back out of the ground, he added, But don't misunderstand. I'm only teaching you because it's an order from the demonic hall. Buuniel froze where he stood, stunned by those words. Standing firmly in front of him, Sa Wu said, I am the hidden master of Nanjia Pavilion. From now on, you will call me Old Sa. Buuniel placed a hand over his chest and began, I am Buuniel. But Sa Wu cut him off with a wave. No. Buuniel looked at him uneasily as Sa Wu said, to me, you're only trainee number 1. Sa Wu pointed 2 fingers toward him. That's enough talking. We begin right now. Without warning, 2 streaks of light shot straight into Buuniel's eyes. His eyes widened in shock, and his gaze instantly went vacant. His pupils darkened further and further until his eyes became completely black. Darkness swallowed everything around him, leaving him standing there in confusion, unable to see a thing. Panic began creeping in, but then a voice echoed out, don't be afraid. Calm your mind. It was Sa Wu, guiding him in a steady voice. Sa Wu explained, I've temporarily sealed your vision with the secret art of Nung Gak. It's a necessary step in learning Nung Gak's foundational martial technique, the Wild Beast Path. Hearing that, Buuniel asked in confusion, the Wild Beast Path? Noticing how lost he sounded, Sa Wu explained further, it heightens all of your senses and gives you the instincts of a beast. Sa Wu continued, the highest form of Nung Gak's martial arts is unlike the others. Its shape changes endlessly depending on the perception of its successor. The more Buuniel heard, the more uneasy he became. Even learning the basics sounded as difficult as fully mastering another martial art. As he listened, his expression only grew more bewildered, while Sa Wu kept talking. That's why hardly anyone even dares attempt this training anymore. A strange radiance began to rise from Sa Wu's body, so intense that Buuniel had to turn his face away. Even then, Sa Wu kept speaking. If you succeed, a shining white tiger will appear before you. Light blazed around Sa Wu as he shouted, and you'll gain the senses of a true beast. He let out a soft chuckle and said, though in most cases, people die long before they ever reach that stage. Sa Wu stepped closer to where Buuniel was standing. Bathed in backlight like some towering hero, he said, in about half an hour, your body should adapt to the darkness. Buuniel could only stand there, stunned into silence. As fear reached its peak, Sa Wu leaned in and added, I'll come back by then. A fierce gust of wind swept through the shabby hut the moment he left. Little by little, Buuniel began adjusting to the blindness. He was still uneasy, but he felt himself growing slightly steadier. They say when one sense is lost, the others grow sharper, but apparently, that isn't always true. Then Buuniel remembered Sa Wu's earlier words. Normally, half an hour is enough to adapt. He moved his eyes restlessly and thought to himself, too slow. I have to adjust faster than this. With that in mind, he dropped to the floor, crawling and feeling his way around, then stood to explore by touch before lowering himself again to crawl once more. If someone ambushed him now and drove a blade straight through his chest, he would never survive. In a place filled with martial artists fighting to become the 10 demon successors, sudden attacks were always a real possibility. With that thought in mind, Buuniel imagined an enemy behind him, lifting a weapon for a killing strike. Trusting that instinct, Buuniel spun around at once. In the very next instant, his body was flung into the air, completely lifted off the ground. He hit the dirt hard with a painful crash. Once sight is gone, balance becomes everything. Night had fully settled in by then, and the sky above was crowded with tightly gathered stars that shone faintly overhead. Old Sa Wu woke from a long nap and stepped outside with a yawn. He's probably still stumbling around in confusion by now. But to his surprise, Buuniel was already moving with a fair amount of ease, drawing a low hum of approval from Sa Wu. As he watched, Sa Wu's gaze turned thoughtful. Interesting. Most people would just sit still and wait for their senses to recover. Studying Buuniel's movements, he muttered, but this one keeps imagining enemies and never stops moving. Buuniel stomped hard against the ground. Maybe because of that, his movements had already become smoother now, just 2 steps, and he could cover a surprising distance. One hand caught a rock while his foot snapped forward in a quick kick. As he landed lightly, a faint aura seemed to cling to Buuniel's body. He was adapting faster than anyone had expected. Seeing that, Sa Wu smiled in satisfaction. Good. It looks like you're finally getting used to it. Sa Wu, the dustless blade, pulled the sword from his back and shouted, now try dodging my sword. There was no trace of mercy in his attack. The forest fell silent, with only the sharp whistle of his blade cutting through the air. In what felt like an instant, 3 whole days passed. Buuniel had been beaten to the point of collapse, finally dropping face first into a puddle of mud. Rain poured down even harder as Sa Wu calmly rested his sword on one shoulder, wearing a faint smile as he looked at the battered boy before him. Buuniel, with every piece of clothing torn apart, looked as if he was at his absolute limit. And yet, no Sa Wu burst forward again in an instant, moving at terrifying speed. Buuniel could not defend in time, and took the blow cleanly to the stomach. Sa Wu wiped the rain from his face and stared down at him. It's already been 3 days. You'd think by now he would question my methods, but he just endures every beating in silence. Under the pounding rain, Buuniel breathed heavily, yet still forced himself back to his feet, gripping his sword without letting out even a single complaint. Seeing that, Sa Wu could no longer hide his curiosity. Why don't you ask me anything? Like how to dodge, or what kind of technique you should be using? Buuniel widened his eyes slightly, then steadied himself and answered in a cold voice. You said Nanjia Pavilion's essence lies in enlightenment, so I assumed every move you make must carry meaning. That answer clearly caught Sa Wu off guard, and he frowned as he stared down at the boy. Then he closed his eyes and let out a quiet chuckle. You're right. Sa Wu tightened his grip on the sword and charged straight at Buuniel once again. Then let's continue. Buuniel stood there calmly, without the slightest sign of being shaken. He closed his eyes and focused on everything around him, and for the first time, he could clearly sense Sa Wu's movements. I can feel it now, he thought in amazement. In only 3 days, Buuniel had reached the point where he could perceive nearly every movement and attack from Sa Wu. He still could not see the path of the blade itself, but he could sense where it would go even if fully dodging it remained beyond him. Buuniel raised his own sword. Then, in the next moment, steel slammed against steel as he succeeded in blocking Sa Wu's strike. The two blades crashed head-on without hesitation, and sparks burst out between them. Buuniel had stopped the attack. Biting down hard on his lip, he poured every last bit of strength into holding his ground. Even Sa Wu, a man seasoned by countless battles, could not hide his astonishment at how quickly Buuniel was improving. He let out a silent breath and thought, did he really just block the silent sword strike? After the rain passed, sunlight broke through the clouds. Sa Wu muttered quietly to himself, only 3 days. At that same moment, Buuniel was sent flying backward, his blade scraping across the ground and leaving a fiery trail behind it. Completely spent, he sat on the ground and stared blankly up at the sky. Even blocking a single strike now felt impossible. Then a bamboo flask dropped onto his stomach. Here, drink. Buuniel grabbed the flask and fumbled for it with tired hands. Thank you, master. He lifted the flask and quickly drank every last drop in a single gulp while Sa Wu watched him in silence. The moment he finished, he realized it was not water. Strength rushed through his body at once, as though all the blood he had lost had suddenly returned. Sa Wu's eyes gleamed as he looked at the flask in Buuniel's hand. That was the celestial spring elixir, the treasure I guarded for my entire life, and yet I do not regret giving it away. Sa Wu grinned with deep satisfaction, because I have spent my whole life waiting to meet the greatest prodigy under heaven. Rain still poured down in heavy sheets, drumming steadily against the roof above them. Strike after strike kept crashing down on Buuniel, and he could do little more than barely hold his defense together. Even so, Sa Wu kept advancing without pause, pressing him harder and harder. Buuniel did not retreat or dodge, choosing instead to face him head-on. Seeing that, Sa Wu gave a faint smile of approval. He swung his sword across Buuniel's face and shouted, again, block this one too. Buuniel stiffened as Sa Wu unleashed another overwhelming strike. Buuniel slipped to the side and barely avoided the attack. In the next instant, Sa Wu appeared behind him. Not yet. Buuniel's face tightened with fear. The moment he heard that voice, Buuniel realized Sa Wu was behind him, and he glanced back with wide, startled eyes. Acting on pure instinct, he swung his sword backward, and the sudden move caught Sa Wu by surprise. When Sa Wu did not follow up with another strike, Buuniel frowned. Why isn't he attacking? Sa Wu suddenly burst into laughter. To think the weapon I have been searching for all this time was right in front of me. A faint light slipped into Buuniel's eyes, leaving him stunned where he stood. He blinked in disbelief and realized that his sight had returned. Looking down at his own hands, he let out a sharp breath. Sa Wu called out, Buuniel. Then, walking over with a bright smile, he patted him on the shoulder. Forget becoming a 10-demon successor. Become an official disciple of Nungak. Buuniel looked up in shock. Seeing that expression, Sa Wu proudly declared, Give me 10 years, and I will forge you into one of the strongest masters in the Demon Palace. Lowering his head, Buuniel thought, becoming a top expert in the Demon Palace. After everything I've seen, this offer cannot be empty words. But when he remembered his past, and the one who killed his grandfather, he knew that man's skill had been beyond imagination. If that was the case, then mastering only Nanjia Pavilion's arts would never be enough. Buuniel clenched his jaw tightly, lost in deep thought. Then he raised his head and looked straight at Sa Wu with unwavering resolve. I will become one of the 10 demons. Sa Wu stared at Buuniel, clearly stunned by those words. His face went blank as he let out a long breath. If your goal is to master all the martial arts of the 10 demon sects, then forget it. Not even the heavenly demon emperor himself could do such a thing. Then Sa Wu began telling him about disciples of the past, explaining that each martial art demanded a different body and a different flow of internal energy. Even a genius could master only 2 or 3 at most. The quickest road to becoming the strongest expert in the Demon Palace was to devote oneself completely to a single path. Buuniel brought his hands together and bowed respectfully. Please test me, master. Sa Wu lowered his gaze, his expression unreadable. He really has no intention of changing his mind. After a brief pause, he opened his mouth as if to speak, only to stop halfway. Then he turned away and said, Fine. From now on, go learn another martial art. Those words left Buuniel standing there in stunned confusion. Anxious, Buuniel stammered, but I've only just learned the basics of Nanjia Pavilion. Sa Wu did not even look back as he answered lazily. Nunggak's techniques are not passed down through words or explanations. Then Sa Wu spun around, his eyes flashing, and struck without warning. Almost by reflex, Buuniel raised his sword and blocked the attack, shocking even himself. Sa Wu turned with a broad grin on his face. You've already mastered Nunggak's wild beast path. He spoke as he slid his sword back into its sheath. Buuniel recalled every strike Sa Wu had thrown at him and suddenly understood. So all those attacks, those were the techniques of the wild beast path, he realized in awe. Bowing deeply, Buuniel said, Thank you, old Sa. Sa Wu clasped his hands behind his back and answered calmly. There is no need to thank me. Like I told you, I only obeyed the orders of the demonic hall. Remembering the elixir Sa Wu had given him, Buuniel added, But you also gave me the medicine that saved my life. I will never forget that kindness. Sa Wu answered bluntly, Forget it. Buuniel froze, staring at him in disbelief, unsure whether he had heard correctly. Sa Wu said in a serious voice, That is how the martial world is. Gratitude and hatred alike. If you can forget them, then forget them. Hearing those words, Buuniel's face darkened. He said nothing after that, and only stared quietly at the ground. Then he turned his eyes toward the distant mountain and slowly knelt down. Bowing deeply, he said, I bid you farewell. The sky was clear and peaceful. After offering that bow to Sa Wu, Buuniel turned and began to leave. Sa Wu remained standing in the forest, silently watching his figure grow smaller and smaller. A faint smile touched his lips as he murmured, Unbelievable. Where did a talent like that even come from? As he continued through the forest, Buuniel stayed on guard and thought, On this Hell Island, a bloody storm is bound to break out sooner or later. He lifted his gaze to the scene around him. Maybe it's because I learned the wild beast path, but I can sense far too much now. Even when I do nothing, it wears me out, he thought, picking apart every tiny detail around him. I can't even rest properly like this. I need to learn how to control it. He clenched his fists as he sharpened and adjusted his senses. Under normal circumstances, I keep them suppressed as much as I possibly can, down to the very lowest level. Then, all at once, a flicker of light flashed across a droplet clinging to the edge of a leaf. The droplet slipped free and fell into the puddle below, and for that brief instant, it almost seemed as if the flowing water itself had come to a stop. Buuniel's eyes lit up at once, as though a deep realization had just struck him. He remained motionless and looked up at the sky. At this point, this should be enough, he murmured quietly. He pulled out a map and studied it with focused eyes. Next on the list, he muttered, raising a hand to his lips in thought. There's no way the demonic hall plans to keep us training on this hellish island forever. Time had to be running short. After thinking for a moment, Buuniel folded the map and put it away again, knowing there was no other path left for him. His mind drifted back to the past, to the Supreme Grandmaster who had once stood shoulder to shoulder with the heavenly demon emperor 700 years ago. The flame emperor of Hwa Wimyong had once lifted his blazing sword toward the heavens and stood alone against the world. Looks like I'll have to go to the strongest sect among the 10 demon sects he established. Morning broke over Hwa Wimyong, with sunlight piercing through the clouds and spilling across the land. Buuniel arrived at the enormous gate of Hwa Wimyong and paused in thought. Compared to Nanjia Pavilion's plain dojo, this place looked no different from a royal palace. Without any hesitation, he stepped forward and knocked on the gate twice. From inside, someone let out an irritated grunt. A tall, broad-shouldered man came out. A visitor at this hour? Who are you? The moment he saw him, the young man froze, surprise written plainly across his face. You are. Before the man could gather his thoughts, Buuniel bowed with his hands clasped. I've come to learn Hwa Wimyong's martial arts. Inwardly, he thought, so this must be one of Hwa Wimyong's masters. The man looked him over from top to bottom, then gestured ahead. Follow me. Buuniel slowly raised his head. As they walked, the man began to speak. Our sect's sword art is the greatest of all demonic disciplines. It devours even time itself. He briefly explained further to Buuniel. The ones who entered earlier already completed the beginner class and moved on to intermediate training. So why did you only come here after half a month? Walking a step behind him, Buuniel answered, I spent the last 15 days training at Nanjia Pavilion. The man in front turned slightly. Nanjia Pavilion? Don't tell me you learned the Wandering Beast Pavilion path. Buuniel gave a quiet nod. That's right. The man thought to himself, I know he's talented, but nobody could master the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in only 15 days. Closing his eyes in mild irritation, he grumbled inwardly. Sawu probably sent this little troublemaker here just to bother me. In his mind, Sawu's voice shot back. What did I even do? The young man pointed to himself. I'm Jingak, the instructor of the beginner class. You may call me teacher. That was how Jingak, the beginner instructor of Hwa Wimyong, introduced himself. Then Jingak asked Buuniel, do you truly intend to study Hwa Wimyong's arts? You can still turn back now and join another sect. Buuniel replied with complete seriousness. Thank you for your concern. Looking straight at him, Buuniel continued, but I will learn Hwa Wimyong's swordsmanship. The young man lifted one foot slightly. Very well. Then he brought it down hard against the ground, unleashing a heavy burst of force. A scroll dropped down behind him. Here. This contains the basics and core principles of the Fire Dance 13 forms. Study it carefully. Buuniel stared silently at the writing on the scroll. Then his mind went completely blank, and he stood there frozen. Pointing at the scroll, he asked, that thing in front of me, what exactly am I supposed to do with it? The young man frowned, his voice turning cold. What did you just say? Don't tell me you can't even read a sword technique manual. Buuniel answered at once. I can't. For a moment, the answer left the young man completely speechless. Buuniel continued awkwardly. Before coming here, I'd never practiced swordsmanship at all. The young man was stunned beyond words, as if he could hardly believe what he had just heard. Jingak asked in disbelief. So you're saying you've never learned any martial arts? Buuniel scratched his head awkwardly. That's right. At last, Jingak remembered. All right. His file said he was a spiritual reciter. During the second trial, he hadn't used any sword techniques at all. But if he couldn't even read a basic manual, then looking at it another way, his reflexes and perception in that fight had been unbelievably sharp. When it came to choosing the proper line of movement, he had shown remarkable insight, seeing through everything in front of him with unnerving clarity. Even in a state as blank as this, he had already reached that level. If someone guided him properly, there was no telling how far he might rise. After giving it some thought, Jingak turned to Buuniel. You may not be able to read the sword manual, but you can read ordinary words, right? Then try reading this. Buuniel followed exactly as instructed, letting his whole body loosen and settle until it flowed naturally like water. Jingak explained with care. First, you need to relax your entire body. When you execute sword techniques, your body has to move smoothly and without stiffness. Above all, release the tension in your waist and abdomen. The moment he heard that, Buuniel instantly let go of all tension, drooping like an old man. Like this, sir. Jingak's jaw nearly dropped. Heavens, is this really what the 10 demon successor trials have come to? He muttered in disbelief. But Jingak quickly stepped in and corrected his posture. Stand straight first. Keep your mind under control, but stay relaxed. If your body tenses up, power gathers in your stomach, and once your stomach tightens, your whole body becomes rigid. To move like water meant to move swiftly and without obstruction, and Buuniel suddenly slipped into the proper stance, performing a clean and precise form. Jingak's mouth fell open once more. He corrected it perfectly in one try, just from hearing me explain it. He could not help but praise Buuniel in astonishment. Exactly. That's it. Now I'll teach you the Fire Dance 13 forms. Time passed as Jingak instructed him with painstaking care and precision. Buuniel trained earnestly, following every single word without missing a thing. Even with sweat pouring off his body, he refused to stop and never once gave in. Jingak kept encouraging him the entire time, throwing out steady words of support so he would not lose momentum. Little by little, Buuniel's sword strikes grew cleaner and more complete, until they were nearly flawless. The way his blade moved so smoothly, paired with that sharp and unwavering look in his eyes, left Jingak deeply astonished. Just as I thought, this boy really does have talent, he told himself. After many long days of relentless training, Jingak finally said, now picture an enemy standing in front of you, and perform the Fire Dance 13 forms. Buuniel looked confused for a moment, and Jingak immediately clarified what he meant. Yes, this is your trial for entering the intermediate dojo. You need to strike as though you are facing a real enemy. Only then can I truly judge your sword intent. Hearing that, Buuniel fell silent. A test, it came sooner than I expected. I have to make the most of this chance, he thought. Without wasting another moment, he drew himself up and immediately took his combat stance. Then he began to picture an opponent before him, someone he absolutely had to surpass. From somewhere deep in his subconscious, a dark and shadowy figure slowly took form in front of him. Buuniel's eyes sharpened in an instant, turning cold and razor-focused. In the very next moment, he drew his sword. Pointing it straight at the imagined enemy, he released his strike. Fire Dance 13 forms. First form, Whirling Wind, Unbounded. Watching from outside Buuniel's mindscape, Jinggak was stunned by the sheer force packed into that move. Buuniel did not stop there and pressed forward with another attack. Fire Dance 13 forms. Third form, Flowing Clouds, Fading Mist. Jinggak was left completely speechless. That was the Fire Dance 13 forms? Flowing Clouds, Fading Mist was supposed to be a soft and elegant move, like drifting clouds and mist quietly spreading through the air. But the version Buuniel displayed carried an intense and vicious killing intent. Jinggak wondered to himself in silence. Did he deliberately alter the technique just now? To freely change a sword form that had been passed down for generations was something only legendary grandmasters were said to do. And more than that, the murderous aura inside the strike felt like the fury of someone facing the killer of his master or his parents. This was supposed to be a sword art, praised as righteous even within the demonic path. So why did its movements now feel so savage? What hidden truth was buried inside it? Even Buuniel himself looked shaken after the strike, confused by the feeling that his hand had moved almost on its own. Could it be because of the Wandering Beast Pavilion path? He questioned inwardly. Is that why the Fire Dance 13 forms changed? The sensation of the Wandering Beast Pavilion path became even clearer to him. Could the instincts of that path really blend together with Hwa Wimyong's sword path? But if he truly mixed the instincts of the Wandering Beast Pavilion path into Hwa Wimyong's sword flow, he would fail the test on the spot. Changing a sword form that had been handed down for generations was strictly forbidden. At that very moment, Buuniel's eyes flared with murderous intent. He fixed a fierce glare on the shadowy figure he had imagined before him. Hatred surged through his chest, because in his mind, that figure was the one who had murdered his grandfather. His eyes went blank, as if he had been completely dragged into the illusion he himself created. Gritting his teeth, he sprang high into the air and rushed straight at his enemy, without hesitation. Fire Dance 13 forms, 7th form, waves across the 4 seas. But then he realized it at once. The figure was too fast, faster than any opponent he had ever faced before. The enemy's sword came swinging toward him at almost the exact same terrifying speed. He managed to avoid the fatal slash by the narrowest margin. I can't let him get away again, he thought, his mind turning sharp with desperation. Buuniel tightened his grip around the sword hilt until his hand ached. Pouring every last bit of strength he still had into the attack, he swung with all his power. But the opponent moved even faster and struck back first, landing a decisive blow. He could not react in time at all. All he saw was his own arms being severed and falling away, followed by a scream of unbearable pain. Fortunately, it was only an illusion. Buuniel snapped out of the mindscape at once. His whole body was drenched in sweat, and his hands shook so badly he could barely keep hold of his sword. For a moment, it nearly slipped completely from his grasp. Jinggak saw that and immediately understood the outcome. He had lost. And yet, Jinggak wore a satisfied smile. He turned to Buuniel and told him that he had passed. Buuniel could only blink in confusion. Jinggak went on. The beginner-level test only checks whether you understand the foundations of swordsmanship and whether you can use the Fire Dance 13 forms in actual combat. You accomplished both of those beautifully. Jinggak handed the sword back to Buuniel. He made sure not to withhold his praise. Your Fire Dance 13 forms were truly impressive. You may now advance to the intermediate dojo. Hearing those words, Buuniel felt a deep sense of gratitude. Training a complete beginner like me must have been a burden, he thought, and yet he guided me patiently through every step. With that in mind, Buuniel bowed deeply to Jinggak. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Jinggak gave him one final reminder. From here on, keep pushing yourself and grow even stronger. Then, all of a sudden, Jinggak's voice grew lower and more serious. Your sword carries far too much killing intent. Be careful. If you're not, it may end up consuming you, Jinggak warned him. Buuniel seemed to understand that truth himself as well. He bowed to Jinggak once again before turning to leave. Only then did Jinggak fully grasp it. So that's what it was. He really mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in just half a month, huh? Maybe his ability to comprehend things was simply far too fast, which would explain why he reached the intermediate dojo sooner than anyone expected. At first, I was worried he wouldn't have the strength to keep up, but now I can say for certain, even the intermediate instructor. While Jinggak was still lost in thought, Buuniel had already arrived at the intermediate dojo. The moment the door opened, A sharp and commanding voice rang out from inside. Who are you? This place is full. Leave at once. The man speaking was Hwa Wimyong's intermediate dojo instructor, Wang. Jinggak let out a quiet sigh to himself. So it was unavoidable after all that he would end up crossing paths with Buuniel. Inside the intermediate class, Buuniel stood calmly, preparing to demonstrate his ability without the slightest sign of panic. That fearless, composed attitude immediately caught Wang's attention. The man clicked his tongue in disdain. You look like someone who barely scraped through the beginner class. If it took you more than 20 days just to learn the fire dance 13 forms, then you're only wasting your time here. Buuniel did not react at all and simply gave a light bow. I arrived late because I spent half a month training at Nanjia Pavilion. Hearing that, Wang paused in thought. So his beginner training wasn't delayed after all. Nanjia Pavilion, huh? So he must be that brat who learned the Wandering Beast Pavilion path and then came running here. Wang decided not to question him any further. Fine. Since you cleared the beginner level, take a seat. We'll see how long you can last here. Without wasting any more time, he began the lesson. The Fire Dance Thunder Sword is made up of lightning-fast strikes. If you cannot control it properly, it will injure the user instead. Like the Fire Dance 13 forms, it is also a technique that is difficult to apply in real combat. Even so, its importance cannot be denied. Though it carries danger, it is still only a basic sword discipline. This time, we will not test victory or defeat, but your control over the sword itself. After finishing his explanation, he gave an order. Byok Hanseong, step forward and choose your opponent. Byok Hanseong smirked in a sly, satisfied way. Anyone I want. The instructor answered, yes, anyone. Byok Hanseong rose at once and pointed. Then I choose him. And the person he picked was none other than Buuniel. Wang hesitated. That one. Byok Hanseong shot back immediately. You said we could choose anyone, didn't you? Wang's temple twitched with irritation. A student like you wants to fight someone who only just finished the beginner level? What kind of match is that? Choose someone else. To everyone's surprise, Buuniel calmly spoke up. I accept. Wang blinked, caught off guard. What did you say? Buuniel stood up straight and answered firmly. I said I'll fight. Then he added with complete sincerity. The beginner instructor taught me personally. If I get the chance to spar with others, I believe I'll improve much faster. Wang thought to himself, with only beginner-level skill, is this kid just trying to protect his fragile pride? The instructor let out a sigh. If both of you insist on it, then I have no reason to refuse. Very well. Testing your martial path with your own body is what a true warrior should do. Let's see whether you have what it takes to reach the advanced class. At that moment, Byok Hanseong stared at Buuniel with murderous eyes. Lucky me, he thought. With so many talented people here, it's hard to stand out. But if I crush this guy, my position will rise in one shot. The two of them soon took their stances and prepared for the duel. Then, from somewhere in the distance, a voice echoed out. Quite the courage. But Byok Hanseong, hot-blooded as ever, swung his wooden sword the very next instant. With nothing but passion and recklessness, you'll never survive in the martial world. The moment the signal was given, he shot toward Buuniel like a bolt of lightning. Thanks to his sharp reflexes, Buuniel barely managed to evade the first strike. That only made Byok Hanseong more excited. Not bad. Caught up in the frenzy, he unleashed another fierce slash without hesitation. Buuniel's hands trembled under the pressure of the heavy assault. Byok Hanseong's grin only widened. That unsteady grip, definitely a rookie. You clumsy fool, I'll show you what the Fire Dance Thunder Sword really is. Fully convinced he had the upper hand, he lunged forward even more aggressively. In the next second, Byok Hanseong unleashed a storm of sharp strikes, each one flashing as fast as lightning. Then suddenly, he froze right in the middle of his movement. The grin vanished from his face the moment Buuniel avoided every single blow. What the hell? He dodged all of them? His expression twisted in disbelief. Watching from the side, Wang was not impressed in the slightest. Byok Hanseong's swordsmanship is pathetic. His gaze then shifted toward Buuniel. That one, though, he isn't avoiding the attacks through speed alone. It's almost like he's predicting them before they come. Could he really have mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path? The thought flashed through his mind, but he immediately pushed it away. Impossible. At Nanjia Pavilion, the Wandering Beast Pavilion path may sound basic by name, but in truth, it is a supreme art that only warriors hardened by countless battles can truly complete. Even a genius wouldn't be able to master something like that in only half a month. There was no way. Suddenly, Wang slammed his foot against the ground with a loud thud. Dodging alone doesn't count. I said this duel is a test of swordsmanship, not brute force or reflexes. The moment he heard that, Buuniel stopped moving. Without the slightest hesitation, he settled into a proper battle stance. His eyes grew faintly unfocused, almost hazy. Then, in the very next instant, he shot forward and unleashed a blazing red slash. The disciples watching were stunned. That's the Fire Dance 13 forms. They recognized the technique he was using right away. Byok Hanseong gave a wicked grin. So his attack comes from the Fire Dance 13 forms, huh? Another disciple frowned as he watched. No, something about it is different. Byok Hanseong sneered. At that level, I could block it with my eyes closed. But in less than a blink, the blade flashed past him. Byok Hanseong's face twisted in shock. What? What was that just now? You called it the Fire Dance 13 forms? Buuniel's strikes kept coming without pause, bursting out one after another like exploding fireworks. Byok Hanseong began to question everything. Is this bastard hiding his real strength? Or did he actually change the Fire Dance 13 forms just to make a fool out of me? So that's it. You're trying to catch the instructor's eye and jump straight into the advanced class, aren't you? Damn it. With that thought hardening his resolve, Byok Hanseong decided to go all out against Buuniel. He clenched his teeth, fire burning in his eyes. The one moving up to the upper class will be me. Azura sword technique, blood-breaking form. The entire hall seemed to flare up from the violent collision of their blades. Cheon Unwong watched closely. That's a killing move from the Azura heavenly sword, is it? Well, there's no rule saying he must only use Hwa Wimyong techniques. Then his eyes widened in sudden astonishment. That brat, in the middle of all this chaos, he's still standing firm without losing his balance? His suspicion toward Buuniel only grew stronger. Could he really have mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path? Byok Hanseong kept pressing the attack fiercely, refusing to give even a step. Damn it, this bastard moves like a ghost every time he dodges. But this time, it's over, he thought as he charged in recklessly. Even Cheon Unwong was startled by that almost suicidal boldness. In an instant, Byok Hanseong vanished from sight. Like a moth throwing itself into flame, he unleashed blood wind embracing the moon. Buuniel's sword hand moved in a blur so fast, it was nearly impossible to follow. The two clashed head-on, and the tension between them felt sharp enough to cut through the air itself. The disciples around them all held their breath, waiting for the result in dead silence. Cheon Unwong stood frozen for a full 5 seconds, like a man whose soul had momentarily left his body. And then it became clear. Buuniel's blade had already pierced the opponent's vital point. Fire Dance 13 forms. 13th form, Infinite Infinity. Byok Hanseong coughed up blood from the impact and fell into complete defeat. A moment later, he collapsed flat onto the ground. Buuniel turned his head and calmly looked down at Byok Hanseong. At that sight, the disciples around them stiffened like stone statues. Their voices shook as they stammered. Is he dead? After taking down Byok Hanseong, Buuniel calmly sheathed his sword, while the other man still lay motionless on the floor. Cheon Unwong rushed over at once, realizing something was wrong. He's dead. The strike landed exactly on the vital acupoint, Danyang. He immediately demanded, You're a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion, aren't you? Buuniel shook his head. No, I'm not. Cheon Unwong pressed him even further. Then you mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in just half a month? Buuniel answered honestly. I only learned the basics. Hearing that, Cheon Unwong burst out laughing. The basics? Since when did Nanjia Pavilion start teaching lies? Before anyone could say another word, Cheon Unwong coldly gave the order. Enough with the excuses. Clean this mess up immediately. The other disciples were horrified. He actually killed someone in an ordinary sparring match? That's insane. Shouldn't he be punished for this? Cheon Unwang's aura turned murderous as he spoke. Don't fool yourselves. This may be called a dojo, but in truth, it's hell. The moment you strike with killing intent, you must be ready to accept death in return. Now then, we resume the match. Soon after that, the disciples began crossing swords again. A few of them, worn out from the fighting, dropped down where they stood to catch their breath. The rest still gripped their blood-stained swords tightly, with no sign of stopping at all. They stared one another down, their eyes burning with naked killing intent, while Cheon Unwong stepped forward in calm silence. Pointing behind him, he gave the order. You are disqualified. Leave now and find yourselves another dojo. Some of them protested at once. But that was only one round. Please, give us one more chance. He rejected them without hesitation. No, a decent foundation might get you through the beginner class, he said coldly. But to master Hwa Wimyong, you need talent beyond common sense and discipline harsh enough to grind your bones. The reason you failed is simple. You couldn't do that. His words struck them hard, and for 5 long seconds, none of them could say a thing. Without sparing them another glance, he turned away. Get lost. Then, all of a sudden, Buuniel slowly walked toward him. Cheon Unwong was caught off guard by that movement. Facing him directly, the instructor asked, Why are you still here? Buuniel answered calmly, Do I have to leave too? The man gave a short reply. No. Since you passed both the match and the exam, you'll be moving up to the advanced class. Without a moment of hesitation, Buuniel said, if it's just a promotion, then I'd rather stay here. Cheon Unwong frowned. Stay? For what? Buuniel explained. So far, all I've learned is the fire dance 13 forms. At the intermediate level, I still haven't learned anything new. By then, the entire dojo had emptied out, leaving only the two of them inside. Cheon Unwong could not make sense of it. He mastered the Wandering Beast Pavilion path, and even countered techniques from the Azura Sword School, yet he says he hasn't learned anything? To his surprise, Buuniel answered without wavering. Yes. Seeing how firm the boy was, he let out a sigh. Fine. I'll teach you. This is the Fire Dance Thunder Sword, the successor to the Fire Dance 13 forms. But Cheon Unguang's face darkened as he spoke. I despise people who play tricks just to stand out. If I find out you've learned any sword style other than the Fire Dance 13 forms, I'll personally cut off your head. He left that warning hanging in the air with a chilling tone. For days later, Cheon Unwang found himself stunned by Buuniel once again. From a short distance away, he watched him in silence. After 4 straight days of personally instructing and testing him, he realized that Buuniel truly had no real foundation in swordsmanship. So he really did only start learning the sword recently? And yet, the grace in his movements still made Cheon Unwang suspicious. The instructor watched closely, struck by his persistence and sheer will. It was as though Buuniel would die if he ever stopped training, throwing everything he had into each and every move. Cheon Unwang smirked faintly. So that's how he managed to learn the Wandering Beast Pavilion path in only half a month. When I see him like this, it actually makes sense. In that instant, Buuniel unleashed a strike like a crack of thunder. Fire Dance Thunder Sword, Extreme Lightning Emotion. Even though Buuniel still looked full of energy, Cheon Unwang suddenly cut him off. That's enough. Stop there. It seems you've already grasped the essence of the Fire Dance Thunder Sword. Buuniel hesitated. What? But before he could finish speaking, the instructor stepped forward. The Fire Dance Thunder Sword depends on alternating rapid blows with continuous strikes, and it requires constant rotation. Since every move involves spinning the sword around the body, it becomes nearly useless in real combat. Cheon Unwang paused for a brief moment. And yet, you performed every single form as if you were genuinely trying to kill someone. Buuniel frowned slightly. But isn't that the whole point of swordsmanship? Cheon Unwang explained with unusual patience. In demonic martial arts, killing intent is necessary. But Hwa Wimyong abandoned that road in order to pursue a higher realm. He pressed a finger against Buuniel's forehead and warned him, that murderous intent in your mind. If you don't erase it, then one day your own techniques will destroy you. Buuniel touched his forehead and quietly thought, he sounds exactly like the chief instructor. Back then, even this instructor had once wielded a killing sword, cutting down everything in front of him without the slightest hesitation. Because of that, his reputation, his standing, and even his martial arts had all fallen to a lower level. Cheon Unwang brought this up for one reason only, to warn him. The killing sword may look like a path to greater strength, but in truth, it is only an obstacle blocking the endless road ahead. From now on, abandon that thirst for blood. Suddenly, a nostalgic voice echoed through Buuniel's mind. Ah, right, the past of those who live by the sword is always filled with sorrow and tragedy. That man had said those words to him clearly back then. That was why martial artists rarely spoke of their past, and those words remained deeply carved into his heart. Still feeling a little confused, Buuniel asked, why are you telling me all this? Cheon Unwang answered, didn't I already tell you? Even I once wielded a killing sword. Then, with his tone suddenly turning serious, he asked, what's your name? Without trying to hide anything, Buuniel answered, I'm Buuniel. Cheon Unwang recognized the name at once. I heard someone survived Jing Gok's second trial. So it was you. So you're the one, he said with a frown. You have a very serious problem. Buuniel tilted his head slightly. What kind of problem? Cheon Unwang answered bluntly. You lack the most basic foundation of swordsmanship. Your future opponents are prodigies who've been training since they were children. Once you step into the advanced class and begin studying Hwa Wu, the difference between you and them will only grow wider. If you want to close that gap, you need to master higher-level martial arts as quickly as possible and build a foundation strong enough to support Hwa Wu. After offering that advice, he paused for a brief moment, then spoke again. To help narrow that distance, I'll teach you Lightning Unrivaled, the sword technique I created with my own hands. But in the very next breath, he revealed the price behind it. The truth is, I was never able to complete Lightning Unrivaled. Because of that art, every nerve in my fingers was severed. That's how terrifying and dangerous this sword technique truly is. It won't just ruin your chance of reaching the upper class. It could leave your hands permanently crippled. And if things go wrong, you may lose the use of both arms altogether. Even knowing all that, are you still willing to learn it? After hearing every warning, Buuniel fell silent for a moment. My hands, is that the price? Then the fire inside him rose again, hotter than before. If this gives me the power I need for revenge, I would offer not only my hands, but even my soul. Thank you. A month passed after he mastered lightning unrivaled and left the intermediate class behind. The instructor had said it was quick, but to me, it felt unbearably long. From learning the basics of swordsmanship in the beginner class to studying advanced techniques in the intermediate class, the next gate was finally opening before him, and now it was time to take another step forward. The moment he arrived, every eye in the room turned toward Buuniel. He looked straight ahead without flinching, his face calm and unreadable. Not long after, one thought crossed his mind. So this is the advanced class. The atmosphere here was completely unlike anything he had felt before. Those eyes kept boring into him from every direction. The pressure in this place is on an entirely different level from the intermediate class. On top of that, their eyes had widened, each one gleaming with a sharp and dangerous edge. Buuniel lowered his brows slightly. Their looks aren't filled with contempt anymore. It's probably because I killed Byok Hanseong. He remembered how, back then, simply cleaning up a corpse had only drawn criticism. Yet taking a life with his own hands had earned him acknowledgement, admiration, and even praise. Then an instructor cut through the heavy silence. So you're Buuniel? I've heard quite a bit about you. I was just about to begin, so take your seat. Thanks for watching. He went on, since we have a new disciple joining us, I'll explain the hidden principles of Hwa Wu and the 7 teachings one more time. The body must be steady, the stance upright, the chest opened wide, and every strike must drive deep into its target. Buuniel read through each line of the manual, realizing that without fully mastering the intermediate sword forms first, none of these teachings could truly be understood. After finishing his explanation, the instructor came to a stop. That's enough for today. Buuniel, come with me. Buuniel said nothing. In the end, he quietly followed the instructor to a secluded place. The man swept his hand lightly across the leaves and spoke. The realm of swordless victory is the state of defeating an armed enemy, even when you hold no sword yourself. Put simply, it means being free from every limitation, whether a blade is in your hand or not. At that same moment, sunlight shimmered across the leaves beneath his touch. Without the slightest warning, the instructor suddenly attacked Buuniel. His entire presence changed in an instant. Tell me this. If someone attacks you right now while you have no sword in your hand, how exactly will you use sword techniques? Buuniel froze on the spot, completely taken by surprise. The instructor continued, while you were still in the intermediate class, the disciples here already mastered the first form of Hwa Wu, along with the techniques of profound branch and hyun, and now they've already entered the stage of sword debate. Then his voice turned icy. If you can't grasp my question or keep pace with this class, I'll throw you out immediately. So think carefully before you answer. Buuniel shut his eyes tightly. If there's no sword in my hand, then, all at once, his eyes snapped open. Then I'll take the opponent's sword and turn it back against them. He drew in spiritual energy, gathering himself for a strike. The leaves around his arms began to whirl and twist in the air. But the instructor avoided it with effortless calm, leaving him shaken and stunned. That was too rash a judgment, the man said in a cool, even voice. Buuniel turned his head in disbelief. No, that can't be. He drew back for an instant, then lunged in once more, only for the instructor to slip away again. His eyes narrowed. I can't tell which direction he'll evade to. I probably can't land a clean hit, he thought, yet the instructor remained where he was, almost as though he were waiting to see what Buuniel would do next. At last, unable to keep track of those movements, Buuniel came to a stop. Then he focused with everything he had. If he failed here, he would lose his place in the advanced class. Pushing the wild beast path to its absolute limit, he began reading every movement his opponent made. In the next instant, he drove his hand forward and charged straight at the instructor. For one brief moment, his hand stretched toward the canopy of leaves, close enough to almost brush against it. But then the old man used a technique and sent him flying far into the distance. In an instant, Buuniel slammed hard into the ground. He pushed himself up with a pained groan. The man set a hand on his shoulder and let out a quiet laugh. Still chuckling, he finally said it. You passed. The words hit Buuniel like a shock. Passed. He was sure he had not touched it even once. So why did he pass? The man rose and spoke as if it were nothing. Starting tomorrow, come before the official hour and study mystic chi art early at the training ground. Buuniel answered at once without hesitation. Yes, sir. After that, he turned and slowly walked away. The man lowered his eyes to the branch still resting in his hand. It was almost completely stripped, and the few leaves left on it had already dried out. His mind drifted back to the boy's stance from a moment ago. Even if it's only a wolf cub, a wolf remains a wolf. The corner of his mouth curled slightly. This is going to be interesting to watch. As the sun slowly sank, its fading light spread over the place where Buuniel stood. The lesson for the day had already come to an end. Buuniel lifted his eyes to the sky. He could have rested or gone back to training, but instead he thought, maybe I should walk around this hellish island a little more. His thoughts returned to the first gate, and he wondered when the next fight in this place would begin. Then suddenly, a faint rustle came from the bushes behind him, and he caught it at once. He quietly closed his eyes and listened to the unfamiliar footsteps drawing closer. 1, 2. Even without seeing them, Buuniel counted by sound alone. 3, maybe 4. But when he finally turned around, there was already a whole group in front of him. 5. And those men began by throwing out a warning. Buuniel, you've been acting too recklessly ever since you entered the intermediate class. You'd better correct that attitude. And yes, you're the one responsible for that earlier death, so don't go blaming anyone else. Then his voice dropped lower. The 5 of us were known before we came here as the 5 Peak Swords. Sooner or later, we were bound to be ready for this. Buuniel stared back at them with eyes as sharp as flying steel, refusing to yield even an inch. He shifted into a countering stance, and in that instant realized there was still one more person hiding nearby. The men barked at him, "You bastard, don't even think about it." But before the words were even finished, one of them suddenly went rigid. A deadly strike landed out of nowhere and dropped him on the spot. The others flinched in panic and spun around in fear. And the moment they saw that figure in the dark, they realized Seo Jinha had shown up as well. In a calm voice, he called out, "Buuniel." Then he added what he wanted. "Talk to me." Everyone froze in shock the moment they saw Seo Jinha. "Seo Jinha? Why the hell are you here all of a sudden?" Seo Jinha only looked at them with open disdain. "Get lost. I'm not here for trash like you." Just that alone was enough to fill them with fear. Then they scattered like frightened rabbits as they ran. Damn it, just wait and see. Left standing there, Buuniel could only think to himself, that guy is seriously strong. Seo Jinha slid his blade back into its sheath and muttered, "Cowards, every last one of them." Then his eyes moved straight to Buuniel, and he immediately got to the point. Without the slightest hesitation, he said, "Come at me directly." He leveled the tip of his sword toward him and asked, "Which side are you on?" That sudden move left Buuniel completely stunned. Then the instructor's voice spread out slowly. "Up to now, all of you have learned the first form of Hwa Wimyong, the mystic chi dance. But only when that technique becomes your own can it truly be called mastery. Now, show me the blazing dance each of you has created." A moment later, he specifically called on Buuniel and gave him the order. "Show us your mystic chi dance." Buuniel tightened his grip on the sword and stepped up onto the stage. He let out one slow breath. And as his whole presence changed, he began to display the technique. After completing the form, he lowered his foot. Then Buuniel cut through the air with one more slash, sending a sharp ripple outward. The instructor watched in silence as he judged it. The mystic chi dance was meant to be graceful and polished, yet Buuniel had twisted it into something heavy with murderous intent. Then the instructor spoke in a quiet voice. "You may return to your seat. Next is Seo Jinha." He rose to his feet. The two brushed past one another, but only Buuniel turned his head to look back. At that moment, his pupils suddenly tightened. He remembered the savage look Seo Jinha had worn that day, along with that crushing wave of killing intent, and his eyes narrowed even further. Right then, Seo Jinha's true presence became even clearer to him. Back then, Seo Jinha had gone completely feral, throwing out his full power. It had not been the mystic chi dance at all, but a technique aimed straight at him, like a direct warning. Unable to let it go, Buuniel had asked, "Which side? What exactly do you mean by that?" At those words, Seo Jinha snapped back, "Don't act like you have no idea." Buuniel had tilted his head slightly at that. "I know very well that not everyone gathered here came to become successors of the 10 demonic arts." He thought it over to himself. This was supposed to be a rare chance to learn the martial arts of the 10 great demonic paths, and yet the selection process had been absurdly careless. It felt like a fox peeking out with drool hanging from its mouth. If that was true, then this huge opportunity might also be bait meant to lure something out. And then he imagined that same fox getting struck down, collapsing to the ground with a pained howl. That was when Buuniel realized it. Could there really be a spy hidden among them? Meanwhile, Seo Jinha stared at him with open disgust, but his face and tone made it clear he was not lying. With a sigh, Seo Jinha slid his sword back into place. "So you're not one of them. Damn, I thought this might actually get interesting." Then he turned away and said, "From now on, show some restraint in the dojo." He looked back once more, his voice turning cold with warning. "If you keep making yourself an eyesore, I'll cut you down myself." After saying that, Seo Jinha left, and Buuniel was left standing there, a little more curious than before. A spy, huh? So there's still a lot here that I don't know. As he recalled stopping that attack, the thought made sense. I've been completely focused on learning the martial arts of Nanjia Pavilion and Hwa Wimyong. He lifted his gaze to the sky and thought, but it doesn't matter. Whether they're spies or heirs of the demonic path, they're all enemies I'll have to face in the end. Looks like it's going to start very soon. Late that night, a sewer rat was busily gnawing at something in the dark, when a huge clawed foot suddenly pinned it in place. It was an eagle, passing over the upper-class hall as it flew. The instructor placed a hand on the desk, signaling that the entire training period had come to an end. He tapped the desk once more, as if to make it unmistakably clear that the full course of training was now over. Then he continued in a calm, measured tone. I'm sure many of you find studying martial doctrine dull. The students below listened in silence. Even masters who have survived countless battles still spend time studying the principles behind advanced martial arts, because using martial arts is not the same as truly understanding them. The explanations I've given you so far, I believe, will become a great advantage to you as you continue down your martial path. He finished with a final word. Then I wish all of you good fortune in your martial journey. Just then, a bell suddenly rang out, and confusion spread through the crowd. What's going on? Without offering a single explanation, the instructor made his announcement. The time has come. So head at once to Rocky Mountain in the center of the island. At Rocky Mountain, everyone stood gathered below in heavy silence. Jinggak turned and spoke. Everyone's here. Good. Buuniel frowned, clearly feeling annoyed. Hwa Wimyong stepped forward and spoke. So from this moment on, his voice dropped as he formally announced the beginning of the third trial. The disciples began murmuring among themselves. The third trial? Wasn't this supposed to be the second? Buuniel thought quietly to himself. That life-and-death battle I just survived must have counted as the second. I wonder how the others are seeing this. Then Jinggak, standing on the stage, spoke again. Soon, the entire cave will be sealed off. Once 10 candidates have been chosen, none of you will be allowed to return to your rooms, so make sure you prepare everything you need beforehand. Someone in the crowd asked, why do we have to go that far? And how are we even supposed to be selected? Jinggak answered bluntly, that is the Temple Lord's order, you fools. From this point on, you will kill one another until only 10 candidates remain. Understood? The disciples said nothing. Their faces turned pale and stiff, as if every trace of blood had drained from them. Someone in the crowd even let out a faint, nervous chuckle. The old man went on. If you want, you can hide in the dark or run without fighting, but don't fool yourselves into thinking that will work forever. As time goes on, the ground you're allowed to stand on will keep shrinking, and anyone who steps into the forbidden zone again will be caught by the demon hunters. My disciples will slaughter every last one of them. A deep crimson killing aura swept over the area, and Buuniel felt it wash through his entire body. The smell of bloodlust spread through the air, mixed with a fierce and oppressive yang energy. One of the disciples raised a hand and asked, so we're not allowed to fight back against the demon hunters? The old man burst into laughter. What? Demonic candidates like you can't even handle that. Of course you can kill them. If you're strong enough, then go ahead and try. The Temple Lord smiled in a twisted way. Anyone who kills even one demon hunter will immediately earn a place among the 10 candidates. A few of them swallowed hard, and someone muttered under his breath, killing a demon hunter sounds harder than killing everyone standing here. The old man shouted again. Remember this well, you can move in groups or act alone. Ambushes, open fights, it doesn't matter. Any method is allowed as long as you kill. That is the only path into the top 10. The moment his command ended, the disciples scattered like startled birds, and Buuniel sprang away from the rocky ground without looking back. He reminded himself at once, first of all, I need to get out of here as fast as I can. I've already drawn too much attention. If I hesitate now, I'll end up surrounded again just like before. As that thought flashed through him, the mountain wind screamed past his ears while he tore through the night forest. Before anything else, he decided he needed to find a safe place. And to him, the safest place right now was the thatched hut where he had first begun learning martial arts. When he reached the dirt courtyard, he stopped and quietly observed the area, measuring it with careful eyes. Does the ground look different somehow? He crouched down and touched the soil, and in that instant a sharp instinct flared through him. Someone's coming. Within the range of his senses, 3 figures were drawing near from the edge of the forest. A man with messy hair suddenly burst through the bushes. Ah, please save me, they're chasing me to kill me. He staggered toward Buuniel, breathing hard. If you help me, I'll repay you somehow. Buuniel narrowed his eyes and briefly glanced at the figures coming after him, thinking, could this be some kind of trap? The injuries on the man were real, and there were 3 pursuers closing in behind him. They were obviously working together as one group. I don't want to get dragged into this, but if he keeps running here, my hiding place will be exposed too. Still silent, Buuniel looked at the wounded man, then stomped on the ground and opened the hidden entrance to the cave. Then he pulled the man inside so they could hide together. A moment later, the three pursuers arrived and searched the area with sharp eyes. Where did he go? There's no way he disappeared that fast. The one with a white cloth tied around his head growled, "That bastard. I'm going to kill him no matter what." Then the leader pointed ahead and said, "He couldn't have gone far. Spread out and search." With a sharp rush, the three of them split up and headed off in different directions to hunt him down. After they were gone, the ground slowly lifted back up. Buuniel and the wounded man crawled out from the concealed pit. The man let out a long breath of relief. "You saved me. Thank you." Buuniel answered calmly, "It's nothing. They've probably gone far enough by now." He glanced down at the pit and thought, this place wasn't made just to hide people. Just as I expected, the old man had already prepared it in advance. While he was down there, his beast sense had grown even sharper. The pounding of footsteps through the ground and the ringing clash of swords had all reached him through the vibrations, as clear to him as if he were seeing them. Listening through the way of beasts. This must have been what Master Sa Wu wanted him to learn. The man still looked a little awkward as he stood there. "All right. I'm GM Keeliong of the Bloodgate. May I ask your name?" Buuniel only kept walking in silence, but the man hesitated for a second before hurrying after him. "All right, then let's move together for now." As they went, he continued, "When the third trial began, I ran straight into the forest. But everyone kept chasing me and attacking me. It scared me half to death." Then he added, "If you don't mind, let me stay with you. You helped me back there, so I figured you're someone I can trust." Buuniel said nothing at all. He only glanced at the man once and kept walking forward. The man gave a sly little chuckle. "So quiet, huh? I'll just take that as a yes." The two of them moved along the forest path together, with dry leaves softly crunching beneath their feet. Buuniel lowered his hand to the ground and listened to the vibrations running through it. Then he said, "We're taking another way. There's a fight up ahead." GM Keeliong looked at him in surprise. "You can hear vibrations? That's incredible. I wish I could do that too." Buuniel stayed silent as he moved, and the two of them slipped quietly into the bushes. Then a voice echoed inside Buuniel's mind. "Even if I have to sell my soul, I'll avenge my brothers." Those savage words struck deep into his chest and stirred up memories soaked in hatred. He abruptly changed direction and said, "Plans changed. I'm joining that fight." GM Keeliong panicked and hurried after him as Buuniel burst straight through the bushes. Hidden among the thick leaves, Buuniel moved with slow, exact control. Above him, a masked man was lying in wait. The moment Buuniel seemed unaware, the man dropped down to strike. Slash. Buuniel's sword snapped up and blocked the attack. The ambusher froze and ground his teeth. "You blocked my invisible death slash. Are you an assassin too?" Buuniel clenched his jaw. "If I wipe out every one of these assassins, maybe this grudge inside me will ease, even if only a little." In the clearing ahead, bodies were already strewn across the ground, while three masked men surrounded a single victim. One of them growled, "It's over, finish him now." He lowered his sword and said, "Out of respect, I'll make your death quick." Then Buuniel appeared out of nowhere and raised his blade to intercept. Clang. The man blurted out in shock, "Huh? Who the hell is this? Does he have backup?" Panic spread through them, and they broke formation. Buuniel said coldly, "I only need to kill you." He twisted at the waist and slashed straight for the man's neck. The one who was hit staggered as blood burst out. Another one cursed, "You little bastard." Then the two remaining men rushed him together. Buuniel gritted his teeth and lunged forward with his sword. One enemy dropped, then another fell right after. The last man brought his blade down, but Buuniel knocked the strike aside. The man shouted, "Die!" Slash. Blood splashed across Buuniel's face. From behind the assassin, a dark figure suddenly appeared and struck downward. Blood sprayed everywhere in a burst. The man laughed out loud. "Huh, my revenge is finally done." Then he dropped to the ground and let out his last breath. Buuniel swept his eyes across the field littered with corpses. From the bushes, GM Keeliong called out, "It's really over now, right?" He stumbled over and said, "Buuniel, you're really strong, but don't lower your guard." With a twisted grin on his face, he suddenly grabbed his weapon and attacked from behind. Just as the dagger came down, clang, Buuniel caught it with his sword. The air pulled tight between them like a bowstring drawn to its limit. The man gasped in disbelief. "How did you know?" Buuniel turned and struck back, his red blade drawing a curved arc through the air. He answered calmly, "From your stiff footing and the bulge at your waist. I already knew you were carrying far too many hidden tools. It really wasn't that hard to notice." Then he continued, "I let you stay with me not because I trusted you, but because I wanted to see how a born deceiver would move." He added, "That kind of thing might be useful in later fights." GM Keeliong ground his teeth. "Impossible." He pulled out a fistful of hidden weapons and flung them out, shouting, "I played it perfectly until now." His mind shook. I can tell from his face that something changed. Did he really see through every move I was about to make? Buuniel's eyes burned crimson as his sword swept down in a diagonal arc. The hidden weapons dropped and scattered across the ground with sharp clatters. Then the next slash ripped across the man's shoulder. Crack! Buuniel caught one of the hidden blades in his hand and mocked him. No matter how flashy your tricks look, once someone sees through them, they lose all their edge, don't they? The man let out a furious roar and charged in like a beast driven into desperation. Buuniel did not move from where he stood. Blood covered his face, yet his expression stayed calm and his breathing settled once more. As he slipped past the man's body, Buuniel ended Jeom Kiliang's life. Even then, the man's eyes still clung stubbornly to life. Buuniel sheathed his sword and bent down to gather the hidden weapons. He thought to himself, that fight was nowhere near easy. If I hadn't noticed he was hiding a follow-up with those concealed weapons, I might have died there. The wind still drifted by carrying the thick smell of blood. From inside the bushes, a masked figure watched everything in silence. A cold judgment passed through his mind. That boy only used the most basic Hwa Wimyong techniques, the kind that should be nearly useless in a real fight. And yet he still managed to wipe out a whole group of assassins. He's clearly gifted, truly exceptional. But a place like this is full of monsters with talent. Without breaking into a higher realm, no one could hope to survive in this hell. By the next day, Buuniel was sprinting through the forest, breathing hard, his hair and clothes whipping behind him. Shouts roared out from behind as the wind cut through the trees. Don't let him get away. Iron whips and steel chains spun wildly through the air after him. A sharp steel edge skimmed past his ear, and he twisted his body just in time to avoid it. Another blow came slashing down toward the middle of his back. He dropped low to avoid it, and blood sprayed around him. They kept coming without pause. If this keeps going, I'll just die for nothing. I need to change tactics. Above, on a cliff wrapped in mist, two figures stood watching in silence. The temple lord asked shortly, "Status?" Jingak answered at once. Out of 86 candidates, only 41 are still alive. He narrowed his eyes. Only 41 after 3 days. That means the ones still standing are the truly capable ones. Now it's time for them to show what they can really do. Bring me the map. Jingak respectfully handed it over and replied, "Yes." Back in the forest, one of the pursuers trapped Buuniel's sword with an iron claw. The man smirked and said, "Ah, got you now." Caught off guard, Buuniel let go of the sword and immediately dashed forward again, while the pursuers shouted behind him. He's running again. Buuniel ground his teeth as his thoughts raced. With the kind of weapons they're using, fighting them in open ground puts me at too much of a disadvantage. So first, I need to. At that same moment, the temple lord looked down at the map and spoke in a firm voice. Seal off this area and release Hwa Wimyong's shadow assassination unit. The setting sun burned red above the tiled rooftops. Buuniel rushed up the steps of Hwa Wimyong Pavilion. A trail of blood was smeared across the stone floor behind him. The men chasing him followed those blood marks straight into the corridor. He's hiding in here? Poor little rat. He's already cornered. No matter how far you run, you're not escaping our White Horse squad. Just as they finished closing the circle around him, a dark shadow flashed out behind their backs. A crimson blade flashed and ripped straight through the corridor. The last man trembled, then barked out, "Idiot! Did you really think cheap tricks like this would fool us?" He twisted around and slashed his steel blade sideways in one sharp motion. Buuniel dropped low and slipped right under the attack. He immediately lifted his sword and caught the next strike head-on. Then, in a sudden burst of speed, he shot forward and closed the distance to the man's flank. Can this bastard actually read the White Horse squad's movements? At that very moment, his sword tip whirled and drew a blazing red arc, cutting clean through the men at the front. One collapsed on the spot, and the rest stumbled backward in panic. Damn it, one of them cursed as he swung his weapon to strike back. But the corridor was far too narrow, and his hook smashed into a pillar with a harsh metallic clang. He snarled in frustration. Damn it, there's no room in here. Before the words were even fully out, another slash came crashing down. A shrill scream tore through the passage. The last surviving man went stiff. He dragged us in here on purpose. On the blood-smeared stone floor, Buuniel stood motionless, his face dark and grim, one hand clamped tightly around his sword hilt. Killing intent surged from him like rising flames. In this cramped corridor, the White Horse squad's formation was choking itself apart. Their strength dropped, their whip patterns became easy to read, and their movements lost all surprise. Cut off one by one, they were nothing extraordinary. If I split them apart and finish them fast, I can still win this. He lunged forward again. The remaining enemies lashed out wildly with whips and swords, smashing chunks of the wall apart as they attacked. Buuniel sprang upward, planting himself against the wall to gain momentum. But in the next instant, a weapon came hurtling straight at him. He dodged just in time, yet his balance broke, and he slammed hard onto the floor. Grinding his teeth, he cursed inwardly. Damn it, they knocked me off the wall. The pursuers lit up at once. Now's our chance. Fall back. They all spun around to run. One of them suddenly screamed and froze in place. At the far end of the corridor, a crimson figure was already standing there, blocking the only way out. His empty eyes glimmered coldly, and his deep, cutting voice rang out. What do you think you're doing? You're trying to run from here? One. That shout echoed through the corridor and locked the assassins in place. One of them stammered, Leader, we weren't running. It's too cramped to fight properly in here. Before he could finish, the leader spun his weapon, drawing a ring of fire through the air. A wave of killing intent swept out at once, and blood sprayed across the corridor in long streaks. He walked forward through the blood as calmly as if nothing had happened, his voice colder than ice. I was a fool to bring along worthless trash like this, people who can't even pass the advanced class. Behind a wooden door, Buuniel crouched low, his gaze fixed on every single movement the enemy made. Then he stepped out and faced the man directly. You're their leader, aren't you? The man pressed his lips together and gave a faint nod. Not bad. That sword art you used earlier. Blazing dance, right? Buuniel gave no answer and cut in at once. Who are you? But before the question could fully land, the man laughed. I was joking. Why would I bother telling my name to someone who's about to die? What a waste. He flicked his wrist, and the weapon spun faster and faster, forming blazing rings as compressed energy packed the corridor. Buuniel raised his sword to defend, but the man caught it in an instant. The blade shattered into several broken pieces. The man sneered. From what I heard, the advanced Hwa Wimyong class only teaches one sword technique, and it's purely defensive. Isn't that right? Buuniel's heart turned cold. How does he know that? How did he get his hands on that information? The thought flashed through his mind in an instant. Could he have spies planted everywhere? At that moment, the man shouted as he twisted his wrist again, the weapon spinning in tight circles, daydreaming in the middle of a fight. Then he released the strike, sending compressed force roaring through the air. The iron ring tore down the corridor as if it meant to crush every last inch of space in its path. Buuniel dodged and thought rapidly. This bastard destroys everything he touches. From the floor to the ceiling, he's tearing the whole place apart. In a narrow space like this, I gain nothing against him. He turned sharply and sprinted toward the broken wall. A heavy blow slammed into him and sent him rolling hard across the floor. Buuniel forced himself back up, drawing in a rough breath as he raised his sword before his chest once more. His eyes were steady, calm, and sharp enough to feel like ice. From a distance, the man let out a sneer. How pathetic. With swordsmanship that cheap and third-rate. Don't even think about standing against me, the leader of the White Horse Squad. He flung out his weapon, and the steel ring closed around Buuniel like a tightening metal cage. The man burst into wild laughter. The White Horse Wheel is about to take your life. Inside that raging storm of steel and whipping force, Buuniel forced his mind to race. Whether I use earthly defense or heavenly barrier, I can only endure for a little while. I still won't be able to break his weapon. In that case, what I need right now? Suddenly, an image flashed through his mind. It was his instructor's advice, the very lesson meant for a moment like this. His eyes widened sharply, his pupils shrinking before a bright light seemed to gather in them. The moment he saw that, the man went slightly rigid, then curled his lips. Still struggling. Pointless. Even Mystic Chi dance might stop a blow or two, but it can't shatter the White Horse Wheel. But right then, the first spark of lightning burst forth, and a deep peal of thunder exploded from inside the steel cage like a storm breaking loose. The man flinched as golden light flashed in his face, blinding and fierce, like heavenly thunder crashing down. Buuniel poured every last bit of energy into the sword wave. The force erupted in dazzling brilliance, thunder rolling through the corridor as electric arcs wrapped around his arm, gathering into dense rings of lightning. It was the ultimate technique, Hwa Wimyong's thunderstorm sword, tearing through the air. The wooden floor split apart as Buuniel surged in and closed the distance in one breath. The man's face drained of color, and his shoulders sagged from the shock. What is this? He gasped, before collapsing to the floor. Buuniel slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes still and quiet like a windless lake. The man lay sprawled in a widening pool of blood, his eyes frozen wide open. Buuniel drew in a deep breath and straightened his shoulders. The Hwa Wimyong thunderstorm sword flickered once in the dim light, then faded away. Just as his instructor had warned, it was a sword art overflowing with terrifying killing intent and overwhelming destructive force. But at the same time, it was a symbiotic technique that devoured the user's own body just as deeply. At my current level, I still can't use it freely. Still, it's over here. I already wasted too much time, and the restricted zone will shift soon. I need to leave right now. Then his vision suddenly shook, and for half a beat the ground itself seemed to tilt beneath him. No way. He went still as a cold chill ran down his spine. Reflected in his eyes was a tall figure standing motionless, as if it had stepped straight out of the dark. In front of him, a man in a black cloak blocked the main hall, his aura cold and sharp enough to feel like a naked blade. Buuniel stopped where he stood. Why is a demon hunter here? Could it be that while I was fighting, this place shifted into the restricted zone? But I didn't come here to break the rules or hide from them. He slightly loosened his grip on the sword, steadied his breathing, and then slid one careful step to the side. The demon hunter's gray eyes did not move in the slightest. Buuniel raised his head, his heartbeat gradually slowing. Good. No reaction. He only moves when he senses killing intent or notices too much movement. Holding his breath, Buuniel moved like a faint ripple over water. He only needed to cross the boundary of the zone before it woke. Just as his foot passed the doorway, it felt as though a giant serpent lunged straight at him. By pure instinct, he snapped his head back. If he had been even half a beat slower, his head would have been gone. You've got to be kidding. In that instant, he dropped low and barely slipped past the strike. I didn't even sense the moment he attacked. If not for the survival instincts I honed while being chased by wolves, I would have died to that first blow. Buuniel's eyes stayed calm, clear as still water. Then a memory rose sharply in his mind, carrying the echo of his instructor's very first lesson. When a predator hunts prey, even if it's faster, it often still fails to catch it. Do you know why? Back then, he had answered, because prey usually run in zigzags. Sawu nodded. Correct. An ordinary hunter can't keep up with that. But a true master hunter can still land the strike. Do you know why? Because they catch the rhythm of the prey's direction changes and attack at the exact moment it shifts course. Back then, he had asked, then what should a disciple do? Sawu looked at him and pressed the point. If they follow your rhythm, then what must you do? Buuniel had paused for a brief moment, and then understanding flashed through his mind. Now, back in the present, he suddenly shouted, his voice ripping through the rain and bouncing off the eaves. His body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. I have to make every single move impossible to read. His footsteps kept changing rhythm. His movement curved smoothly 1 second, then snapped sharply the next, shoulders and hips twisting without any fixed pattern at all. The cloaked man hesitated for a split second, red eyes flashing under the hood. He drew his weapon and slashed at once. Buuniel rolled away to avoid it. At times he moved as fast as a cracking whip, and at other times as slow as drifting water, with neither his breathing nor his steps repeating themselves. If I move by habit, he'll strike exactly where I'm going. So all I have to do is make sure he can't predict me. Then suddenly, the man's sword swept right past his neck. Cold sweat burst across his skin. Damn it, too late. The blade had already reached him, yet in that instant the demon hunter suddenly stopped. He lowered his sword and stared at Buuniel with narrowed suspicion. Why did he stop? Did I just step out of the restricted zone? The demon hunter remained standing inside, perfectly still, as though some invisible chain had bound him in place. Buuniel let out a breath and finally understood that all he could do against this man was run. He hadn't been able to create even the slightest opening. He lowered his head and turned away to flee. That was real mastery. Compared to that, I'm nothing but a frog at the bottom of a well. Night settled deep over the forest, and the cold wind howled through the leaves. As he ran, Buuniel pressed a hand to his wounds, while one thought kept circling in his head. The demon hunter's martial skill was beyond anything I know. The realm of true masters exists under an entirely different sky, and the monster who killed grandfather must have held power just as terrifying. If I want revenge, then no matter what it costs, I have to reach that realm. Then a deep, hoarse voice called out along the trail. You're Buuniel, aren't you? The speaker was a brown-haired man leaning against a rock, a sword resting beside him, his eyes shining sharply in the dark. I've been looking for you. I heard you practice the beast path. Buuniel stared at him without a word, thinking, his tone feels strangely familiar. Another one who knows about me, just like that white horse captain from earlier? The man tightened his hand around the sword hilt, then loosened it again. I was about to introduce myself, he said, then stopped. No need. Someone who's about to die doesn't need to know my name. With a roar, he brought his sword crashing down like thunder. Buuniel let out a quiet breath. Then he shifted just half a step and slipped past the strike. The man smirked, excitement flashing in his eyes. Not bad. You read my sword path with beast-like instinct. Just as I expected, you really are one of the 10 demonic candidates. As the young man twisted his wrist, his aura surged even higher. His swordsmanship changed completely, turning from heavy, brutal force into something cold and intricate. The streaks of his blade came down like a web of lightning. Buuniel kept blocking again and again, but his arm began to go numb as the opponent's technique transformed so completely. In the middle of that clash, a familiar thought surfaced in his mind. I remember now, not everyone who came here did it to become one of the 10 demonic candidates. He could be connected to Seo Jinha. Could he be the one mentioned back then? If that's true, then every move he makes is a trap. The sword came crashing down again, and Buuniel lowered his stance, barely managing to endure the impact. He tightened his grip on the hilt. Let's see if you can handle this. The air froze for a heartbeat. He drew in a deep breath and cleared his mind. His blade trembled, and a strange sensation surged up through it. The air around him began to spiral, forming a circular vortex, almost like a magical array taking shape. Then a memory from the cold stone house rose back to the surface. His grandfather had stood beside a corpse and said, "This one was hit by Hwa Wimyong's 5-tiger gate severing blade. There's not a single wound on the outside, but every bone inside is shattered. Its true mark is that inward force, collapsing directly into the enemy every time the weapons collide. Very few people survive after offending that master." Cold sweat ran down Buuniel's back as he shouted, "That's the 5-tiger gate severing blade. You're from Hwa Wimyong." The man flinched in shock. "What did you just say?" His grandfather's voice echoed in his mind once more. Another trait of the 5-tiger gate severing blade is its powerful suction force. It's one of the core internal arts, like a whirlpool dragging everything toward it. It pulls in everything nearby, dragging objects closer and throwing the opponent's weapon off with every clash. The enemy's sword would be dragged off its path and collapse from within. Then, in their panic, they would be swallowed whole. It really was a vicious fighting style, one worthy of Hwa Wimyong. Buuniel had once asked with innocent curiosity, "Then Hwa Wimyong must be the strongest sect, right?" His grandfather had replied, "No. That suction technique is powerful, yes, but it also risks pulling the user too close to the enemy. It's a double-edged sword that can wound its wielder just as easily. In that case," he thought, "if I use that same pulling force and guide my blade along it, I can drive my strike straight into him. I am Peng AK of Hwa Wimyong. In the name of the Peng clan, I'll face you properly and wipe out every last one of your demonic kind." Buuniel charged straight into the swirling vortex, then suddenly drove the tip of his sword into the ground. The man flinched. What the hell is he doing, stabbing the ground? Buuniel twisted his body around the sword like an axis, using the pull of the other man's blade to alter his path mid-motion. The man slashed downward, but Buuniel slipped away and slammed a kick hard into his ribs. The man doubled over, clutching his stomach as a groan escaped him. Buuniel paused for half a step, sweat sliding down his cheek, a faint smirk touching the corner of his mouth. It worked. The man glared at him, his eyes narrowing with cold cunning. "A trick like that? You dare make a fool of me?" Buuniel calculated in silence. The move worked, but the blow didn't go deep enough. His body has been tempered for years. His endurance is monstrous. Still, I found the method to break him. His instructor's voice echoed through his mind. "Strike later, but land first, at the exact instant of impact. To be faster in that one moment, that is true speed. If I can turn the suction technique back on itself, my sword will go beyond its original path." Buuniel drew his blade back along his spine and thought, "There's no need to resist it. Let my body and sword be pulled into the vortex, then seize the exact moment." Peng AK roared and charged, inner energy twisting into a swirling vacuum around him. Buuniel loosened his whole body and let the force drag him in. White-blue streaks of light curled around them like long twisting ribbons. Just as the man drove his blade forward, Buuniel's sword suddenly appeared right in front of his face and sliced across his ear, sending strands of hair scattering through the air. Peng AK jolted and roared, "Impossible! What was that? Did he just use my own technique? Unbelievable!" The self-suction of the 5-tiger gate severing blade could drag even a boulder from a distance, and even masters struggled to control it with precision. Yet this brat pulled it off. He bent low as inner force surged through him. "Let's see you stop this one." Buuniel steadied his breathing and dove straight back into the vortex. "It's useless," he thought calmly. "The stronger the pull becomes, the faster my blade will fly." The tip of his sword stayed close to the edge of the vortex, while his body flowed around it like rippling water. At the decisive instant, he suddenly changed direction, and his blade slashed diagonally like a bolt of lightning. The man let out a hoarse growl, furious. "How long do you think that cheap trick will keep working?" Peng AK swung across his body, and in that instant Buuniel felt the man's wrist pause for half a beat. Then the suction force vanished. Buuniel stiffened slightly. He cut off his own suction to cancel out my advantage. Peng AK smirked. "TCH. Even without relying on suction, you're still strong. He gripped his hilt hard and lunged forward like a wild beast throwing itself at prey. Buuniel stared straight ahead and thought, this is the exact moment I've been waiting for. Hwa Wimyong's first form of the mysterious ancient sword erupted, red energy surging up. It wrapped around his body as blazing arcs tore across the air. Then came a thunderous explosion, and the two figures flashed past one another, blood spraying in a long streak from Peng Ak's back. He froze where he stood, his pupils shrinking. Could it be? Then Buuniel spoke. That's right. Hwa Wimyong's first form, mysterious ancient sword. He exhaled softly, one thought flickering through his mind. That was far too close. To turn a defensive technique like mysterious ancient sword into an attack, I had to stand still, aim my blade toward myself, and wait for the perfect countering moment. I never thought I could reinterpret the technique that way. He lowered his sword and turned to leave. Peng Ak shouted, "You're just walking away?" Buuniel answered without turning around. "You have nothing to do with my revenge." Peng Ak forced himself upright with his sword braced against the ground, blood dripping from his neck. His eyes were wide with awe before he let out a rough laugh. "So even among all the ones who came hunting, I still managed to meet someone like you. Interesting. Let's make sure we never meet again." The black wind roared across the slope, and before long, only the fading sound of his footsteps was left behind. At that moment, another shadow quietly stepped out from the dark. Peng Ak narrowed his eyes, his voice rough and strained. "So you came to kill a worthless man like me?" At the edge of the forest, the demon hunter appeared, his voice as cold as winter ice. "Peng Ak of Hwa, for a man of the righteous sect, you've completed your mission. How unfortunate." Peng Ak let out a dry, bitter laugh. "So you knew from the beginning." The demon hunter's deep crimson eyes glinted faintly. "You underestimated the demonic hall. Farewell." He raised his sword and brought it down in one clean stroke, blood splashing across the earth. Then the scene shifted to another place. Seo Jinha gasped for breath as he staggered against a tree trunk, pulling the remaining hidden weapons out of his body one by one. A black cloak flickered past, and a voice rang out. "Bad luck for you today, Seo Jinha." In front of him, a group of black-clad men stood in the way, sealing off the path ahead. Their leader smiled faintly. "You've been poisoned with the blood prison fortress toxin, and you're still trying to run? Without the antidote, you're going to die anyway." Seo Jinha gritted his teeth, realizing they had combined memory arts and poison with chilling precision. So even lone wolf tactics have their limits. The man pointed downward and sneered. "Your right hand's gone numb. What? Are you going to fight with your left?" A person who draws and sheathes with the right hand can't suddenly switch to the left and still fight at full strength. You'd be better off giving up and leaving it here. With that, they rushed forward all at once, sending hidden weapons flying at him from every side. Seo Jinha led the sword with his left hand, sweeping out a half-circle to knock away the first wave, but the next volleys came too fast. His poisoned right hand trembled, and thin streams of blood began to seep out. "Damn, I got hit by poison needles again. If I don't take the antidote before an incense stick burns down, I'm finished." For a brief moment, he thought, maybe this is where it all ends anyway. Then several men on the outer edge suddenly dropped, blood bursting through the ambush. From the edge of the forest, a figure shot out like a streak of blue lightning. Buuniel tore through the black-clad men in a blur, cutting them down one after another, until blood soaked the ground red. Seo Jinha leaned against the tree, his face streaked with blood, eyes wide as he stared at the pile of corpses. Buuniel stood there with one hand still on his sword hilt, and then he strode forward. Seo Jinha trembled and cried out, "Wait, I never meant to harm anyone." Buuniel crouched beside a corpse and pulled out a vial, thinking, so this is the antidote. Dealing with the blood gate will be much easier now. Seo Jinha called out in panic, "Wait." He stopped and turned his head. "What is it?" Seo Jinha spoke in a rush, barely able to breathe. "I've been poisoned. In less than half an incense stick, the toxin will spread through my whole body." Buuniel looked at him coldly. "I think you've got the wrong idea. I came here to wipe them all out, including you. The only reason you're still alive is because even I don't think you're worth killing." Seo Jinha swallowed hard. "Right. Even if you leave me alone, I won't last much longer anyway. In the end, I'm just one more target you'd have to eliminate." Then he went on. "So what about this? If you give me the antidote, I'll join your side." Buuniel asked in a quiet voice, "Why should I?" Seo Jinha pleaded desperately. "There are only around 2 survivors left now, and the rest have already formed groups. No matter how strong you are, you can't wipe them all out alone. But if you work with me, I know their martial arts and their methods. That'll give you a huge advantage. And more than that, if you save my life, I swear I won't betray you." Images of Seo Jinha flashed through Buuniel's mind, proud and fiercely independent, but not the kind of person who would lie easily or stab someone in the back. He asked softly, "What's the condition?" Seo Jinha spoke each word clearly. "We fight until only two are left, you and me. Side by side, we crush the rest, and we never turn our blades on each other." Buuniel stayed silent for a moment, thinking it over. But when he saw the tears slipping from Seo Jinha's eye, Buuniel pulled out the antidote and tossed it over. Seo Jinha caught it and said only one thing: "Thank you." Then the sound of hurried footsteps echoed nearby, and Buuniel immediately tensed. This sound, does it mean a new restricted zone has started? He turned at once and said, "We need to get out of here now." Seo Jinha quickly asked, "Why? This place doesn't look like a restricted zone." Buuniel replied, "Think. Most areas are already sealed off. If a new one just opened," before he could finish, a crowd came rushing in. Every one of them had a weapon in hand, and from the look in their eyes, they were ready to rush the two of them together. They fanned out in a practiced formation and pressed in from all sides until Buuniel and she were forced to stand back to back. Buuniel swept his gaze around them and spoke in a low voice. "So the survivors finally decided to gather here. Feels a little late for that, doesn't it?" More figures emerged from every direction, and the circle around them grew even tighter. Among the group stood one man with a red cord tied to him, a faint, knowing smirk lifting the corner of his mouth. Buuniel narrowed his eyes. A sharp instinct ran through him at once. That one was not like the others. The man in black raised his voice and shouted mockingly, "What is this? Are you all just going to stand there and wait for someone else to move first? Why not finish those two already?" He pointed with open arrogance as he boasted. "Buuniel mastered the beast path of one sect, and that woman uses a balanced sword style. We looked into the background of every single candidate, so don't make the mistake of underestimating them." She thought to herself, "Just as I expected. He's already figured out both me and him." Her fingers quietly tightened around the small vial hidden inside her sleeve. Buuniel cast her a quick glance. The vial in her hand was the antidote he had given her earlier. She whispered through clenched teeth, "Fine, then I'll use this powder. It's the only chance we've got." A purple cloud burst outward at once, swelling into a heavy fog that rolled across the field and made everyone cough as they stumbled back. "What? The mind-crushing toxin from Blood Prison City? Damn it." One of them stopped in place and shouted in alarm. "Wait, no? It's not poison. They tricked us into grabbing them." She and Buuniel shot through the smoke, and a faint smile touched her lips. "This powder only throws up thick smoke. It's perfect for setting fires and creating a distraction. An open field like this puts us at a disadvantage. We need to make for the rocky range, where there are plenty of caves." She said it in a rush. "You're thinking the same thing, right? We need to find a proper cave now." Buuniel gave a quick nod, his eyes flashing. "I know one. The entrance is narrow, and once inside, it leads into a long underground passage. Run." She slipped ahead, then glanced back at him in surprise. He even knew the cave entrance this well? Learning the beast path really was unbelievable. Who exactly was he? Behind them, the black-clad group came crashing after them, pounding forward as the gap quickly narrowed. They tore through the forest like a gust of wind, branches whipping past as the rocky range finally came into view. By the time they reached it, she was breathing hard, and both of them came to a brief stop at the cave entrance. A thick heap of purple bones was piled there in layers, and the sight made her frown at once. Wait, were there always this many bones here? Buuniel rested a hand on his sword hilt, his gaze turning cold. Something's wrong. From within the pile of bones, demon hunters appeared, their red eyes fixed on them without blinking. She stiffened. "Demon hunters? Is this a restricted zone?" Buuniel added grimly. "They marked this place as a restricted zone the moment they saw me run in here. They've been watching us." She bit down in frustration. "Damn it, then what do we do now?" Buuniel glanced toward the purple boundary. "As long as we don't cross that line, the demon hunters won't move. If we have no choice but to fight, then this place may not be the worst place to do it. If we fight inside a restricted area now, it'll be no different from being cornered in a corridor. There'll be nowhere left to fall back." The two of them turned together and drew their swords, ready to meet what was coming. Buuniel thought to himself, so after coming all this way, this is where the road ends. The black-clad fighters reformed their ranks and closed in once more. One of them curled his lip and spat out a curse. "You damned little pests really know how to be a nuisance. Quit dragging this out. Kill them." He slammed his foot down and sprang forward first. The entire pack rushed in right behind him. At that same moment, on a nearby peak, the sect leader and Hwa Wimyong, along with the young master and his attendants, watched the scene below in silence. He frowned slightly, then lifted his right hand to stroke his chin, clearly intrigued as he spoke. This must be the death match that decides the title of the 10 battled demonic warriors. Below, at the edge of the restricted zone, Buuniel and Seo Jinha held their swords tightly and watched the competitors before them with wary eyes. Behind them, the demon hunters blocked the path, leaving them trapped with nowhere to advance and nowhere to retreat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A storm of hidden weapons cut through the air, flying straight toward Buuniel and Seo Jinha. Buuniel moved instantly, shooting forward and angling his body slightly to the right as he slipped past the incoming blades. The projectiles slammed into the ground with heavy, dull thuds. He lunged straight at one of the attackers, who brought his sword down at once. But Buuniel was no novice. He simply shifted left, avoided the strike, and fixed the man with a cold, unflinching stare. Slash. After dropping the first man, Buuniel charged ahead again and opened up the second with a spray of blood. Behind him, Seo Jinha was already locked in a fierce clash with the rest. She swung her sword and felled one opponent, but the others kept rushing at her without pause, forcing her body to twist and leap upward. In the blink of an eye, she cut down 2 enemies behind her, then turned and drove another slash forward without hesitation. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. A shadow sharp as a blade came slicing straight toward her face. Without a moment's hesitation, Seo Jinha raised her sword and gripped it with both hands, barely managing to block the blow. Even so, the strike was far too heavy, and it drove her backward across the ground. As she staggered back, her spine bumped hard against someone behind her. There was no need to look. It was Buuniel's back. The two stood pressed together, both breathing hard, though Seo Jinha looked far worse with her wounds already dragging her down. Several enemies were already lying on the ground, but the rest had formed a circle around them, slowly closing in with careful, measured steps. Seo Jinha's right arm shook badly as she kept hold of her sword, the trembling clearly coming from exhaustion. Then, little by little, she loosened her stance, lowered the tip of her blade toward the ground, let out a deep breath, and muttered, "So this is where I die." A faint smile touched her lips, as if she had already let everything go, and she said, "I gave it everything I had. I don't have any regrets." Behind her, Buuniel heard those words and repeated them inwardly, "No regrets." In his mind, the gentle face of his grandfather, Hwa Wimyong, appeared. The old man reached out with a warm smile, almost as if he were still alive. But the image shattered in an instant, replaced by the blood-soaked memory of his grandfather's death, blood streaming from his eyes. That thought struck him like lightning, and Buuniel snapped back to himself, remembering why he had entered this trial in the first place. His lips moved slightly, and his eyes burned with killing intent as he growled, "I am not dying in a place like this." The moment those words left his mouth, 2 more attackers sprang forward and rushed straight at Buuniel. Buuniel tightened his grip on the sword and gave it a slight twist, settling it into the angle that felt most natural to him. In the next instant, before anyone could even follow the movement, 2 arcs of sword light burst outward from him. He cut straight through the 2 men charging at him, too fast and too clean. They froze in disbelief, only then feeling the sting at their necks. By the time they realized it, Buuniel had already slit both throats. Their bodies dropped to the ground, and Buuniel shot past them with a dark, murderous look on his face. Behind him, Seo Jinha turned and stared at his back in stunned silence. He drove his foot into the ground and used the force to hurl himself forward again. Another slash followed at once, and Buuniel brought down 2 more enemies in a single rush. The one still standing went pale, and one of them shouted in panic, "Hey, what kind of insane swordsmanship is that?" At that point, no one paid any attention to Seo Jinha anymore. They all turned on Buuniel, gripping their weapons as they rushed him and shouted, "Kill that monster first, brothers." At that very moment, Sa Wu's voice rang out inside Buuniel's mind. "Former master of Nanjia, trust what you feel. Move according to the instinct that guides your body. Haven't you already taken hold of this old man's sword path?" The instant he heard that voice, Buuniel's eyes flared a deep red, like a true demonic god awakening. Then the space around him seemed to darken, and Buuniel became a streak of light, cutting back and forth through the air. A moment later, the enemies who had charged him were torn apart in midair by his strikes, blood spraying across the mountain slope. Jingak, Hwa Wimyong, and their subordinates all widened their eyes at the sight, stunned by what they had just witnessed. Below them, Buuniel stood motionless, his right hand still wrapped around the sword now drenched in blood. Maybe even he was surprised by what he had just done. He frowned as he thought about Sa Wu's combat swordsmanship. If it really worked like this. But while he was still thinking, a fist suddenly shot toward his left cheek at terrifying speed. In that split second, Buuniel's gaze snapped to the side. The attacker was an older man fighting barehanded, wearing a satisfied grin as he threw the punch. Buuniel reacted quickly and raised his sword, catching the blow with the flat of the blade. He glanced up at the man and thought, "Damn it, where did this smug old geezer come from?" The man only grinned wider and said, "Got you now." He clenched his fist even harder, and fierce inner energy surged from it with a sharp hum, pressing down on Buuniel with crushing force and danger. Crack, crack. Fine fractures spread across the sword in Buuniel's hand. Crash. The blade shattered, and with that single punch, the man blasted Buuniel backward. The man's strength was clearly no joke. Buuniel's body skidded a long way across the ground before slowing. On the other side, Seo Jinha turned, saw what happened, and cried out in panic, "Buuniel." The man facing her with hidden weapons in hand gave a mocking laugh and said, "Heh, sorry, but that guy's as good as dead now." In the next moment, Seo Jinha's shock turned into desperation, and she screamed at the top of her lungs, "No, get up, Buuniel." At that moment, the protagonist staggered back to his feet, one hand clutching his face as a groan of pain escaped him. Ugh. But then, when he heard Seo Jinha shout that it was a restricted zone, Buuniel suddenly froze, his whole body going rigid as if locked in ice. Behind him, a wave of purple killing aura came rolling in and slowly swallowed him up. Buuniel tilted his head upward, his eyes turning pale, his face empty and wordless. Within the purple mist, a demonic corpse emerged, staring at him with crimson eyes. Whoosh! A flash of light shot past, moving so fast that no one could tell whether it was a sword or some other weapon. In Buuniel's pupils, the reflection of a hand reaching toward him suddenly appeared. At that same instant, high on the mountain, Hwa Wimyong drew in a deep breath, clearly about to shout. A heartbeat later, his eyes flew wide, and he roared, "Stop right there." At once, below the mountain, Seo Jinha and the rest of the trial contestants froze in shock and looked up. Then all of their eyes turned toward Buuniel, who was still standing right by the boundary line. At that exact moment, the hand of the demon specter reaching for Buuniel's face stopped dead in midair. Buuniel himself had gone pale as paper, and honestly, it was hard to tell if he had nearly lost control of his body too. It was Sa Wu, the master of Nanjia and Buuniel's mentor. He had appeared with his sword already drawn, the blade pressed against the demon's neck as if to say, "Touch my disciple, and you'll regret ever being born." Half of his face was stained red with blood from a wound on his head, while the other half looked deathly pale. Buuniel stood there frozen, staring straight at Sa Wu in front of him. In his mind, Buuniel looked at Sa Wu's gentle expression and weakly murmured, "Master Sa Wu." Then everything spun into darkness, and Buuniel's eyes rolled back before he collapsed on the spot. The instant he fell, Chief Instructor Hwa Wimyong arrived in a blur. He rushed over and shouted, "Quick, bring the mad doctor here before this brat dies." His startled subordinate tried to stop him. "Chief Instructor, if we stop the third trial now." Hwa Wimyong cut him off with a sharp sweep of his arm and declared, "Shut your mouth. I'll take full responsibility for it. I'm not afraid of anything." The subordinate froze, stunned by the chief instructor's unusual reaction. Hwa Wimyong's eyes darkened, and after a slow breath, a faint grin tugged at his lips as he thought, "At last, I've found him. A killer's instinct, an unmoving heart, a flawless raw gem with nothing lacking and nothing excessive. A true prodigy, worthy of becoming the heir to the 10 demons." The scene shifted to a dim chamber, where a voice asked, "Chief Instructor, what exactly are you planning?" 10 people are meant to enter the 10 demon sects, and 2 exceptional talents chosen by the secret shadow masters are meant to serve as their agents. That makes 12 in total, and that number was already decided. The speaker was Elder Hwa Wimyong of the Demon Palace, and he warned sharply, "If you end the trial early while 2 places still remain, you'll surely be punished for it." Hwa Wimyong looked at him and answered with a grin, "Of course I know that." Seeing how stubborn he was being, Hwa Wimyong could only frown in helpless frustration. He let out a sigh, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said, "Ha! The envoys from the 10 demon sects will be here soon. Who knows how they'll react to such a sudden change?" Hwa Wimyong only smiled and replied, "No problem. Because the talent I found for the 10 demon sects could never be worse than yours." At the same time, in another place, Buuniel was lying in a room, quietly recovering from his injuries. His body had almost completely healed, and before long, his eyes slowly opened. The unfamiliar room made Buuniel sit up in surprise. He glanced toward the door and muttered, "What the hell? Where am I?" Sniff, sniff. A faint medicinal smell reached him through the air, and Buuniel quickly figured it out. That scent. This has to be a place where the wounded are treated. Then he was startled all over again when he realized he could move his arms and legs freely, without any pain or stiffness at all. In disbelief, he thought, "My wounds, they're completely healed. Not only the injuries on the outside, but even the internal damage caused by using advanced martial arts had fully recovered. The healer in the Demon Palace must be far more skilled than I imagined." After a while, Buuniel slowly walked over to the door, resting his hand lightly on the handle. Then he prepared to open it and see what was outside. As he peered out, a young man approached from behind with narrowed eyes and a friendly grin. "Sir, you're awake already? Please, come this way. Buuniel did not ask many questions and simply followed the man downstairs. But as he descended, his eyes widened slightly at the sight that opened up before him. People were being cared for gently there, and they looked surprisingly cheerful as they sat around tables, eating and chatting together. Through a narrow window slit, he noticed that the place outside was peaceful and solemn, with sturdy buildings rising in several large clusters. Curious, he asked, what is this place? The young man smiled and answered, this is the central hub of Hell Island. Looking outside, Buuniel thought in amazement, the center, the very place I couldn't enter while investigating Hell Island. So there really was a reason for that. The young man guided him to a table and asked, would you like to order something? We can make whatever you want. Buuniel paused for a moment, silently running through a list of possible dishes in his head. In the end, he raised 2 fingers and chose the simplest thing. Instant noodles. 2 bowls of spicy shrimp noodles will be enough. A moment later, 2 steaming bowls were set in front of him, containing nothing more than noodles, a little green vegetable, and chopped scallions. As he looked down into the bowl, Buuniel's expression softened with a quiet sense of nostalgia. He remembered the days when he ate noodles with his grandfather, Buuniel. They had been poor, but even cracked bowls had felt warm when they shared them together. The noodles in front of him were still plain, but that old warmth was gone now. These days, everyone was left to fend for themselves. Just as he was sinking into those thoughts, Seo Jinha suddenly appeared and sat down across from him with a small smile. Looks like you really love noodles, huh? You even ordered 2 bowls. Buuniel asked in a flat voice, Seo Jinha, if you came to say something, then say it. Otherwise, get lost. Seo Jinha hesitated. Oh. Then she stopped, unsure how to continue, as if she wanted to speak but felt too awkward to force the words out. At last, she gathered her courage and said, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you in that final fight, I'd already be nothing more than a wandering ghost. Hearing that, Buuniel looked genuinely surprised and replied, saving you? I only cut down whoever was standing in front of me. Seo Jinha blinked, then said, you really don't know? There were originally 12 survivors in the 3rd trial, but, she pointed at him and continued, the chief instructor suddenly stopped the test because he said he was going to save you, so the total became 14. So from where I'm standing, I survived because of you. I just wanted to thank you for that. This kind of thing really isn't like me, by the way. Seeing Buuniel still sitting there blankly, Seo Jinha let out a sigh. So you really had no idea? Well, I guess that makes sense. You were unconscious after all. It's been 4 days already, you know. Buuniel frowned at that. Really? I thought only a single day had passed. Seo Jinha chuckled and showed her teeth in a rough grin. You got lucky. The mad doctor just happened to be here. Hearing that, Buuniel muttered in surprise, the mad doctor. Back in the day, he was called the Divine Hand, but after failing to save the woman he loved, the greatest healer in the world lost his mind. Since then, he had wandered somewhere between sanity and madness. Rumor said he could save even the gravely wounded with a single breath. So it was that lunatic doctor who healed me. If only Grandpa had been able to meet him before he died. Seeing Buuniel fall silent, Seo Jinha kept eating as she spoke. Let me tell you a few more things. Think of it as some goodwill from an old comrade. It's about those demon assassins we fought. The moment he heard that name, Buuniel's curiosity sharpened, and he listened closely. Seo Jinha went on. They were elite fighters sent by the 10 demon sections. From what I heard, those assassins help judge who deserves to become the sect's true successors. Buuniel let out a quiet breath. So that's why their martial arts were on the same level as the instructors. Now it makes sense. Then do you know why the chief instructor saved me? Seo Jinha stirred the noodles in her bowl before answering. That's what I wanted to ask you. He really seemed determined to make you one of the 10 demon successors. Maybe it has something to do with your sect, or maybe you know the chief instructor personally. Buuniel shook his head. No, I have absolutely no connection to him. Seo Jinha blinked in surprise. If that's true, then this is even stranger. The chief instructor was punished for that decision. Rumor says he resigned and went back to the demon palace. Hearing that, Buuniel's eyes grew more thoughtful. None of this made sense to him. Why would a man with no ties to me accept punishment just to keep me alive? While the two were still talking, a sudden bell rang out through the air. Buuniel turned toward the sound, startled for a moment. Seo Jinha rose to her feet and said, looks like it's time. Get up. It was the summons for all the remaining survivors on Hell Island. In other words, the leaders of the 10 demon sects had arrived. The scene shifted to a 4-story pavilion built right against the mountainside. All 14 surviving candidates had gathered there now, standing in 2 neat rows inside the hall. And of course, Buuniel stood among them as well, staring straight ahead with a blank, unreadable gaze. The great doors of the tower slowly opened, light pouring into the hall, and the silence was so heavy that even the faintest heartbeat felt loud. Several imposing figures stepped inside, led by a young man in red, with a few old men following behind him, their faces cold as carved stone. At the sight of them, Buuniel furrowed his brow in surprise and thought, too quiet. There are this many people moving. Yet I can't hear a single footstep. An old man with silver hair and a strangely shaped spear stepped forward and began studying the gathered young candidates one by one. He looked over them in silence for a moment, then gave a faint hum. Suddenly, he lifted a finger and pointed straight at Buuniel, making the boy freeze for an instant. Do you wish to become a successor of the evil spirit sect? That old man was none other than Bull-Sa, vice master of the evil spirit sect. Buuniel's eyes widened in shock. He had no idea why that man had singled him out like this. But unexpectedly, a young man with long flowing hair standing behind Buuniel placed a hand on his chest and asked in confusion, "Sir, are you speaking to me?" Bull-Sa answered in a deep voice, "Young Manhwa, step forward. Do you wish to become the successor of our sect?" Young Manhwa stepped in front of Bull-Sa and stammered, I've trained in blade arts my whole life. I've never practiced spear techniques." Bull-Sa replied firmly, "That doesn't matter. You were born with the perfect traits for the spear. You have the bones and the talent meant for spear mastery, yet you chose the blade instead. That is why you were never going to reach true greatness." After saying that, he turned and began to walk away, adding, "If you understand now, then follow me." Young Manhwa hurried after him at once and answered, "Yes, sir." Another old man, this one with a silver beard and a hat, narrowed his eyes and let out a faint grin. I suppose it's my turn now. I am Gok Yihan of the Blood City of Hell. I serve as its vice lord, the one they call the 10,000 Poison Sage, Gok Yihan. The moment they heard that name, the young candidates broke into a cold sweat. 10,000 Poison Sage, Gok Yihan. The man said to be able to poison every living creature within 30 meters with a single wave of his hand. Then he slowly raised his hand, a dark miasma faintly swirling around him, and called out, "Seo Jinha. Do you wish to become the successor of the Blood City of Hell?" Seo Jinha's eyes widened at once, completely stunned by what she had just heard. In her mind, she thought, ever since I first picked up a sword, everyone has called me a sword prodigy. And yet the Blood City of Hell, a place that raises poison masters, chose me? Seeing her hesitate, Gok Yihan gave a faint smile and said, "The deadliest poison in this world is the poison that lives in the heart. Before the third trial began, you used a girl from this city's martial hall to kill all the students there, didn't you? And when that plan fell apart, you killed her too, afraid she would expose your secret." At those words, Seo Jinha flared up in anger. That plan was hers, not mine. She came to me first, and she attacked me before the third trial even started. Calling that murder to keep her quiet is going too far. Before she could finish, Gok Yihan calmly cut in, "I'm not blaming you. The ability to kill without hesitation for the sake of your goal is something to admire. A nature like that is perfect for learning the poison arts of our city. You do have talent with the sword, but talent alone will never let you rule the martial world. Only those who are truly chosen can shake the world, whether through sword or blade. To wield poison, you need a venomous heart, the will to kill without hesitation, and a brilliant mind. Out of everyone here, you are the one most fit to become a poison master of the Blood City of Hell." Hearing Gok Yihan's words, Seo Jinha's gaze shifted subtly to the left. Her eyes came to rest on Buuniel, and three words quietly echoed through her mind, "The chosen one." Then doubt began to spread in her heart. "You said you only learned swordsmanship shortly before the 10 demon successor trials, didn't you? And yet your swordsmanship already stands beside what it took me 10 years to build." As that thought settled deeper, Seo Jinha slowly clenched her hand and continued thinking, if that's really true. Then she stepped forward in front of Gok Yihan and made her choice. "I will follow the Blood City of Hell." Gok Yihan smiled with clear approval. "You've made the right decision." With that, he led Seo Jinha away, while Buuniel remained where he was, silently watching their figures disappear into the distance. Next, the young man in red finally spoke. "Now it is my turn." He moved forward with calm, measured grace, his whole bearing like that of a noble wanderer untouched by disorder. Slowly opening his eyes, he said, "I am Hwa of the Hwa Woo Sword Sect. Let me introduce myself properly. I am known as the Sword Demon, Hwa, the #1 sword of the demonic path, from the Hwa Woo Sword Sect." The moment he introduced himself, Buuniel fixed his gaze on him. It seemed the protagonist truly wanted this man to choose him. In his mind, he thought, the disciple of the former Hwa Woo sect master, the very #1 sword of the demonic path has come here himself. The others could barely hide their restlessness, each of them silently praying, "Please, let him choose me." Then, on the other side, the sword demon let out a light sigh and said, Buuniel, aren't you? Not only the path leader, but even the Elder Council has spoken highly of you. And you were also taught the secret arts of the Heavenly Path Leader, correct? Buuniel answered without hesitation, that's right. Hearing that, the sword demon turned as if to leave and said, I look forward to what you achieve in the future. The sword arts of our sect run deeper than you can imagine, so train diligently. But Buuniel did not look interested in the slightest, and his eyes had already drifted elsewhere. His gaze settled on Sa Wu, the Nanjia Path Leader, who stood there silently with his arms folded. Then, all at once, the protagonist finally spoke. I will not join the Hwa Wu sword sect. That answer made the sword demon stop cold in disbelief. His voice turned icy as he shot Buuniel a sharp look full of killing intent and asked, Boy, what did you just say? Then he shouted in fury, You dare reject my sect's offer? In an instant, an invisible pressure crashed down on him, forcing Buuniel slightly to his knees. Struggling to bear it, he gritted his teeth and said, I heard that rejection was allowed. That rejection was allowed. The sword demon glared at him with cold, cutting eyes. If you reject my sect and choose another instead, then where exactly do you plan to go? Sweat ran down Buuniel's face as the pressure eased a little when the sword demon finally drew back some of his aura. Even so, Buuniel answered with unwavering resolve. I will follow Nanjia. Veins stood out across the sword demon's face as he snarled through clenched teeth. You choose Nanjia? Nanjia is the weakest of the 10 sects. Are you trying to mock my sect to my face? The pressure swelled again and came crashing down even harder. Buuniel was shaken, thinking, just his aura alone makes it feel like my entire body is being crushed. This truly was the #1 sword of the demonic path. Why Haikun? At that exact moment, Sa Wu suddenly stepped forward and placed himself in front of Buuniel. Everyone present froze in shock, fearing that a bloody clash might erupt at any second. The moment he saw Sa Wu interfere, the sword demon Hwa Wimyong grew even angrier. Grinding his teeth, he roared, You, a mere hidden path leader, dare stand in my way? Even Sa Wu could feel the crushing pressure of the sword demon's aura, his jaw tightening as his hand locked firmly around the hilt of his sword. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. He's actually drawing his sword in front of the sword demon? He's lost his mind. Meanwhile, from behind Sa Wu, the protagonist spoke in a quiet voice. Thank you, master. Across from them, Hwa Wimyong snarled once more. Do you think standing close to a path leader gives you the right to forget your place? Elder Hwa Wimyong of the Demon Palace wiped the sweat from his brow and thought nervously. If the sword demon loses control here, the other candidates could get caught up in it and die. I have to stop this. The sword demon's blade slowly began to slide from its sheath. But just then, a hand reached out and pressed down on the hilt, forcing the sword gently but firmly back into its scabbard. A young man with a gentle face smiled calmly and said, Well now, it seems everyone is getting a little too tense. Let's end it here, shall we? Peeking out from behind Sa Wu, Buuniel saw that the sword demon, Hwa Wimyong, had already withdrawn his killing intent. The man's hand was still resting on Hwa Wimyong's sword hilt, holding it down without budging. Because the moment that sword fully left its sheath, someone here was certain to die. Hwa Wimyong's face was still tight with anger, but he forced himself to hold back. His narrowed, icy eyes remained fixed on Buuniel as he muttered one name under his breath, Danshin. So everyone could understand what had just happened. The man who stepped in to stop the sword demon was none other than Danshin, the vice chief of Nanjia Pavilion. With his eyes narrowed into a calm smile, he lifted his right hand and spoke gently. For my sake, would you spare this boy? The men standing behind Hwa Wimyong let out low chuckles and nodded as if it were only natural. Fine. Nanjia has to take at least one recruit anyway. That's true. To be looked down on like this. A gentleman's revenge can wait even 10 years. Hwa Wimyong said nothing more, but the murderous light still burning in his eyes stayed fixed on Buuniel with chilling intensity. Sa Wu and Buuniel both held their breath, silently waiting to see how the sword demon would answer. Then, with a single heavy sigh from Hwa Wimyong, all of that suffocating tension suddenly melted away. He turned around with clear annoyance and flicked his hand dismissively. Since you've chosen him, take him and leave before my sword slips out by accident. Danshin, Nanjia Pavilion's deputy chief, clapped his hands with a bright laugh and answered, Wonderful. The merciful sword demon truly is generous. Thank you for your kindness. As the sword demon walked away, Danshin kept that same easy smile on his face. He looked gentle enough, but Buuniel could tell this man had to be someone with real authority. Otherwise, there was no way the sword demon would have backed down so easily. Only then did Buuniel finally let out the breath he had been holding, his eyes quietly trailing after the sword demon's retreating figure. Danshin gave a light sigh and said, Let's go. Sa Wu turned and rested a hand on Buuniel's back, and Buuniel quickly answered, Yes, sir. Even as they started walking, Buuniel's eyes remained locked on Hwa Wimyong's back, sweat slowly running down the sides of his face. Inwardly, he thought, that killing intent from earlier, it was definitely directed at me. If no one had stepped in to stop him, just imagining that outcome made him swallow hard, quietly thankful that he had barely escaped with his life. After that, he forced himself to release the last of his fear and followed behind Danshin and Sa Wu with a lighter heart. On the way back to Nanjia Pavilion, Sa Wu smiled warmly and praised him. You've grown a great deal since the last time I saw you. Buuniel grinned and answered. It's all thanks to you for teaching me the beast path techniques. Sa Wu let out a chuckle and patted Buuniel on the head. Haha, I never expected you to choose Nanjia Pavilion. You really are a promising one. Buuniel smiled back and said, I think Nanjia Pavilion's way suits me better than anywhere else. As the two of them continued talking, Danshin turned around with a smile and said, We're here. This is Nanjia Pavilion. The moment he saw what lay ahead, Buuniel froze in surprise. He had expected Nanjia Pavilion to be a solemn, silent place. Instead, it looked more like an ordinary village, full of people laughing, trading goods, and moving about in lively spirits. Seeing the shock on his face, Danshin smiled and said, Surprised, aren't you? Unlike other sects that control the nearby markets, Nanjia Pavilion follows the principle of self-sufficiency. Finding the place stranger than he expected, Buuniel asked Danshin, Then are there no disciples around my age in Nanjia Pavilion? All I see are old men and grandmothers. Danshin gave a knowing smile and replied, About that. There were a few young people who came after hearing Nanjia Pavilion's name, but most of them either died during training or ran away before they could finish. Buuniel blinked in surprise. So that's how it is. Danshin narrowed his eyes and looked off into the distance. Yes, that place should do. Pointing toward an old, thatched house, he continued. From now on, that will be your room. Buuniel just stood there in disbelief, and Danshin calmly added, If it needs fixing, go to the blacksmith over there. He'll lend you the tools you need. Let me introduce him. That man is the blacksmith, Wangul. After helping Buuniel settle on a place to stay, Danshin turned to Sa Wu and said, Let's go, Master Sa. Sa Wu patted Buuniel on the shoulder and said his goodbye. Well then, I'm heading out. Keep training hard. Buuniel turned to him in surprise. Master, you're not staying? Danshin gave a soft laugh and explained, Master Sa is the head of the transmission hall. Even if he wanted to protect you, he neither has the authority nor the strength to risk his life against the sword demon. Everyone has to pay the price for what they do. Buuniel looked worried and asked, Pay the price? Then the reason you're leaving now is? Sa Wu smiled in a reassuring way. Don't worry. It's only a light punishment, nothing that will take very long. Then, without warning, he slapped Buuniel hard on the back and nearly sent him stumbling forward. Laughing out loud, Sa Wu said, Don't slack off just because I'm gone. I might show up without warning to check how much you've improved. Buuniel still looked uneasy, but when he turned his eyes towards Sa Wu, his expression softened with quiet gratitude. Then he said, Please take care of yourself. After Sa Wu left, Danshin smiled once more and said to Buuniel, You're still not an official disciple of Nanjia Pavilion yet. Buuniel went still in shock. What? Danshin gave a slight bow and smiled as he said, Even if you've inherited the heart demon, that alone is not enough for you to be called a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion. The weak have no right to enter Nanjia Pavilion. The moment he heard that, Buuniel immediately grasped the hidden meaning behind those words. With a steady, confident voice, he asked, Then if I become strong enough, I can be acknowledged as a disciple even without any formal ceremony? Danshin burst into laughter, clearly pleased by the answer. Haha, exactly. Nanjia Pavilion has no interest in hollow rituals or flashy ceremonies. Every disciple here carries the name of Nanjia Pavilion, so there's no need for oaths of loyalty or anything like that. Just devote yourself completely to training. Become strong enough that no one can help but recognize you as a true disciple of Nanjia Pavilion. Everyone here can become your teacher, but whether they choose to teach you or not depends entirely on them. The scene then shifts to a rugged mountain known as Iron Staff Peak. Huff, huff, huff. Buuniel's face was soaked with sweat as he gasped for breath, his whole body heavy with exhaustion. Then he raised his head and looked toward the summit, wondering what kind of mountain this was. It towered high above him, sharp and steep enough to make his breath catch. Just a little farther. Once I get over that peak, I'll finally reach it. As he climbed, he remembered what Danshin had told him the day before. Tomorrow, you are to climb Iron Staff Peak. There, a great master will be waiting to teach you a supreme internal energy art. Lost in those thoughts, Buuniel at last caught sight of the summit of Iron Staff Peak. Step by step, he dragged himself upward until his head finally rose above the mountaintop, breathing hard like an exhausted puppy. The moment he started forward, a heavy voice rang out. So, You're the one chosen to inherit Nanjia Pavilion's heart demon. Ahead of him stood the wide back of a gigantic monk, his muscles packed tight beneath his robes, beside a small thatched hut. At that height, the mountain air was wrapped in thick mist. Buuniel quickly clasped his hands and bowed. Yes, I came here under Deputy Chief Danchan's order. The monk turned slightly and asked, You came to learn internal energy, didn't you? You've already formed your own internal force, yet you still seek to climb to a higher level. I can feel the energy moving inside you. It's far from crude or basic. It's something that has been carefully cultivated since childhood. Hearing that, Buuniel answered in surprise, I've lived my whole life as a mind practitioner. I've never trained in internal energy before. The monk gave a faint smile and replied, Then there are only two possible explanations. Either you're an extraordinary liar, or you learned internal energy in your dreams. Buuniel answered nervously, I swear I'm not deceiving you. You can examine me yourself. The monk's eyes narrowed with suspicion. He said nothing, but countless questions were already stirring in his mind. Without warning, he seized Buuniel's wrist, lifted it, and asked, Then shall I break apart all the internal energy inside you? Buuniel replied without hesitation, Of course. At once, the air turned strangely silent. The monk began to inspect Buuniel's body with care, studying him from head to toe. Then suddenly, his eyes flew wide open, as if he had found something he could hardly believe. Inwardly, he thought, This child's body is filled with pure energy, yet it's completely motionless. The chi is piled inside the dantian, stagnant and unmoving, gathered without proper circulation or cultivation. Under normal circumstances, something like this should be impossible. With that thought, the monk abruptly yanked Buuniel's arm closer. In a low, tense voice, he demanded, Who exactly are you? Who taught you to store internal energy in such a way? Buuniel looked completely bewildered, unable to understand what the monk meant. Still, somewhere deep inside, he faintly suspected that his grandfather, Buuniel, must have secretly taught him how to accumulate inner energy without ever explaining why. Do not reveal even a single character of that method. If you do, not only you, but everyone tied to you will die. Even after hearing that threat, Buuniel showed neither fear nor resentment. Instead, gratitude quietly appeared on his face. He even clasped his hands together boldly, offering his thanks with complete sincerity. The monk started walking again, then slightly turned his head to glance back at the young man following behind him. His eyes narrowed just a little as he looked at Buuniel, clearly intrigued by this unusual child. He kept walking and said, My Dharma name is Hwa Wimyong. Hearing such a strange Dharma name, Buuniel was taken aback. Why would a monk bear a name with such a blood-soaked, ominous sound? Hwa Wimyong continued, Do you know the difference between orthodox inner chi heart methods and demonic ones? Buuniel answered honestly, I do not. Hwa Wimyong explained, Orthodox inner chi methods are like the earth-absorbing chi I mentioned before. They follow the body's natural order and gradually accumulate internal force. Demonic methods, on the other hand, use any means necessary to gather true chi, which is why they can build up enormous reserves from the very beginning. Those methods go against the body's nature and the logic of martial arts. In the end, as time passes, they are overtaken completely by orthodox arts in both purity and depth of internal skill. But the Bon Cuc heart method I teach stands apart, free from the limitations that bind ordinary demonic techniques. Among all the inner chi heart methods in the world, this one is the most profound and mysterious of them all. As he said that, Hwa Wimyong slowly tightened his hands and added, But the greater and more exceptional a method is, the heavier the price demanded in return. When I cultivated the Bon Cuc heart method, I endured agony so extreme that I bit off my own fingers with my own teeth. He raised his ruined fingers, glanced at them once, and continued speaking in an even voice. Only a genius capable of enduring that unspeakable pain can obtain a body truly fit to carry internal force and fully circulate blood and chi. I was once a master of Tianlong Temple in Yunnan, but I was framed for murder, had all my internal skill destroyed, and was cast out of the sect. Later, while rebuilding my inner chi from nothing, I received a great favor from Nanjia Pavilion. To repay that debt, I swore that I would pass down this heart method. If you cannot cultivate the Bon Cuc heart method, then my vow will amount to nothing. So I will test you now. From this moment on, you will use Bon Cuc True Chi to open all 365 acupoints in your body at the same time. To cultivate the Bon Cuc heart method, your blood and chi cannot contain the slightest impurity. Normally, each acupoint is open one by one over time, but forcing all of them open at once will bring down pain so intense it cannot be endured by ordinary men. If you lack confidence, then give up now. Even after hearing such a brutal challenge from Hwa Wimyong, Buuniel did not waver in the slightest. Pressing his lips together, he answered lightly, What is there to fear? The moment that answer left him, Hyeol Jumgang bared his teeth in an amused grin. He lifted both hands above his head, and a brilliant golden force gathered in the air between his palms. Then he opened his mouth and shouted, "Good, just don't wet yourself." With that, he slammed his palms forward and drove the golden force straight into Buunseol's chest. A violent surge struck him at once. Yunseol's hair whipped wildly, and his eyes widened as he looked down at his chest. The force Hyeol Jumgang unleashed was so overwhelming that it scattered the mist around the peak and seemed to bathe the whole mountain in light. At the same time, the impurities inside Buunseol's body were slowly purified and pushed outward by that golden chi. As Hyeol Jumgang kept pouring chi into him, he thought to himself, when true chi forces open the acupoints, the pain feels like your bones are being scraped apart. With that much resolve, how long can this boy really endure? But then he was genuinely startled to see that Buunseol showed no sign of pain at all. He muttered under his breath, not even a scream, not even the slightest change in his face. What was more, even the sweat pouring from his body carried none of the usual foul stench at all. Could it really be this boy? With that thought, he slowly began to pull his hands back, and the golden light around them gradually faded. Then Hyeol Jumgang stood there in silence, staring at Buunseol without saying a single word. A grin spread across his face, the kind that came from the thrill of finding something unexpected. Looking at the boy with his eyes shut tight and fists clenched, he thought, so his acupoints were clean from the start, without a trace of impurity. Then he let out a foolish little chuckle to himself, which only made Buunseol stare at him in confusion. He asked, "Your name was Buunseol, right?" The young man answered, "Yes." Hyeol Jumgang declared excitedly, "From today onward, I will pass the Bond Cuc heart method on to you." Time slipped by quickly, and before long, half a year had passed. Under Hyeol Jumgang's devoted guidance in the Bond Cuc heart method, Buunseol had already begun to show clear results. At that moment, Hyeol Jumgang shuffled over to a large rock, bent down, and reached underneath it. He lifted the stone with one hand and, with excitement shining plainly on his face, turned to look at Buunseol. Then, without warning, he hurled the rock straight at Buunseol. The stone shot toward him like a bullet, but Buunseol did not move even an inch. It came closer and closer in an instant, yet Buunseol still stood there perfectly still. Even when the rock struck him directly, he made no move to dodge. To Hyeol Jumgang's satisfaction, the rock shattered against Yunseol's body. Even more astonishing, in only half a year, the young man's physique had developed into something far beyond his age. Buunseol remained standing where he was. The shattered rock dropped to the ground, and as the dust slowly settled, his back was revealed without a single scratch. Hyeol Jumgang tossed another stone lightly in his hand and smiled. He's definitely reached the first level now. Just by reaching the first stage of the Bond Cuc heart method, look at the firm muscles carved across Buunseol's body already. Seeing the boy progress this quickly, Hyeol Jumgang smiled with open approval, thinking that even he had needed 3 full years to reach that point. Yet in only half a year, this child had already gone far beyond expectations. After all, this inner heart method gathers true chi inside the body, sends it through the meridians, and even stimulates physical growth that had long been suppressed. Once that process takes hold, the body becomes shockingly strong. Thinking that, Hyeol Jumgang said, "Then begin your practice." Buunseol answered with confidence, "Yes." After that, Buunseol sat down once more to meditate, steadying his posture and carefully regulating the inner chi flowing within him. As he cultivated, Buunseol thought that thanks to senior Hyeol Jumgang, he had reached the first level quickly, but the Bond Cuc heart method still had 8 levels in total. Before going back down the mountain, he needed to reach at least the 2nd level. While Buunseol focused on his cultivation, Hyeol Jumgang stood nearby and watched in silence. Then suddenly, dark streams of chi began to coil upward above Buunseol's head. That sudden change startled Hyeol Jumgang at once, and his expression immediately turned grave. Inwardly, panic flashed through him as he blurted out, "Wait, this reaction is..." The 2nd level, the bone and flesh purification realm. Reaching the 2nd level reshapes the bones and muscles into their most ideal form, drawing out the greatest possible physical strength. But this transformation is happening far too suddenly. And at the same time, it puts an enormous burden on the body. Realizing that, Hyeol Jumgang immediately rushed behind Buunseol, sat down, pressed both palms against his back, and barked, "You stubborn fool, clear your mind and focus." Seeing the protagonist grimace in pain like a dog straining under a heavy load, Hyeol Jumgang realized the sudden transformation had thrown his body out of control. If this continued, the uncontrolled true chi would cause fatal internal injuries. At this point, even if I have to pour in every bit of my primordial true chi, as that thought crossed his mind, The air around Buuniel and Hwa Wimyong seemed to blaze with fierce heat. Little by little, Buuniel's face relaxed, and the unstable aura around him began to settle far more than before. After some time, as if he had finally crossed a great threshold, Buuniel suddenly opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Hey, hey!" He looked down at his hands in shock and saw true chi pouring out through his pores, bursting into flame the instant it touched the air. Startled, Buuniel thought, "What is this terrifying aura?" When he turned his head, he saw Hwa Wimyong looking gaunt and drained, breathing in weak, ragged breaths. Buuniel cried out in alarm, "Senior!" He quickly stepped over, placed a hand on Hwa Wimyong's shoulder, and asked with worry, "Did you pour your true chi into me? Why would you push yourself this far for my sake?" Hwa Wimyong gritted his teeth, slapped Buuniel's hand aside, and snapped irritably, "You ungrateful brat. NGH. Don't make a fuss. If you don't properly master the Bon Cuc heart method, then I won't be able to leave Nanjia Pavilion either." Hearing that, Buuniel was taken aback. Beneath those harsh words and that fierce expression, this man was far kinder than he let on. With that thought in mind, he said, "I will never forget this kindness." Hwa Wimyong forced his weakened body upright and immediately protested. "No, forget that I ever existed. Act as though I'm not even there," he said. At that moment, Buuniel remembered Sa Wu's earlier warning. Forget favors and grudges alike. If you can let them go, that is best. Buuniel murmured to himself, "Why does everyone keep saying the same thing?" While he was still lost in that thought, Hwa Wimyong spoke again, saying that if he wanted to repay the favor, there was only one way. If one day you gain true enlightenment and reach the 8th level of the Great Origin Realm, that will be your repayment to me. My own talent is lacking. At best, I can only touch the edge of the 5th level. Umitba. Umitba. Buuniel lifted his head and looked at Hwa Wimyong as though he were gazing at a living bodhisattva. Then his expression changed at once into one of firm resolve, and he answered clearly, "Yes, senior." Hwa Wimyong turned his back to him and continued, "Now that you've reached the 2nd level, you no longer need my direct instruction. What you need from here is not to finish the whole Bon Cuc heart method, but to build a true martial foundation. Go to Changmeong, at the edge of Nanjia Pavilion's library, and train your body techniques there." Hwa Wimyong walked away, and Buuniel clasped his hands, bowed deeply, and said with respect, "I wish you safety and peace." Hwa Wimyong's face did not change in the slightest as he softly replied, "You as well." Time passed swiftly, and before long, the scene shifted to 3 months later, after night had already fallen. Inside a tavern still bright with lamplight, a few men sat together, drinking and talking among themselves. One man holding a bowl of wine looked at his companion and said, "Chong Sin's group got back this morning. Didn't they say they were going to wipe out Chong Meong completely?" His companion laughed with open delight and replied, "They laid hands on Bongak's disciples, so of course they had it coming. Who else but that same Dan team of martial artists would deal with a sect bold enough to defy Bongak?" The other man chuckled and said, "Sounds satisfying just hearing it. Now that you mention it, Lord Peng, one of the Peng scouts, should be back soon too, right?" While he was still speaking, several black-clad figures swept across the rooftops outside. The man across from him spoke up at once, almost on cue. "Impressive. Even the ones burning toilet paper have climbed up there now." "Ah." The other snorted and said, "Why not just come through the front gate? Are they scared people won't know they're the covert squad?" Meanwhile, the figures on the rooftops kept dashing over the houses below without slowing down. Then suddenly, one of them took one extra leap, stopped short, and landed on a roof. That figure stood completely still, scanning the surroundings as though waiting for someone to appear. All at once, someone behind him raised 4 fingers and peered through the gap at the black-clad figure as if admiring a painting, saying, "Wow, standing there like that. You look like you're waiting for someone to paint your portrait and hang it up. Huh, if you're back, then go straight to Tanfong Hall. Why are you standing here brooding and doing nothing?" It was Baek-yun speaking. The moment he heard that name, the black-clad man immediately turned his head. This young man was Baek-yun, deputy leader of Nanjia Pavilion. Baek-yun raised a hand, tugged down the cloth covering part of his face, and said, "Deputy head of Nanjia." So the one speaking with Baek-yun was Danshin. Danshin narrowed his eyes in a smile and replied, "Ah, I told you already. When it's just the two of us, you can simply use my name." Baek-yun planted both hands on his hips and answered irritably, "Please stop saying ridiculous things like that. Nanjia Pavilion's discipline is loose enough already. Don't make it any worse." Then, as he spoke, Baek-yun suddenly let out a sigh and continued, "Strangely enough, I was actually planning to come find you." Hearing that, Danshin looked surprised and gave a short snort. Baek-yun went on, "I heard the deputy head brought back a 10-demon successor with top-tier talent straight from hell itself. You should have opposed the 10-demon successor plan. Why bring in a prodigy who might have gone over to the Hwa Wu sword sect instead of Nanjia Pavilion? Danshin lightly stroked his chin, his eyes still smiling, and answered, saying I brought him back isn't quite right. The kid chose us of his own will, and he even firmly rejected the offer from the Hwa Wu sword sect. Baek Yun blurted out, that so-called prodigy chose Nanjia Pavilion? Danshin scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Yeah, that's right. Thanks to that, we nearly ended up in a huge fight with that old sword demon. Still, it was admirable. He walked into Nanjia Pavilion on his own 2 feet. Ha ha ha. Hearing that, Baek Yun's brows drew together. The whole story sounded unbelievable, almost absurdly dramatic. Danshin continued, because of that, the Hwa Wu sword sect ultimately failed to secure the 10-demon successor. Even their sect leader openly expressed regret. At those words, Baek Yun finally let out a breath and thought, so that's how it was. But then he suddenly flared up and shouted right into Danshin's face. The deputy head knows perfectly well that Nanjia Pavilion has long been suppressed by demonic influence and is now seen by the world as a declining sect. Danshin did not take offense and simply replied with the same easy smile. Have you been drinking too much of the martial world's muddy water? Nanjia Pavilion seeks the peak of the martial path, not domination over the Jianghu. Baek Yun, having been rebuked, swallowed hard and said, yes, that is only an ideal. But even so, there are urgent matters that still have to be handled. Where is the one claiming to be Nanjia Pavilion's successor right now? His status as the 10-demon successor could still be stripped away. A green leaf drifted down and lightly brushed the water, sending small ripples spreading across the surface. Then suddenly, a foot flashed past and stepped onto that leaf, splashing tiny droplets into the air. Strangely enough, the leaf did not sink. In the next instant, the foot pushed off and vanished again. The leaf only bounced halfway above the water before dropping back down. The one running over the water was none other than Buuniel himself. His speed was incredible, his feet barely grazing the surface as he used it for momentum. As he ran, Buuniel recalled his master's teaching. The old man was Go-Wol, once known as the great path of extreme speed, the shadowless. The body technique I'm teaching you is a martial movement art that breaks the line between body technique and footwork. I named it after my own title, Extreme Speed, Shadowless. Every disciple of Nanjia Pavilion who tried this body method before you failed to keep up with its changes and ended up crippled. Let's see what becomes of you. But not long after that, Go-Wol's eyes widened when he saw the young man running across the water. He could not hide his shock as he thought, only a month, and he's already reached the 3rd stage? Soon after, he packed up his belongings and set out, saying in lifted spirits, at last, someone has inherited my body method, so everything here can finally be settled. You've learned the basics now. From here on, develop it through real combat. Back in the present, Buuniel continued training obsessively, repeating the body method of running over water again and again. High above on the mountainside, Nanjia Pavilion's deputy head Danshin and Baek Yun stood watching Buuniel train below. They had actually been watching him for quite a while from beside a waterfall. The scenery there was beautiful, calm, and clear, yet both men kept their full attention fixed on him. Deputy head Danshin narrowed his eyes and looked down as he said, it's Master Go-Wol's extreme speed shadowless. Baek Yun, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, found it hard to believe and replied, that body technique was never supposed to be mastered so quickly. Could it be that he came to Nanjia Pavilion for the body technique alone? Danshin burst into proud laughter and answered, no chance. He only joined 6 months ago. Just last month, he learned the Bon Cuc heart method from Hyeol Jumgang on Iron Staff Peak. Baek Yun, clearly stunned, quickly said, then the rumor that he mastered the wild beast path inside the Helm map in only half a month is true. Danshin laughed again, amused. Of course it's true. It happened because Sa Wu gave him all of the celestial extreme spirit water he had. That awakened the boy's extraordinary nervous system much earlier than expected. Baek Yun asked in disbelief, how could he learn the wild beast path just from that? The tournament was only supposed to produce 12 10 combat demon candidates, but because of him it rose to 14. That's absurd. And the leader of Nanjia Pavilion still refuses to show himself? Danshin replied, yes, so all this troublesome mess has fallen on me to handle alone. Baek Yun narrowed his eyes, glanced at Danshin, and then said seriously, the 10 combat demon plan was originally pushed forward by the demonic faction. You know as well as I do that the 10 great demon sects are deeply dissatisfied. Danshin stopped laughing and turned serious. Unlike Nanjia Pavilion, they already chose their own successors long ago. In that situation, asking them to teach martial arts to the 10 combat demons was bound to stir confusion and resentment. But wasn't the 10 combat demon plan originally meant to create puppets that could be used to cut down the masters of the demonic faction? Baek Yun continued, Deputy Head, you understand that, but it seems some among the 10 great demon sects still fail to see it. They sent their disciples into the 10 combat tournament like fighting cocks thrown into an arena. Danshin nodded and said, not a bad thought, really. If a successor is truly talented enough, then wherever you place them, they'll be selected as one of the 10 combat demons. Baek-yeon added, under normal circumstances, that would be true. But that child killed the only blood son of the White Demon Temple leader, a man named Kong Mu Ryan. Didn't the 10 great demon sects already approve the third stage? The son's death is tragic, but it cannot be helped. Still, you're not the only one displeased with that child. The White Demon Temple leader is furious as well. And the Hwa Wu sword sect has its own grievance over their superior sword art. Someone outside their disciples learned the sect's supreme sword technique. The sword demon Wei Hyakun is demanding punishment, and Xion Unwang has already been stripped of his position and is undergoing public penance. Hearing that, Danshin held his head and let out a sigh. So they punished the teacher, and now they want to punish the student too? How petty can they get? Then what exactly are the White Demon Temple and the Hwa Wu sword sect demanding? Baek-yeon replied. They want that boy summoned to the demonic hall for a test to see whether he truly qualifies as one of the 10 combat demons, and they want him forbidden from ever using a sword again. Danshin scoffed and turned away in disgust. Ridiculous. Refuse it outright. That boy is already a 10 combat demon and a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion. And now they want a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion to never use a sword? Absurd. Then suddenly, the deputy head's eyes narrowed as he looked down below. Below them, Buuniel stood on the water and looked up toward where Danshin and Baek-yeon were standing. The next instant, Buuniel kicked off and shot forward from where he stood. Only seconds later, he had already run up to Danshin and Baek-yeon, then asked, Deputy Head, did you see everything? Danshin smiled with narrowed eyes. Yes, it seems you've mastered the body technique. Then Baek-yeon asked, are you Bongak's 10 combat demon? Danshin quickly introduced him. This is Baek-yeon, captain of the pavilion squad. Just call him Captain Baek. Hearing that, Buuniel hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed to Baek-yeon. Buuniel greets the captain. Baek-yeon replied seriously, your timing is perfect. I happen to have something to say. But before he could finish, Danshin spread his hands and cut in. No, it's nothing important. Do we really need to say it out loud? Hearing that, Buuniel fell silent for a moment, and a faint sadness passed across his face. After a brief pause, Buuniel spoke in a firm voice. This was all caused by me. I will accept full responsibility. Baek-yeon turned to Danshin and said, it seems he heard everything we said. Danshin said nothing, only scratched his head and stared at the ground. Then the young man continued, please forgive me, because I used the wild beast path's hard eye without meaning to. Baek-yeon exclaimed in surprise, isn't the non-destruction hard eye a technique that expands perception through the vibrations of a still state? How could you use it while moving through a body technique? Buuniel hurried to explain, yes. While using the body technique, I tried to invoke the wild beast path by responding to the ripples on the water. Danshin smiled and whispered to Baek-yeon, he's always like this. Astonishing, isn't he? Baek-yeon was so shocked he could only stammer, indeed. And without even noticing it, Baek-yeon's hand slowly tightened into a fist. He said in a solemn voice, if he truly is a genius of this level, then maybe we should trust this child for once. Danshin flinched in shock. You mean send him to the demonic hall to take that ridiculous test? That kind of scheme is filthy. It's meant to kill the boy. The demonic hall only wants to preserve the White Demon Temple leader's pride after the loss of his son. They likely have no intention of killing the boy. That is precisely why they chose the demonic hall for the test, not the White Demon Temple or the Hwa Wu sword sect. Baek-yeon explained that if they refused this demand, the aftermath would grow so large that even the reclusive leader of Nanjia Pavilion would be forced to step forward. Danshin answered worriedly that even so, they could not just send some inexperienced child into that. While the two were still arguing, Buuniel, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly said, I will go. Danshin stared at him in shock and blurted, Buuniel, but Buuniel cut him off and said, I will go to the demonic hall. Just as Captain Baek said, what they want is face. If they kill an inexperienced boy like me, then wouldn't that only make them lose even more face? And besides, as a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion, I do not want to avoid a fight that has already come looking for me. Baek-yeon nodded in agreement. You're right. This was bound to happen sooner or later. We should comply this time so they have no excuse to keep making trouble. Hearing that, Deputy Head Danshin's face darkened, and he said coldly, if you pass the test, make them promise that the White Demon Temple leader and the Hwa Wu sword sect will not pursue this matter any further. If that promise is made, then I permit Nanjia Pavilion disciple Buuniel to take the test. Buuniel clasped his hands tightly and answered in a clear voice, I understand. The next day, Buuniel, dressed neatly and ready to leave, walked to the gate of Nanjia Pavilion and glanced back inside with a nostalgic look in his eyes. The first time I came to the demonic hall, I was nothing more than a chanter who knew absolutely nothing about martial arts. But now, I returned to the demonic hall as the successor of Nanjia Pavilion. The guide led him to a building and said, "This is the 10,000 Records Hall, known as the brain of the demonic hall. Once you go inside, the people here will guide you from there." Looking up at the plaque, Yunseal tightened his hands and thought, 10,000 Records Hall, a place comparable to the central command of the Martial World Alliance, the heart responsible for the demonic hall's operations and strategy. So this is where I'll learn what kind of test is waiting for me. But the moment the door opened, Yunseal froze in surprise at what he saw inside. He stood there stunned and murmured, "This is..." The scene shifted to the study of the Wanbaek Hall Master, where a trembling lamp cast light over shelves overflowing with books and racks filled with scrolls. A dignified middle-aged man sat at the table, while a young man stood beside him, respectfully holding several scrolls in his arms. The young man gently closed his eyes and announced, "Yunseal of Nanjia Pavilion has arrived." A moment later, Yunseal stepped forward, clasped his hands in salute, and spoke respectfully. "This disciple of Nanjia Pavilion, Yunseal, pays respects to the Wanbaek Hall Master." That man was none other than Baek Yankian, the Wanbaek Hall Master. He placed a hand against his chest and smiled calmly. "I am Baek Yankian. Your bearing truly exceeds the rumors I heard." Baek Yankian tapped his fingers lightly against the table, the sound echoing through the quiet room, then said, "You must already have heard what happened, yes? With matters as they stand now, even our demonic hall is in a very awkward position. We can no longer keep ignoring the demands coming from the 10 sects of the demonic path." Yunseal was slightly taken aback and asked in surprise, "Are the demonic hall and the 10 sects of the demonic path not separate institutions?" Baek Yankian curled his lips into a knowing smile, as though that reaction did not surprise him in the least. "Even Nanjia Pavilion never told you this? As always, you people seem strangely indifferent to the changes taking place in the martial world. In truth, the demonic hall is a coalition of demonic factions originally established together by the 10 sects of the demonic path. The two are inseparably linked, yet they can never truly be one and the same. Normally, the position of demonic hall master is held by someone from one of those 10 sects, but the current hall master did not come from them. And on top of that, not every faction within the demonic path feels goodwill toward the demonic hall." Hearing this, Yunseal gave a small nod and fell into thought. So the demonic hall master and the 10 sects only cooperate loosely. Then it makes sense that many factions would hold resentment toward the demonic hall as well. Baek Yankian continued, his gaze turning more solemn. "To be honest, the 10 demon successor plan only pretends to be about choosing heirs. Its true purpose was never to find successors for the 10 sections. It was meant to forge 10 blades, living weapons created specifically to face the masters of the righteous martial world. In other words, the 10 demon successor contest was a private initiative started by the demonic hall itself, with the aim of directly confronting the righteous forces. At first, the 10 sects firmly refused to take part, but after repeated urging from the demonic hall, they reluctantly agreed to send disciples. However, during the contest, an unfortunate incident took place. Baek Yankian's expression suddenly turned heavy, and his eyes sharpened with gravity. The promising heir of one of the 10 sects, someone many had pinned their hopes on, ultimately died by your hand. Because of that, and for several overlapping reasons, the demonic hall now finds itself forced to appease the 10 sects somehow. And that is exactly why you were summoned here. They call it a trial, but in truth, it is a punishment. Even so, you still came here of your own will." Yunseal did not hesitate even a little and answered firmly, "Yes." Baek Yankian raised one brow, clearly intrigued. Resting his hand on the table, he fixed his eyes on Yunseal and said, "It seems your resolve is wrapped in steel." Yunseal calmly clasped his hands again. His voice was quiet, but every word carried unwavering resolve. "Yes, whatever this trial may be, I am prepared to accept it." After a brief pause to think, a trace of admiration appeared on Baek Yankian's face. Very well. I have already said more than enough. Let us move to the main matter now. Because of this incident, the Hwa Wu Sword School and White Demon Temple have granted you a special favor." Hearing that, Yunseal could not hide his surprise and asked, "A special favor?" Baek Yankian smiled and explained at an easy pace, "It is the right to enter the martial arts archive, also called the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion, for one day." He then took out a wooden token and continued, "This is the Golden Yuan token, which grants you entry into the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion. However, you will only be allowed to move about on the first of its 3 floors. Even though the first floor is the lowest rank, it still preserves the essence of more than 25,000 demonic sect scriptures. For you, this is already no small privilege." Baek Yonkian paused for a moment, and his tone turned more serious. In other words, your chances of passing this trial are nearly non-existent. That is precisely why they offered this small favor first, so no one would speak badly afterward. The content of the trial they have set forth is that you must endure 5 moves from a master chosen by the White Demon Temple. As he placed the token into Buunil's hand, Baek Yonkian smiled faintly and continued. During the 10 Demon Successor contest, even the Grand Instructor agreed to give up his position as Hall Master just to give you a chance to be chosen. Although I pressed him many times for the reason behind that decision, he only told me that you would soon understand everything yourself. I truly hope that this time, I will finally understand what he meant by those words. After his conversation with Baek Yonkian came to an end, Buunil stepped out of the study. But after only a few steps, his gaze suddenly stopped as he recognized a familiar figure ahead. A man was walking toward him, and it was none other than Jingak. Buunil could not hide his surprise and called out, "Instructor Jingak." Jingak looked just as surprised to see him and replied, "Buunil, I heard what happened. You came here to take the trial, didn't you?" Buunil nodded calmly and answered, "Yes. But I'm not sure why you are here, Instructor." Jingak turned his face slightly to the side, his gaze growing distant. "I came to Wanbaek Hall for some personal business. Back on Hell Island, I served as the Grand Instructor's assistant and handled matters on behalf of the Wanbaek Hall Master whenever he was away." Buunil gave a slight nod and replied with surprise, "I see. So that was the reason." Seeing the token in Buunil's hand, Jingak pointed at it and asked, "Are you heading to the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion to prepare for the trial?" Buunil glanced down at it at once and nodded. "Ah, yes. That's right." Jingak stroked his chin and thought for a moment before speaking with quiet meaning. "Humph. Let's call it fate. I'll give you one piece of advice. The Jianghu is filled with hidden dangers. There is no such thing as a favor that simply falls from the sky. And when something like that does appear, it is usually hiding a deeper scheme. Their decision to let you enter the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion is no exception to that rule." Gently patting Buunil on the shoulder as though passing along a deeper message, Jingak continued, "And yet that place may also contain the chance for you to turn danger into safety. Remember this well. A branch must come from its root. Carve those words into your heart, and do your very best." Buunil clasped his hands and bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance." Jingak smiled faintly and said, "All right then. I hope you achieve a good result." The scene shifted to the next day. Buunil stood before a cavern deep within a silent mountain of stone. Standing before the shadowy entrance, Buunil lifts his eyes to the plaque carved into the rock wall and quietly thinks, "So this is the 10,000 Demon Hidden Pavilion, the place where 1,000 years of cultivation have left their mark." The enormous stone door begins to move with painful slowness, giving off a deep, weighty rumble as it opens. The moment he steps inside, Buunil is struck speechless by what he sees. Giant wooden shelves rise everywhere, packed so densely they form a maze stretching all the way to the cavern ceiling. Between those endless rows, a few people are already buried in their search, quietly studying martial manuals. His eyes widen on instinct, and a hushed breath slips from his lips before he can stop it. This is no ordinary archive. Could everything piled on these shelves really be martial manuals? Buunil glances to the right, his thoughts settling almost immediately. Then let's find out. He walks up to one of the shelves, reaches out, and pulls out a book to examine it. After finishing that volume, he grabs another without hesitation, his curiosity only growing stronger instead of fading. Before long, he had gathered a towering stack in his arms, several dozen books high. But after sitting down and reading for a while, disappointment slowly began to creep across his face. Closing the manual, he muttered under his breath, "This really is a trap. These techniques are all impressive, but none of them can be mastered in a single day. If I let greed pull me from one thing to the next, I'll end up learning nothing at all and waste the little time I have. They clearly set this up to exploit the worst part of my situation. The Hwa Wu Sword School and the White Demon Temple truly came up with a clever way to throw me off balance." At that moment, Nunggak's warning echoed clearly in his mind. Don't waver. Find opportunity inside danger. Moving through the maze of books, Buunil kept walking, his eyes sweeping across shelf after shelf, while one question continued to circle in his head. A branch grows from its root. Then what is my root? Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning, and Buunil's eyes opened wide in shock. Could it be? In the next instant, he shot forward like an arrow, racing through the aisles between the shelves. His gaze swept over every title he passed, searching one shelf, then the next, then several more after that. Yet all he found was disappointment dragging on. As he ran and searched, impatience began to build inside him, sharpened by everything weighing on his mind. Then, at last, he came to an abrupt stop in front of one shelf, and, without the slightest hesitation, reached out and pulled a single volume free. His eyes raced across the title written on the cover. The moment he read those words, joy burst across his face as if he had uncovered buried treasure, and he whispered, "So it really was here. Nanjia's crucial foundation truly lies in the martial arts of Bongak." He quickly opened the manual and plunged straight into it, reading with complete focus. But when he turned to around the middle of the book, Buuniel's expression suddenly hardened. His whole body went still the moment he noticed a strange object tucked between the pages. The scene shifts to early morning. Pale sunlight pours over the demonic hall's vast martial arena, where the elders have already assembled in full. The atmosphere today feels different, heavy and tense, because this is the day of an examination that could decide a person's fate. From the main gate, Buuniel stepped in with a straight back, dressed in a fitted jet-black outfit that traced his lean frame. The sword at his waist swayed lightly with each step, catching and reflecting cold strands of light. His hands were clenched so tightly that his knuckles had gone white, not from fear, but from the force of his determination. Calm confidence rested on his face, and his dark eyes looked steady enough to cut through doubt without the slightest tremor. On the judge's platform sat 4 men in separate chairs, each with a different age, presence, and temperament. One had white hair and sharp eyes that seemed to peer into a person's soul. Another was broad and muscular, his high cheekbones giving off an icy chill. The third wore a blue robe and carried the air of a learned scholar. The last was clad in light armor, imposing even at a glance. All 4 watched in silence, towering like unmoving mountains. Buuniel stepped forward from the back, his expression more serious than it usually was. He stopped before the 4 judges, lightly clasped his hands, and bowed. It was a simple motion, yet it carried unmistakable respect for the people who held the power to shape his future. One of the judges broke the silence in a deep, steady voice. "Are you Buuniel, a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion?" Leaning forward slightly, his sharp eyes fixed on him like a hawk's. "I am Gok Jiahong, currently of the rear chamber of the Elders' Hall. I will preside over your test today." He then gestured to the man beside him and said, "This is Sang Riang of the Hwa Wu Sword School, currently in charge of the secret imagery division in this hall." Then he pointed to the third man and continued, "And this is Nung Gak of Nanjia Pavilion, the one who leads the High and High Hall, Master Lang. Lastly, the remaining man is Go Gunpyeong, originally from the White Demon Temple and now serving as the High Squad leader of the White Dragon Squad." The air grew even heavier as Gok Jiahong explained the reason for the gathering. This matter arose because of requests made by the White Demon Temple and the Hwa Wu Sword School. The White Demon Temple wishes to test whether you are qualified to become one of the 10 battle demons, while the Hwa Wu Sword School claims you received an unacceptable favor. His gaze then shifted toward Sang Riang and Go Gunpyeong for confirmation. If this child passes the test, the White Demon Temple and the Hwa Wu Sword School will let go of the old matter. Is that correct? Sang Riang answered with a calm smile. Yes. Go Gunpyeong also gave a short nod, his voice stiff and cold. We will. With all 3 sides in agreement, Gok Jiahong raised a hand and snapped his fingers once, the sharp sound ringing across the arena. Then, the test begins. The instant those words fell, Go Gunpyeong slammed both hands onto his chair, making it tremble violently. Veins swelled across the backs of his hands, and the muscles in his arms tightened as though they might rip the air itself apart. He slowly walked down the stone steps from the high platform, each step releasing an invisible pressure that made many disciples swallow without realizing it. Facing him, Buuniel tightened his grip on his sword hilt, his eyes flashing with total alertness. His heart quickened, not out of fear, but because his concentration had risen to its peak. When the 2 finally stood facing each other, Buuniel drew his sword from its sheath. The blade flashed with a cold silver light, mirroring the firmness settling over him. Go Gunpyeong raised his right hand while his left gripped his right wrist, and his deep, frigid voice carried a hidden killing intent. 5 moves. Tilting his head slightly, he narrowed his eyes in a dangerous way. If he can endure 5 moves, he passes. After saying that, he lifted his right arm to the level of his face, his gaze turning razor-sharp as it cut straight toward Buuniel. In an instant, a surge of chi erupted around Go Gunpyeong, spiraling like a violent whirlwind and snapping his cloak into motion. The white cloth cord wrapped around his right arm began to tremble, then slowly unraveled as though it were alive. Go Gunpyeong's eyes lowered halfway for a brief moment, and a cold reminder surfaced again in his mind. During this test, take Buuniel's head. The dark order echoed inside him. Even though the Lord of the White Demon Temple told me to kill him, he is still only a child, and Nanjia Pavilion's face must be preserved. In the end, he came to a quieter conclusion, almost like he was muttering to himself. Then on the 5th move, I'll cripple his hands. That should be enough. A savage killing intent blazed in his eyes, and with a sharp whoosh, he sent the cloth cord lashing straight toward Buuniel. Buuniel could not hide his shock. His opponent had barely seemed to move, yet the attack was already upon him. The weapon shot forward like a huge white serpent. In that instant, Buuniel kicked off the ground and twisted sharply in midair to avoid it. The moment the cloth struck, the earth beneath him split apart, and dust burst upward in a cloud. This was far too vicious to be called a test for a junior. As soon as he landed, he staggered half a step and glanced back at the place where he had just been standing. A small crater had already been carved into the ground by that single blow. A thin layer of cold sweat formed at his temples, while his sharp gaze locked firmly onto his opponent. Drawing the weapon back, Go Gunpyeong murmured in a low voice, like he was announcing part of some killing rite. First strike, White Demon Heart Seizure. Across from him, Go Gunpyeong's weapon curled neatly back around his arm, like a living serpent returning to rest. His eyes narrowed, and for the first time, surprise showed on his face. He clearly had not expected Buuniel's foundation to be this solid. At a glance, the weapon looked no more dangerous than a strip of cloth, but in truth it was a flexible sword built from countless tiny metal segments joined by delicate moving links. Because of that structure, it could shoot out and pull back freely, then wrap itself around his arm again in an instant. It was an eerie, finely made weapon that gave its target no room to breathe. Go Gunpyeong flicked his wrist and launched the weapon once more. A sharp whistling sound tore through the air as his deep, cold voice followed it. Next move. With a screaming rush, the weapon stretched even farther this time, unfolding like a giant white serpent breaking loose from its shell. It twisted through the air, reached its full extension, and then suddenly stabbed forward with a speed that gave no one time to react. Buuniel clenched his teeth, his eyes sharpening into complete focus. It's coming. But at the very height of that tension, something in his gaze suddenly stopped. It was as if he had caught sight of something hidden inside the move. Staring hard at the incoming blade, he murmured, "Wait, could it be this?" At the exact instant the strike was about to land, Buuniel spun with explosive speed, leaped back, and slipped away again without pause. The spear-like blade struck with terrifying force. Every thrust was strong enough to punch into the stone floor, smashing the ground apart again and again, sending broken chunks flying as thick clouds of dust rolled upward. Even while running, Buuniel threw a glance behind him, watching the razor-sharp weapon continue to chase him without mercy. Dirt and shattered stones sprayed everywhere, and columns of dust rose with every step, making it feel as though some unseen beast was hunting him down. From across the arena, Go Gunpyeong let out a small smile of surprise and muttered in a cold voice touched with faint admiration. Second move, White Demon Descent of Spirits. Then his expression tightened as he noticed something. So he saw through the feint. It seems he really was trained in beast methods after all. The weapon wrapped around his arm gave off a low vibration, its metal segments clicking together with a sinister sound. Go Gunpyeong steadied his breathing and thought coldly, "But from here on, you'd better be even more careful." His face sank darker, every feature turning hard and severe. Raising his right arm high, he stretched the weapon to its full length, where it gave off a pale silver gleam like moonlight cutting through the night. Then he shouted, his voice ringing out like clashing steel. Third move, White Demon Illusion Torn. Almost at once, the sky seemed to darken as countless sword auras came pouring down like a deadly rain. They fell so densely that there was no gap at all, and it became impossible to tell which were real and which were false. White streaks flashed across the air like ghosts, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Buuniel looked up with widened eyes. At this rate, there was no way to separate the illusion from the real strike. He ground his teeth and lowered his voice. Then I'll avoid every last one of them. He leaned forward and burst into motion at a speed that went far beyond normal limits. The rain of blades crashed into the ground with thunder-like force. Every impact shattered the earth, and wave after wave of dust surged upward in heavy layers. Go Gunpyeong remained standing straight with his right hand still raised, his stare sharp as a blade and utterly emotionless. But a few seconds later, the slightest tremor passed through his eyes. Click, click. Fresh drops of blood hit the floor one by one, spreading into tiny red stains. Then Buuniel stepped out of the dust cloud, breathing a little harder than before, with only a few shallow cuts on his arm and shoulder. He raised his sword and pointed it toward Go Gunpyeong, his gaze still steady and unshaken. Inwardly, he knew he had only survived by using his full internal energy and even forcing out his utmost speed. If this had been a real fight, or if his opponent had continued for just a few more exchanges, I would already be dead. Go Gunpyeong drew his weapon back and gave a cold snort. I thought that one would leave fatal wounds. With injuries that light, cutting off his hand won't be easy. He slowly opened his right hand, and a spiral of white force began to coil inside his palm like a tightly compressed vortex. Its momentum swelled rapidly, and in the span of a single breath, that condensed force shot forward with the power of a storm breaking loose. Buuniel narrowed his eyes, and his expression shifted the moment he heard the declaration. Fourth move. Go Gunpyeong stepped in, murderous intent blazing in his eyes. White Demon Heart Strike. The instant he heard the name of the technique, unease rose sharply inside Buuniel. He knew he could not block this attack head-on if he only reacted the way he had before. Then, in that critical moment, a memory flashed through his mind. He remembered the previous day in the Hidden Classics archive, when he had picked up that strange manual and started reading it. The title alone had nearly made him spit out his tea from how absurd it was. Wasn't it basically nothing but insults aimed at Nanjia Pavilion? He still remembered the mocking lines clearly. Those fools in Nanjia Pavilion act as if they have 10 lives, teaching a life and death style from the very beginning, especially that beast method they treat like a basic foundation. At the time, he had honestly wondered what kind of nonsense he was even reading. But the second half of the book revealed something entirely different. Unlike the beginning, the latter half carefully explained the weaknesses of the beast method. It even seemed possible that the author had deliberately filled the opening with insults so that only patient disciples of Nanjia Pavilion would keep reading long enough to discover the real lesson. One passage on that page stated it plainly. The beast method is not all-powerful. Movement guided only by sensation is merely the instinct of wild beasts. A true master must think beyond that. And the final line on that page had mattered most of all. Amplify the sensation when necessary. Now, with Go Gunpyeong's fourth move rushing toward him, Buuniel knew this was exactly the moment to do it. All at once, in the middle of the chaos, an endless black emptiness seemed to open inside Buuniel's mind. There was no sound there, no shape, only a bottomless darkness like an abyss ready to swallow everything whole. In his eyes, that infinite shadow was reflected back, as though every sense and every thought inside him had been sharpened to the utmost limit. Back in reality, Buuniel's legs moved before conscious thought could catch up. Only one command pulsed through his mind: move now. This time, instead of waiting for the attack to reveal its shape and then dodging, he kicked off the ground first and turned his whole body into a single decisive arrow. Every muscle in him tightened, and the instincts buried in his body were pushed to their absolute peak. In the stands, Sang Riang, who had remained calm until now, widened his eyes and leaned in to watch more closely. Even Nung Gak, known for his cold and statue-like composure, could not fully hide the flicker of surprise in his face. Even Gok Jiahong, a man seasoned by countless life-and-death battles, lifted an eyebrow. Buuniel's reaction had already gone far beyond what anyone would expect from an ordinary disciple. But the one most shocked of all was Go Gunpyeong. His eyes narrowed sharply, and his face twisted with disbelief. White Demon Heart Strike. How did he avoid that? It was a secret finishing technique so rare that even inside the White Demon Temple, only a handful of masters could evade it successfully. That realization made Go Gunpyeong feel as though fire had burst through his entire body. A heavy laugh escaped him, while cruelty flashed in his eyes. So that's how it is. Now I see why the White Demon Temple and the Hwa Woo Sword School joined hands to get rid of a brat like you. His smile stretched wider, thin and cold as a blade. If you're really a growing calamity, then let's see you survive the fifth move. The moment that thought settled, his hand clenched shut. Instantly, all the sword chi gathered around his arm twisted together into a raging white storm. He slammed his hand down against the ground, and the coiled blade struck the stone hard enough to crack it apart. In the next instant, the weapon shot forward like a spiraling arrow, shrieking with a bone-chilling wind as it tore ahead. Only one thought remained in his mind. This threat has to be erased before it has the chance to grow. Across from him, Buuniel's face had gone pale. He stared at the oncoming sword, sensing chi moving at a speed that far surpassed normal reaction. The blade had originally been aimed at the place where he was standing, but it did not stop there. Just before it could hit, it abruptly changed direction, curving away and then chasing after him from behind like a living creature with a mind of its own. For a split second, panic flashed through Buuniel. His eyes widened, and cold sweat streamed down past his chin. He threw himself back with all his strength and barely managed to leap clear in time. But the spear-like strike kept chasing him without mercy, like a savage beast that had already locked onto its prey. In that life-and-death instant, with the whistle of wind growing sharper by his ear and the tip ready to pierce through him, Buuniel thought in horror, is this technique actually following me? He watched Go Gunpyeong's weapon refuse to plunge into the ground, only to suddenly twist its course, skim along the earth, and track the exact direction of his movement. Buuniel was stunned. It felt as if an invisible hand had seized his heart and crushed it tight. A scream rang through his mind. No way. This technique really is chasing me. Across from him, Go Gunpyeong's eyes stayed cold as ice. He focused on the weapon the way a man would control a venomous snake during a hunt. White Demon Spirit Serpent is a move that does not stop until it tastes blood. Inside, he sneered to himself, thinking that his neck being cut open was only a matter of time. The blade drew closer and closer, and the image of death reflected plainly in Buuniel's pupils. He gritted his teeth, every muscle in his body tightening as he braced himself. The hand gripping his sword hilt shook violently, but he refused to let go, as though it were the last thin thread still keeping him alive. Then, in that very instant, a streak of yellow lightning suddenly surged out and coiled around the broken blade in his hand, flashing like a small dragon that had just awakened. There was no room left to keep dodging now. Buuniel's brows pulled tight together, and his eyes turned bloodshot, red veins spreading across them. He ground his teeth and let out a rough, guttural cry before swinging his blade forward without hesitation. His face darkened as he shouted and unleashed the peerless thunder arc. Calm. A piercing clash of metal exploded through the air, followed by a burst of golden light that flashed out like lightning tearing across the sky. Yet the tiny white demon spirit serpent, no thicker than a finger but sharp enough to kill, was only knocked back for a moment. It immediately slid along Buuniel's blade and pressed forward again with even greater force. The recoil from the collision was enormous, and Buuniel's sword shuddered violently in his hand. He twisted his wrist to deflect it, but his whole body still trembled as though a giant hammer had slammed straight into his bones. I've already pushed the peerless thunder to its limit, and I can still barely hold it back, he thought. If this keeps going, there's only one ending. Then a sharp crack rang out. The sword had reached the very limit of what it could endure and began to split apart. Crack! Buuniel's sword snapped in the middle, and the tip of the white demon spirit serpent instantly veered away from its original line and shot straight toward his right shoulder. Everything happened so quickly that Buuniel had only enough time to open his eyes wide in terror. Thud! The merciless blade punched through his right shoulder, and fresh blood sprayed through the air in a long arc. A violent burst of force hurled Buuniel backward. His body flew out of control like a kite, with its string suddenly cut. Boom! He slammed hard into the rear wall, cracking it apart and blowing out a huge section of stone. Amid the rubble, Buuniel collapsed down to one knee. His mouth fell open as he spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. His right shoulder was ruined, his sword was broken, and his body was nearly torn apart, yet the fire in his eyes still refused to die. Using the last strength left in his left arm, Buuniel forced himself up and crawled forward, reaching for the half-broken sword lying exposed on the ground. At last, his hand closed around it. He drove the broken end into the earth to use it as support, then dragged himself back to his feet. Blood ran down his face, over his body, from his ruined right side, and from the corner of his mouth, yet he still would not fall. Dust and fresh blood smeared his face. Beneath his tangled hair, his bloodshot eyes burned like those of a demon clawing its way up from hell. Then he slowly lifted his head and stared straight at Go Gunpyeong. Go Gunpyeong flinched for just a moment. Even after taking that much damage, this opponent could still stand? He frowned, and for the first time, his gaze truly wavered. The sword was broken, his right arm was useless, and yet his will to fight had not gone out. What kind of monster is this bastard? A cold chill slid down his spine. If he failed to kill him here today, then in the future this boy would surely become a terrifying threat to him. He ground his teeth and clenched both fists. He would finish him here and now, but just as he was about to strike the final blow, another hand reached over and lightly caught his wrist. Sir Go, a calm voice cut through the air. 5 agreed strikes are enough. Go Gunpyeong froze where he stood. The one who had stepped in was none other than Nung Gak, an elder of Nanjia Pavilion. The atmosphere, stretched tight like a drawn bowstring, suddenly settled, as if an invisible mountain had dropped between the two men. Go Gunpyeong jerked his arm away from Nung Gak's hand. Frowning deeply, Go Gunpyeong turned and glared at the elder with darkened eyes. Then he snarled in a cold voice. What is the meaning of this? Nung Gak did not flinch in the slightest. His face turned cold, and his voice came out hard as steel. If Sir Go refuses to keep his word, then Nanjia Pavilion will no longer honor the agreements made with the White Demon Temple. The air immediately grew tense again. At that moment, another voice suddenly broke in. Wait. The one speaking was none other than Sang Riang. He stepped forward and raised his voice, accusing the boy of having used the peerless thunder during the exam. Since the purpose of this test was to examine that very issue, he argued, the result should be declared invalid. Nung Gak narrowed his eyes and threw Sang Riang a look full of contempt. Sophistry. What rule in this exam ever forbade the use of the peerless thunder? His tone did not change at all. Moreover, the peerless thunder is not some technique to be thrown around carelessly. If Master Chiol were still alive to witness this, he would surely be pleased. Sang Riang ground his teeth and forced out each word in a hiss. Are you mocking our school? Nung Gak lowered his head slightly, his voice as steady as ever. I would never dare, not in 1,000 lifetimes. Just now, Master Go used the essence of the White Demon Temple's immortal art, White Demon Spirit Serpent, and the boy answered it with Master Chiol's own supreme technique. If that is true, and a branch technique of the Hwa Wu Sword School can overpower the core ultimate art of the White Demon Temple, then wouldn't that make the White Demon Temple the one worthy of ridicule? Those words hit like a slap across the face. Go Gunpyeong stood there speechless, unable to answer at all. Even Sang Riang froze on the spot, caught off guard, and left with nothing to say in return. At last, Sang Riang forced out a stiff laugh and covered his mouth as he spoke. My concern is the relationship between the Hwa Wu Sword School and the White Demon Temple. The two sects have maintained friendly ties for a long time. Wouldn't this damage that relationship? After all, this had been a secret examination. Only a handful of people in the hall even knew it had taken place. Something like this could not be allowed to spread outside. Hearing that, the veins along Go Gunpyeong's neck swelled visibly. He was clearly enraged, but he still forced himself to hold it in. Nung Gak turned and asked directly, then does that mean the agreement will still be honored? Gok Jiahong stroked his beard, narrowed his eyes halfway, and answered in a light tone, of course. Then, in a solemn voice before everyone present, he declared, from this day forward, Nanjia Pavilion disciple Buuniel will once again be acknowledged as the successor to the 10 demons, and the restriction on his use of the sword is officially lifted. The moment he heard that judgment, Nung Gak showed a faint smile, and relief mixed with satisfaction appeared on his face. He turned toward Buuniel, and when he spoke again, his voice had softened noticeably. Did you hear that? You've done well. As a disciple of Nanjia Pavilion, you have absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. But almost immediately after, his expression turned serious again. Buuniel was still standing there, his left hand gripping the broken sword so tightly it had not loosened at all. His eyes had gone cloudy, and fresh blood still ran from the corner of his mouth. His breathing was rough and uneven, yet the presence coming off him was still savage, like a wild beast that had been cornered but refused to die. Nung Gak bent down to look at him and gave him a small, gentle smile. All right, it's over now. Then he stepped forward and carefully caught Buuniel in his arms, like a father holding an utterly exhausted child. You can let yourself fall now. In that very moment, Yunseal's body finally went limp, and darkness swallowed him whole. After an unknown stretch of time, Buuniel suddenly snapped his eyes open. He jerked upright at once, breathing hard, panic still lingering in his eyes as he quickly looked around the room. This was no battlefield, and not the bloodstained arena either. Instead, he found himself in a spotless, luxurious chamber that looked like it belonged to some great noble house. Buuniel rubbed his eyes and muttered under his breath, where am I now? Why is it that every time I pass out, I wake up in an even grander room than before? He pressed a hand to his forehead and forced himself to sort through his memory. So what happened with the exam in the end? I remember enduring it, but after that, I can't remember the final moment clearly. He sat there thinking for a while longer, unable to tell how much time had already passed. If I failed, then what am I supposed to do now? Too anxious to simply wait around, Buuniel finally sat cross-legged, joined his hands together, and began to regulate his breathing through cultivation. At once, a powerful surge of qi rushed through him like molten lava, so hot and intense that it felt as if the entire room had warmed by several degrees. Buuniel's eyes widened in shock. This was qi manifesting inside his body with unusual force. His internal energy was moving so strongly that even he could barely believe it. Something inside him had clearly changed. As he continued to regulate his breath, Nung Gak's earlier words echoed back into his mind. Your dantian contains the amount of internal power that would take an ordinary martial artist more than 10 years to cultivate, and it exists in an exceptionally pure state of qi. Once that latent point opens, your internal power will rise all at once. The moment he remembered those words, Buuniel froze. Could it be? Did that latent point open during the duel? His hand slowly curled into a fist. The qi inside his body burned hot like live coals, flaring up violently, as though it might burst out of him at any moment. A strange rhythm of heat and cold rose and fell together with his breathing, blending into a highly unusual vortex. Then Buuniel realized he had stepped into a realm he had never touched before, the third layer of his ultimate heart method, the ultimate flame light. His heart trembled. This was the state cultivators called water-fire non-invasion. Blazing heat could no longer burn him, and freezing qi could no longer harm him. Could it really be that heat and cold would no longer affect me now? Buuniel frowned slightly as he tried to sense the changes within his body. The feeling was still vague, and he could not grasp it completely. While he was still lost in thought, the chamber door quietly opened. A graceful young girl entered carrying a tray with steaming tea, its fragrance gently spreading through the room. Her voice was soft, but properly respectful. "You're awake, young master?" Startled, Buuniel hurried out of bed and immediately fired off his questions. "Where's this? And how did the exam end?" The modest-looking girl set the tray down on the table, then straightened her sleeve before replying. "This is Jipmo, the residence of the demonic hall's elder patriarch." Buuniel froze where he stood. Jipmo. This wasn't the medicine king hall where the injured were treated. This was the private residence of the elder patriarch. An ordinary person might live their whole life without ever stepping foot in a place like this. And yet I, a disciple who was barely recognized, woke up here? A chill ran down his spine, and his heart began pounding heavily. When people spoke of the elder patriarchs of the demonic hall, even those with no interest in power had still heard their famous names. Blood Demon Jik Bung, Peerless Demon Lord, one of the 3 demon sovereigns. Their existence stood like towering mountains at the summit of demonic arts, figures too high for ordinary people to even dare look up toward. He swallowed hard. Why would I wake up in the residence of someone that important? The girl smiled and bowed lightly. "I am Jean Seol, an attendant serving the elder patriarch. He instructed me to bring the young master into the inner hall. Please come with me." Buuniel's eyes widened, and his shock showed at once. The inner hall. Jean Seol gave a gentle nod. Her smile stayed soft, but her eyes were serious. "Yes, that is where the elder patriarch is waiting." Buuniel's whole body stiffened. It felt like an invisible pressure had suddenly wrapped around his chest. To stand before Blood Demon Jik Bung, would that be a blessing or a disaster? After Jean Seol introduced the way, Buuniel followed her into the inner garden of the residence. From the very first step, he felt that this place was different in a way he could not easily explain. The silence here was unnatural. It was not the calm peace of the ordinary world, but a silence weighed down by pressure. Ancient trees rose high above them, their thick branches and leaves covering the sky so densely that only scattered patches of light danced across the ground. Without even noticing it at first, Buuniel slowed his pace. The scale of the garden left him amazed, as if he had stepped into a miniature martial paradise. Its beauty was enough to intoxicate the eye, yet to him it also felt like a beautifully decorated cage. Half of his attention admired the scenery, while the other half remained sharply alert, watching every dark corner, every silent tree trunk, even the wind that carried no human presence. After walking some distance, Jean Seol suddenly smiled and said, "We're here." Her voice rang softly through the stillness, making Buuniel tense for a moment. Ahead of them stood a pavilion that looked simple on the outside, yet solid and dignified. Inside, an old man with silver hair and a long silver beard sat upright before a tea table that had already been prepared. Thin steam rose from the teapot, showing that he had clearly been waiting for some time. When the old man saw them arrive, he only tilted his head slightly, letting his gaze pass over Buuniel without any obvious expression or scrutiny. And yet, the moment their eyes met, Buuniel felt as though a huge invisible boulder had dropped onto his chest. The old man did not need to move at all. Simply sitting there, his presence alone was enough to make others tremble. After Buuniel had taken his seat, the old man slowly lifted the teapot. Every movement was careful and exact, with not a single wasted motion. The tea poured into the cup with a soft ripple before quickly becoming still again. With a mild, friendly smile, he pushed the cup toward him. "I heard you passed the challenge set by the Hwa Wimyong Sword School and the White Demon Temple. Congratulations." Buuniel accepted the cup with both hands. "Thank you, sir." Outwardly, he remained polite, but inside he quietly let out a breath of relief. Damn, that was close. That really could have turned into a disaster. He raised the cup and took a sip. The tea tasted clear and deep, though he could only appreciate it faintly. Ever since he had stepped into the garden, every nerve in his body had been pulled tight like a drawn bowstring. After watching him take a sip, the old man asked in an easy voice, "How is the tea?" But Buuniel set the cup down and answered with complete honesty. "To tell the truth, I don't know much about tea." The old man stroked his silver beard and gave a small nod. "Ah, that's right. I heard you were once training to be an undertaker, weren't you?" Then I asked the wrong question. He looked straight at Buuniel and said, "I am Jik Bung." The moment that name left his mouth, a storm rose inside Buuniel's mind. So this is him. So the old man who looked more like a quiet sage was actually the blood demon who had once shaken the martial world and slaughtered countless orthodox masters. If he had not heard the name for himself, Buuniel would never have guessed his identity. Buuniel immediately rose to his feet and bowed deeply. "Nanjia Pavilion disciple Buuniel greets the elder patriarch." A little different from what I had heard. Jik Bung's eyes calmly examined Buuniel from head to toe. "Although you started martial training late, your bones are loose and supple, So the foundation of your internal arts is steadier than most. Buuniel answered at once. When I was young, I used to hide inside a coffin while playing, and somehow, I ended up learning a strange breathing method. I only realized after joining the demonic hall that it was actually chi circulation. Jeek Bung smiled faintly, as if something had just clicked for him. But that smile quickly disappeared, and the atmosphere in the tea pavilion suddenly grew heavy. The demonic hall placed you here in Jipmawin instead of sending you to the Medicine King Hall, because I have a few private things I wish to say to you. Buuniel quietly held his breath and listened. After you finish your harsh training at Nanjia Pavilion, come to the main hall. Hearing that, he looked up in surprise. Jeek Bung's voice turned colder as he went on. Even though Nanjia Pavilion belongs to the 10 schools of the Demon Path, its structure is not enough to stand as a fully independent sect. In about 3 years, when you officially enter the main hall. His gaze sharpened as he continued. I will report to the Lord of the Demonic Hall and recommend you for a place in the elite ranks. The elite squad. Buuniel was genuinely stunned. Alongside Kyeonsel and Mukon, that force was one of the Demonic Hall's highest military powers. Jeek Bung finished in a calm voice. That road would become the strongest stepping stone for your future rise into the leadership of the Demonic Hall. What do you think? It is the kind of chance any Demon Path martial artist would desperately want. But Buuniel replied without wavering, I must refuse. The air around them seemed to freeze on the spot. Jeek Bung's face darkened slightly. Why? Buuniel lowered his head and answered carefully. Nanjia Pavilion's training is a road walked on the edge of life and death. If my future is already guaranteed, then I fear I would grow complacent. And if that happens, I may never reach the highest realm of martial arts that Nanjia Pavilion demands. At first, Jeek Bung only let out a cold snort, but then he suddenly burst into loud laughter. His laughter rang out so powerfully that it seemed to shake the entire garden. Buuniel had no choice but to grit his teeth and endure it. Blood began to run from the corner of his mouth as a terrifying shockwave spread through the air. The internal power hidden within that laughter alone was enough to make his organs tremble violently. When the laughter finally faded, Jeek Bung said in a gentler tone, Let us see how much you have matured 3 years from now. The next time we meet will be then. Buuniel immediately caught the meaning behind those words. It was, in effect, a polite dismissal. He cupped his hands and bowed. Understood. With that, Buuniel turned and left the garden, his back straight and his steps steady, neither hurried nor slow. Just then, a young man approached from behind and said to Jeek Bung, This is the first time I've seen someone reject your offer so directly, especially someone with that much talent. Jeek Bung took a small sip of tea and answered, Let's watch him for now, and see which side he ultimately chooses in the end. As for Buuniel, he could still keenly feel Jeek Bung's gaze on his back, cold and sharp like an invisible blade. He never turned around, but he knew that every breath he took and every step he made was still being measured by that peerless demon lord. Because of that, he absolutely refused to reveal even the slightest flaw or weakness. Only after he had fully stepped beyond the demonic hall's domain did Buuniel finally allow his pace to loosen a little. His throat had gone dry, and suddenly a sharp pain stabbed through his chest. He coughed lightly and instinctively covered his mouth with his right hand as his body bent forward. That dull pain spread outward from deep inside his organs, as if the aftershock of Jeek Bung's laughter had only now begun to erupt. He had truly come frighteningly close to death. Every tense moment from earlier replayed itself in his mind. He had thought the White Demon Temple and Hwa Wu Sword School trials were the height of danger, yet today he had stood before a peerless demon lord instead. One wrong word, one brief hesitation, could have led to consequences beyond imagining. One tiny mistake, and your life is over. Just then, a gentle hand came to rest on his back. Buuniel's body froze for an instant. Every nerve tightened like a drawn string, and he whipped his gaze backward at once, ready to fight. Behind him stood an older man with a plain, ordinary face. His eyes held nothing except the honest concern of a normal passerby. He asked, Hey, are you all right? Do you feel sick anywhere? Buuniel blinked, only then realizing that he had somehow already left the demonic hall grounds and was standing on a familiar street near the outskirts. Passing people, creaking carts, and delivery calls filled the air, forming a sharp contrast with the suffocating and deathly atmosphere he had just escaped. He turned to the man and shook his head. No, I'm fine. The man nodded, offered a few casual words of caution, and then continued on his way. Buuniel remained where he was, silently watching the scene around him. Ordinary faces, quick steps shaped by daily life, familiar laughter, and ordinary conversation. Everything stood out before him with vivid clarity. It had been a long time since he had seen such peaceful scenery. And maybe because it was so peaceful, it also felt strangely distant to him. Buuniel frowned slightly. Had he really changed this much, sinking so deeply into a life he had never wanted in the first place? Just as that thought crossed his mind, his eyes shifted. In the crowd ahead, one figure stood still, staring directly at him. There was no attempt to hide it, no effort to look away. The gaze carried a killing intent cold enough to freeze the blood. Someone was tailing him. Buuniel made that judgment with quiet caution. He neither stopped nor revealed the slightest hint of alarm. Instead, Buuniel calmly turned and slipped into another alley, moving as though he had noticed nothing at all. His back stayed straight, and his steps remained even, neither quickening nor slowing. But beneath that calm exterior, every one of his senses had tightened to the limit. As he walked, he kept watch through faint reflections in shop windows and the long shadows cast across the ground. First priority, get a weapon. With that thought settled, he did not hesitate and stepped into a weaponsmith's shop by the roadside. Inside, the forge burned hot, and the sharp clang of hammer against metal echoed through the room. The smith noticed the customer and looked up with a warm greeting. Buuniel did not waste words and stated his purpose at once. I'm looking for a weapon that can endure heavy force. The smith smiled as though he immediately understood. Ah, in that case, he said, gesturing toward one corner where weapons were packed neatly in a row. Take whichever one you like. They're all 5 taels each. Buuniel stepped closer and let his gaze pass over the spears and blades lined up there. Then his eyes stopped on a sword resting in a deep blue scabbard. The moment he lifted it, he felt the solid weight and clean balance settle perfectly into his hand. He said nothing more. After paying without hesitation, he left at once. Now armed, Buuniel did not retrace his steps. Instead, he took another path that led toward more isolated ground, where the scenery turned emptier and the number of passers-by steadily thinned. After putting a fair distance behind him, he gradually slowed down. A breeze swept past, carrying the raw scent of wild grass. Ahead of him lay a vast field of reeds, waist-high and rippling in the wind, thick enough to hide everything beyond them. Buuniel came to a stop. One hand gripped the sword hilt, while the other tightened without him realizing it. On the outside, he looked composed, but inside he was stretched as tight as a drawn bowstring. His voice came out low and cold enough to chill the air in the empty field. Show yourself. The instant the words left his mouth, a fierce gust rushed through and split the reeds to both sides. From the brush, a masked figure stepped forward and rasped, "Sharp eyes you've got there." Buuniel flicked his eyes to the left. 2 more masked figures emerged from the reeds, their shapes wavering in the wind. Then he glanced to the right, where 2 more silhouettes appeared one after another, sealing off every possible route of escape in a tight circle. In the blink of an eye, Buuniel was surrounded from all sides. One of them lifted his sword and aimed its icy tip straight at Buuniel's chest, speaking in a deep, threatening voice. Buuniel, successor of the Tin Demon. The air seemed to turn still as he went on, each word landing like a driven nail. Before you can become the Demon Hall calamity of the martial world 3 years from now. The blade in his hand quivered faintly as killing intent poured from him. I'll kill you here and now. And he meant every word of it. At that moment, the assassins had Buuniel completely boxed in. It was the kind of encirclement where, as people like to say, not even a fly could slip through. Buuniel swept a glance over the assassins surrounding him and said, I don't know who you are, but I have no desire to kill you. Put down your swords and leave while you still have the chance. The assassins stared back at him and answered with open scorn. Huh, listen to the man who's about to die. You think there's any way out for you? Planning to talk your way free with us? Buuniel's gaze turned colder as he looked at them. Then he let out a quiet sigh. Fine. If that's how you want it, I have no other choice. With that, the protagonist raised the sword he had just purchased in the market and slowly drew it from its scabbard, his expression turning icy. After unsheathing the sword, Buuniel tossed the scabbard to the ground, as if making a clear declaration. You're past the point of leaving now. One assassin gave a mocking sneer. Pulling out a flashy sword won't change a thing. Your life and death have always been in our hands, brothers. Form the formation. At once, the assassins began to move. They started circling the spot where Buuniel stood. Buuniel remained motionless, watching every shift in their footwork with sharp focus as he thought, they're circling me. Are they planning to strike at the same time? That thought had barely crossed his mind when one assassin slammed his foot against the ground and thrust his sword toward Buuniel in a sudden lunge. The protagonist moved without a moment's hesitation. He swung his sword and intercepted the attacks coming from the 2 assassins in front of him. At the same instant, 2 other assassins rushed in from behind him. When one of them slashed, Buuniel twisted his body aside with quick precision and narrowly avoided it. Immediately after that, another assassin appeared slightly above and behind him, pulling his sword back to gather force for a heavier strike. Whoosh! The slash came straight for the protagonist's neck, but Buuniel turned just enough, tilting his head sharply to one side to let the killing blow pass by. His body snapped backward at once, a rough breath escaping him, yet the assassins gave him no time at all to regain his footing. Buuniel frowned and glanced over them, thinking, their attacks don't stop. They keep chaining together without leaving even the smallest gap. Watching how smoothly they coordinated, he thought, have they trained together for a very long time? Their joint assault is dangerous, but through the eyes of the beast path, the difference in skill between those masked men is glaring. All I need to do is strike the openings created by those gaps. With that thought, Buuniel drove his right foot hard into the ground. Instead of continuing to defend, Buuniel abruptly changed tactics and went on the attack, cutting straight toward the nearest assassin in front of him. A single slash ripped through the assassin's body, and blood burst out in a violent spray. The remaining assassins turned pale in shock. Their minds raced. What? Did he just find the weakness in the formation? The 7-star ancient sword formation of the Wudong sect? Could the devil's disciple have already taught these demonic heirs how to break orthodox sect formations? With that thought, one assassin immediately barked an order for the others to switch to the third formation. Without delay, the surviving assassins changed their movements and shifted into a completely different pattern from before. Buuniel raised his sword toward them and thought coldly to himself, changing formations won't save you dogs. As long as the skill gap remains, the openings won't disappear. What a pack of thick-skulled fools. Thinking that, Buuniel turned toward the area where the assassins were clustered most densely. He lunged forward and unleashed a slash, cutting down 2 assassins at once as blood sprayed wildly from their necks. The one on the right could not even finish a word before he coughed, choked, and collapsed. The one on the left was no better. His throat bubbled too, and he coughed helplessly through the blood. One of the assassins broke out in a cold sweat and muttered in panic, "Impossible. Those little bastards from the demonic sect fed us false information. They said he hadn't learned any powerful sword art. But now he's carving through us without wasting a single strike." On the other side, Buuniel flicked the blood from his blade in a clean arc and said, "It's not martial arts, my friend. Think again." The protagonist's eyes were as cold as a grim reaper's as he looked over the remaining assassins and continued, "Call it what it really is. Me struggling desperately to stay alive. You lose in a fight to the death because you always assume, with blind arrogance, that the advantage is completely yours." Hearing the protagonist's words cut straight through the truth, the assassin finally understood. Panic rose in him as he thought, "We've always believed we were the hunters. We looked at the enemy like prey, like some tiny mouse already caught in a snake's jaws. Once trapped, death was supposed to be certain. Damn it, the prey was never him. It was us." And now that very prey was pointing his sword at them and calmly saying, "Then shall we start over?" One assassin muttered uneasily that this had gone beyond their expectations. It would be better to retreat for now, report to the master, and return with reinforcements. But the moment he finished speaking, his eyes rolled back, and a sharp pain exploded through his lower abdomen. The blade buried in his belly came not from Buuniel, but from the comrade standing right beside him. The assassin who had just killed his own comrade turned to the others and warned them coldly, "No one retreats to headquarters. To turn your back and run now is to throw away your honor." Hearing that, Buuniel called out from behind them in open disbelief, "Honor matters more than living? You idiot." The assassin's expression immediately darkened. He spun around and glared furiously at Buuniel. He declared that demon-blooded trash like him would never understand, but we do not draw and sheathe our swords for personal fame. Then he struck his chest and proclaimed, like some self-righteous zealot, "We fight for honor." Buuniel rolled his eyes, utterly disgusted, and muttered, "Stop babbling like a lunatic, fool." Then the image of his grandfather lying in a coffin flashed across his mind, and he added in a low voice, "There is no honor inside a coffin." The moment those words left him, Buuniel released a burst of thunderous electricity around his body. He shot forward from where he stood and shouted, "Thunder electric unrivaled form." Lightning instantly gathered thick and fierce around Buuniel's blade, crackling across the steel. The assassin's face went pale. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. He barely managed to shout, "Stop him." But before anyone could react, streaks of yellow lightning had already sliced across their throats, and Buuniel's body had somehow passed beyond them to appear at their backs. The first assassin froze where he stood, eyes bulging wide, while the ones behind him either lost their heads outright or jerked backward as blood erupted from their necks in violent sprays. As for the assassin in front, only a thin, thread-like line of blood slowly surfaced across his neck. That was the wound Buuniel had given him. The cut had been so fast and so clean that the man did not even realize, at first, that he had already been struck. And so he remained standing for a moment, only to be the last one to tip his head back as blood burst into the air. Buuniel stood there in silence, his whole body splashed with blood, his expression cold. Thud. The assassin collapsed to his knees, his eyes already empty. Yet with the last flicker of awareness left in him, he asked, Buuniel, have you become a demon lord? Even if I become a demon, I'll still curse people like you. Whether the assassin truly heard it or not, the look on the protagonist's face made one thing clear. He feared nothing. The reed field soon fell silent again, as though nothing had happened. The assassins had all gone to join their ancestors, leaving Buuniel standing there alone. His face streaked with blood, Buuniel slowly turned his head and looked down at the bodies scattered across the ground. A heavy emotion rose in his chest. It was truly a sight of corpses heaped like mountains, with blood flowing like a river between them. Even after escaping that island of hell, he still found himself standing in the middle of another slaughter. The place where I stand is already its own kind of hell, and I can feel it clearly now. I cannot free myself from these chains of grudges and debts. But this too is the price of the path I chose for revenge. This karma is mine alone to carry. Clop, clop, clop. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves came rolling in from the distance. A voice rang out, sharp enough to make Buuniel flinch and turn around at once. A man riding a horse that pulled a carriage came up and brought it to a stop. Then another man slowly stepped down from the carriage and placed one foot on the ground. And that visitor was none other than Baekhyun. After getting down, he turned toward the protagonist and called out to Buuniel. The moment Buuniel clearly saw Baekhyun's face, he blurted out in surprise, Captain? Sword still in hand, his body still carrying the metallic smell of blood. Buuniel had not yet fully pulled his gaze away from the chaos around him when that familiar figure appeared before him. He froze for a beat, then quickly stepped forward and asked in astonishment, Captain, what are you doing here? Baekhyun did not answer immediately. He walked over and lightly rested a hand on Yunseal's shoulder. The gesture looked gentle, but there was a quiet weight behind it. Finding you wasn't difficult. His low voice came out calm and steady, as though everything here had already been expected. Then Baekhyun took his hand off Yunseal's shoulder and moved toward the assassin's scattered corpses. He crouched beside one of them, his eyes turning sharp as he inspected every small detail, from the wounds and the way the body had fallen to the traces left behind at the scene. He lifted one assassin by the collar, and the moment he noticed the strange mark carved into the man's neck, Baekhyun's expression darkened. Then he picked up the assassin's sword and slowly wiped the blood from its blade with a cloth, his movements careful and exact, like a man examining crucial evidence. Baekhyun narrowed his eyes, his face growing serious as he muttered, "This is troublesome." Buuniel was startled and tilted his head, asking with concern, "What's wrong?" In reply, Baekhyun only gave a faint sigh. "Nothing." The air suddenly grew heavy. After a short silence, Baekhyun rose to his feet, brushed the dust from his clothes, and said to Buuniel, "Let's return to the base." That evening at Nanjia Pavilion, the setting sun washed the entire pavilion in a deep red glow. Inside a quiet room, Baekhyun brought Buuniel to meet Danshin, the pavilion's deputy master. Danshin wore his usual calm and composed expression. He lifted the teapot, slowly poured tea into the cups, and gently pushed them toward Buuniel and Baekhyun, all while keeping that familiar, mild smile on his face. Danshin said, "You've worked hard. I've heard the whole story. I am truly proud of you." Buuniel showed little reaction and answered in a calm voice, "Thank you, sir." Danshin continued, and this time there was real concern in his voice. "The trial must have been difficult. Were you hurt anywhere?" Buuniel answered honestly, hiding nothing. "Yes, but the old sect master treated me." Before he could finish, Baekhyun suddenly turned in shock and blurted out, "What?" Even Danshin could not keep his smile any longer. He looked surprised and exclaimed, "You met the old sect master?" "Yes." Then Buuniel recounted everything that had happened, from the beginning of the exam all the way to his meeting with the old sect master, leaving out nothing important. After hearing it all, Danshin finally let out a breath of relief. So that's what happened. No wonder the Flame Rain Sword clan and the White Demon Temple accepted the result so easily. Unexpectedly, that old man stepped in himself. Only then did Buuniel begin to understand just how important that figure really was. Unable to hide his surprise, he asked, "Is the old sect master really that influential?" "I knew he was important, but..." Danshin began to explain slowly. "Within the Demon Palace, power is divided among 3 great branches: the Demon Lord, the Old Sect Master, and the 10 Demon Dao schools." Baekhyun added, "The Old Sect Master's side holds tremendous influence because that is where the senior masters are gathered. And on top of that, the Old Sect Master, Jik Bung, has secretly built up forces of his own." Danshin laughed heartily, his voice carrying clear excitement. "Unbelievable. He called you in privately? Then you must have performed exceptionally well." Buuniel lowered his gaze slightly as he thought to himself, "I see. This matters far more than I first realized." Danshin asked again, "So, is there anything else you need to report?" Baekhyun immediately spoke up. There was an ambush. Crack. The teacup in Danshin's hand split apart. He shouted angrily. What? A fierce killing intent burst from him at once, enough to make even Buuniel break into a cold sweat. Danshin asked in an icy voice, who dared to ambush a disciple of ours? Baekhyun answered, the Martial Alliance. Judging from their weapons and equipment, they appeared to be part of the Grandmaster's forces, either the Wind Thunder Squad or the Five Ant Squad. Danshin fell silent for a moment, then let out a quiet sigh. I see. So if something had gone wrong, they were planning to pin the blame on the Grandmaster. But to target a boy who only just entered Nanjia Pavilion? Baekhyun narrowed his eyes. Perhaps it is because rumors are already spreading that he is an extraordinary talent. They want him dead before he can grow into a dangerous rival in the future. Danshin closed his eyes and thought it over. The boy has not even learned any formal martial arts yet. And yet the 10 Demon Dao schools, the old sect master, and now even the Martial Alliance are all watching him. Fine. Those meant to become heroes are always forced through trials. As soon as Danshin finished speaking, Buuniel slowly opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it carried clearly through the still room. By the way, I have a request for you, Deputy Master. Slightly surprised, Danshin opened his eyes and looked straight at him. What is it? Buuniel drew in a deep breath. His eyes grew firmer than ever. I've heard about the Vanguard Squad. They specialize in eliminating those who mean harm to Nanjia Pavilion. I want to join them so I can learn combat through real battles. The moment he finished speaking, the room turned completely still. Beside him, Baekhyun's eyes widened. Are you insane, kid? He turned fully toward Buuniel, his voice sharp. Do you even know what kind of place that is? It's where the most vicious people in the pavilion gather. And their captain, Suk Jong, has a terrible temper. Under the excuse of testing someone's ability, she'd gladly kill any Nanjia disciple she decides is unworthy. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room became crushingly heavy. Buuniel clenched his hands until his knuckles turned white, but his eyes never shook. He stared straight ahead and answered firmly. That's fine. If I die because I'm not skilled enough, then that's my own responsibility. I want to become stronger as quickly as possible. And I believe the fastest way is to watch masters fight in real battles. Baekhyun opened his mouth to argue back, but before he could say anything, Danshin chuckled and raised a hand to stop him. Ah, leave it. It seems we disagree this time. Danshin looked at Buuniel with clear interest. I want to trust this boy's judgment. After all, he sounds very confident. Then he continued slowly. The next mission is at Wind Thunder Valley. I think that makes this the perfect chance to place you there as a temporary team member. Deputy Master. Baekhyun still wanted to object. But when he turned to look at Buuniel, he suddenly stopped. Buuniel's face was filled with determination, cold and steady in a way that did not suit a teenager who had only just entered Nanjia Pavilion. It was obvious he had not said this on impulse. He had thought it through carefully. In the end, Baekhyun could only let out a helpless sigh. He folded his arms across his chest, his voice edged with irritation. If you've decided that much, then I'll notify Suk Jong. Danshin smiled with narrowed eyes and gave a casual wave of his hand. Go ahead. Ha ha ha. Cut to the guest room. The space was instantly ripped apart by an angry woman's shout. What? You want to send that brat to Wind Thunder Valley? A fierce-looking woman slammed her palm onto the table and pointed at the person sitting across from her as she shouted. Do I look like some kind of babysitter to you? This hot-tempered woman was none other than Suk Jong, captain of the Vanguard Squad. Sitting across from her was none other than Baekhyun. He answered calmly. This is a direct order from the Deputy Master. Suk Jong crossed her arms and let out a cold laugh. Humph. Then I'll go refuse him to his face. But before she could move, Baekhyun raised an item in front of her. The moment she saw it, Suk Jong fell silent. This is the heavenly mandate token that represents the Deputy Master. Surely you understand now. This is not something you can argue against. Suk Jong ground her teeth and clenched her fist so hard it slammed against the table. She looked ready to explode with rage, yet there was nothing she could do. Baekhyun continued in a steady voice. Suk Jong, he's not the kind of kid you think he is. He passed the trials of the Flame Rainsword clan and the White Demon Temple. But even those words did nothing to soften Suk Jong's attitude in the slightest. She tightened her grip on the teacup until it trembled in her hand, and tea splashed across the table. Then she threw her head back and emptied the entire cup in one swallow. Suk Jong slammed the cup onto the table, sprang to her feet, and shouted, Are all of you blind? I seriously can't understand why you're all defending that brat. A cold smile spread across her face, her eyes gleaming with killing intent. Fine, I'll take him. But I'll test him myself and see whether he's really worthy of being a Nanjia Pavilion disciple. Far away, Buuniel had no idea just how much of his fate had already been placed in the hands of a dangerous woman. Wind Thunder Valley, where violent winds and lightning clashed and danger hung thick in the air, and the Vanguard Squad, where only survivors earned recognition. What was called a trial was, in truth, nothing less than a life-and-death battle waiting quietly ahead of him. Cut to a place known as Wind Thunder Valley. It was a sect that had risen from a heterodox cult. There, they trained martial arts through brutal physical methods, and even by altering the human body itself. To pursue that goal, they even resorted to kidnapping and human trafficking by force, which was why both the righteous and evil factions alike treated them as outcasts. Even so, the reason they still survived was simple. Their base was a naturally fortified stronghold, easy to defend and extremely hard to attack. Because of that, even Nanjia Pavilion's vanguard squad had hesitated to move in recklessly. Now, before a cliff that rose high enough to touch the clouds, the vanguard squad had gathered. The squad's heavily built second-in-command stood there with his arms folded and spoke. Compared to what we heard, this place is farther than expected. Much farther, honestly. Someone standing beside him spoke up. This is troublesome. The real problem is the wind. The gusts are so strong that crossing over won't be easy at all. And there are guard posts too. If we're exposed, the sentries inside will cut the bridge immediately. Any careless move right now is basically walking into a death trap. Hearing that, So Jong frowned, displeasure flashing in her eyes, and glanced toward Buuniel with annoyance. This mission is already troublesome enough, and now we have to drag along some milk-faced brat too. Standing among the ranks, Buuniel wore the vanguard squad uniform. He remained silent in formation, his face cold and unreadable. He looked quiet enough, but the moment he moved, plenty of people were bound to be shocked. So Jong turned her head, looked toward someone behind her, and asked, Jae-woon, is it possible? Meet his comrade. This was Jae-woon, the vice-captain of the vanguard squad. Jae-woon produced 2 hidden blades between his fingers and smiled faintly. You never know until you try, right? The 2 small knives spun lightly between Jae-woon's fingers, as if he were only toying with them. Jae-woon's target was the sentries hidden in the lookout across the cliff. But wait, how did he already know there were exactly 2 guards in there just from drawing out 2 throwing blades? That alone was unnerving. Whoosh! Jae-woon hurled the hidden blades toward the lookout on the far side of the cliff without hesitation. The blades flashed under the sunlight as though showing off just how hard and sharp they were. They shot across the air like bullets, tearing through the wind as they flew straight toward the lookout on the opposite side. Whiz whiz. Jae-woon's skill was astonishing. From that distance, he still managed to send both blades through the narrow viewing slit of the lookout. But no cry rang out, and no alarm followed. So the vanguard squad simply stood there in silence, watching the lookout closely for any reaction. As for Buuniel, he stared wide-eyed in surprise and thought, it looked effortless just now, but that was clearly similar to the mind sword unification technique I saw from the Flame Rain Sword Clan masters. A truly formidable master. I wonder if I'd have any chance at all against him in a one-on-one fight. So Jong quickly turned and asked Jae-woon, Done? Why are you just standing there? Jae-woon looked at her and replied, Stop barking like a dog. The guard post has been taken care of, but we should keep watching a little longer. There could be hidden mechanisms on the bridge. If we rush in carelessly, we're finished. So Jong said nothing, but inside she was thinking, I need to prevent any risk to my people. Once that thought settled in her mind, So Jong suddenly turned toward Buuniel and ordered, You cross first. Unlike an ordinary person, the protagonist showed no surprise, fear, or hesitation. He answered in an icy voice, Yes, ma'am. The moment the order was given, Buuniel headed toward the rope bridge under the watchful eyes of the entire vanguard squad. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he looked down into an abyss so deep that drifting layers of cloud and white mist completely hid the bottom. Above that void, the rope bridge twisted and writhed under the violent wind, shaking so hard it looked like a live serpent in agony. Facing the bridge, Buuniel silently calculated the situation. With winds that strong, he would never keep his balance by ordinary means. There was only one option: use absorption self-decision to anchor his feet directly to the bridge. The moment that thought ended, Buuniel boldly stepped onto the first wooden plank. As his foot came down, it was as if a force pulled the plank tightly toward him. Even while the rope bridge swayed non-stop, Buuniel kept moving with steady precision, counting each step in his head. 1, 2, 3, then 8, 9, as he crossed that fragile hanging bridge. Watching from behind, Jae-woon narrowed his eyes and followed Buuniel's movement, muttering in surprise, I didn't expect him to use absorption self-decision to that level. His internal energy is pretty solid. Unlike Jae-woon, So Jong stood there with her arms crossed, gritting her teeth, her tone full of irritation and contempt. That's nothing special. Jae-woon smiled at So Jong and asked, Aren't your standards a little too high? But suddenly, Jae-woon's expression changed, and he blurted out, That sound. Jae-woon shouted at the top of his lungs to warn Buuniel, Danger. On the far side of the cliff, part of the rock face shifted and opened like a panel, revealing 24 small holes hidden inside. The very next instant, something shot out from all 24 holes at once, fast as lightning. To Buuniel, it looked as if a storm of projectiles was suddenly pouring straight down on him. Buuniel looked up, his face paling as he thought, what the hell? Why are there so many hidden weapons all of a sudden? If those hit me, I'll be turned into a beehive. Without delay, Buuniel rose onto the tips of his feet, leaving only the front halves of his soles touching the rope bridge. Then the protagonist bent his body sharply backward, dodging the incoming projectiles by the narrowest margin. But unexpectedly, another mechanism hidden in the cliff behind Buuniel activated as well. It was exactly the same as the first, and immediately, it unleashed another volley of hidden weapons straight toward the protagonist's back. Buuniel's eyes flicked back in an instant. Damn, what now? At the same time, he lightly pushed off with his right foot against the top of his left to create one more burst of momentum. Just as he expected, it was another cunning trap. Even so, Buuniel managed to launch himself into the air, narrowly avoiding the blades that shot beneath his feet. Jae-woon was stunned when he saw Buuniel pull off such a movement technique. Inwardly, he could not help but marvel. That footwork, using one foot against the other to force out another leap in midair, had completely outplayed the trap meant to kill anyone who dodged upward. But that still wasn't the end of it. There was more waiting ahead. As Buuniel's body came back down while the rope bridge was still swaying violently, his brows drew tight, and his teeth clenched hard. Then his eyes widened sharply when he saw what was waiting in front of him. Wish, wish, wish. Hidden blades burst out from mechanisms on both sides of the cliff and shot toward him like lightning, piercing straight through his body. If that had truly been him, it would have been over right there. Back on the other side, the Vanguard squad members frowned and broke into cold sweat as they muttered, at this level, avoiding it is basically impossible. Just when it looked as though the protagonist was finished, the holes torn through Buuniel's body seemed to spread, and then his entire figure blurred and dissolved. Only then did they realize that Buuniel had used a terrifyingly fast movement art to dash forward. What the blades had struck was nothing more than the afterimage he had left behind. Buuniel shot ahead, and, in the blink of an eye, reached the edge of the opposite cliff. The Vanguard squad members who saw Buuniel pull that off could only stare with their mouths hanging open, too shocked to say a word. Buuniel immediately broke into a sprint, moving as fast as he could toward the defensive lookout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He circled the lookout at high speed, searching for any possible entrance. When he forced open the door, he found two bodies inside, both pinned by Jae-woon's thrown blades. They were the sentries who had been taken out earlier. As he scanned the interior, Buuniel thought to himself, there has to be some device in here that controls the trap mechanism. Before long, he spotted a wooden lever that looked like it was linked to the machinery and guessed that this had to be it. Without wasting a second, he rushed over and seized the lever with both hands. Putting all his strength into it, Buuniel gritted his teeth and yanked the lever toward himself. At once, the gears hidden beneath the mechanism, which had been turning steadily, suddenly reversed and began spinning the other way. At the same time, the mechanisms embedded in the cliff face started to close one by one. Finally, they slammed shut completely and returned to their original hidden state. Buuniel ran back outside, waved to the Vanguard squad, and shouted across the gap, I stopped the trap. You can cross now. At that moment, all the doubt and contempt they had held toward Buuniel's ability disappeared, replaced by the stunned expressions of Suk Jong and Jae-woon. Suk Jong ground her teeth and frowned to herself. A top-level movement technique that would shatter your bones if you made even the slightest mistake, and yet he can use it so freely in a situation like that. Just what kind of background does this brat have? After that, the group kept moving until they reached a cave where stalactites were still slowly forming. The sound of steady footsteps echoed through the silent cavern. At the front, Suk Jong led the entire group deeper inside. Jae-woon came over, placed a hand on Buuniel's shoulder, and casually started a conversation. Hey, I saw that movement back there. It was seriously impressive. Have you mastered your master's extreme speed invisible step? Be honest. Yes, that's right. Suk Jong immediately cut in with a warning. Jae-woon, stop wasting time with idle chatter. Jae-woon added calmly, don't take it personally. The captain's always stingy when it comes to praise. She looked annoyed just from hearing it brought up. She told him not to babble, but inwardly she was still far from convinced. Even if what happened earlier surprised her, she did not believe that one small display of skill meant he had truly passed her trial. Just wait. Before long, you'll have to use your own life to prove exactly how lacking you still are. Eventually, she stopped in front of a pool inside the cave. This was the place. Suk Jong turned around, waved a hand, and called out, everyone move. One after another, the squad members leaped in with loud splashes. Buuniel looked on curiously and asked, What is everyone doing? Jae-woon explained, then suddenly remembered. Right? You joined at the last minute, so you probably haven't heard about this pool. This pool connects to Wind Thunder Valley. If you dive down and follow the inner waterway, you'll reach the destination. But the water is filled with high-old Jumgang crystals, and even a piece the size of a fist can freeze an entire well solid. The moment you go under, you have to circulate your internal energy immediately to protect your body from the freezing chi. If you fail, you'll turn into a block of ice on the spot and sink straight to the bottom. So you should stay here. At your age, handling this is nearly impossible. Trying it on purpose would be no different from throwing your life away. But Buuniel answered in an oddly calm voice, it's fine. Seeing Buuniel take a deep breath, Jae-woon panicked. Wait, what are you doing? But in Yunseol's mind, the answer was already clear. If I came all this way only to stop because I was afraid of dying, then what was the point of coming at all? And with that, Buuniel jumped in without the slightest hesitation. His body plunged into the pool, and the moment he went under, he opened his eyes and began to observe his surroundings. Buuniel saw enormous ice crystals everywhere. So these are the high-old Jumgang crystals. But even then, he quickly noticed that something here felt strangely off. Seeing the other members suffering like that, it was obvious the Jumgang crystals were affecting them. For some reason, though, even without circulating a shred of internal energy, he couldn't feel the cold chi at all. Buuniel slowly raised one hand and looked down at his palm, where a faint current of energy was still lingering. Could it be because he had recently reached the realm where water and fire no longer clashed, making it impossible for the cold chi to seep into him? He had never considered it back then. But now, unexpectedly, it was proving useful in exactly this way. His eyes suddenly fixed on a spot off to the side. Buuniel immediately began swimming toward it. A moment later, he rose out of the water, and as soon as he emerged, he saw the others seated farther ahead. Buuniel thought to himself that everyone was too busy circulating chi and steadying their breathing to notice much else. He simply walked past the place where they were sitting. A few of them stared in stunned silence, unable to believe someone could swim through a pool of Jumgang crystals and still look that composed. Everyone looked at Buuniel with disbelief written all over their faces. It felt impossible. The same question rose in every one of their minds. Just how had he done it? So John stood off to one side with his arms folded, watching everything in silence. She thought, is his internal energy so steady that he does not even need to circulate chi? That is absurd. Still, it seems the deputy leader's arrangement was not completely meaningless after all, but the real fight was still waiting ahead. So John shouted, all right, everyone should be recovered by now. Prepare to move. Our target, Pungnagok, is right in front of us. Let them see the power of the Salvation Squad. At her words, everyone roared and rushed forward with surging momentum. Outside, huge, heavily muscled enemies were already waiting, their blades hacking down toward them. So John's squad charged straight in without hesitation and began cutting down the enemy. Buuniel gripped his sword tightly and moved to confront one of them. The man caught the blade of his sword barehanded and clamped down hard. Buuniel's grip tightened around the hilt, refusing to give an inch. His sword finally slipped free of the man's grasp and came slashing down. Even so, the bastard was not dead yet, and a dangerous aura still poured from him. The man swung his arm and struck back at once. Do you know what Jumgang Force is? It is made through medicinal ingredients and physical enhancement. It seems these monsters do not even know what pain is. No matter how badly they are wounded, they keep charging forward. How are we supposed to deal with things like this? Just then, someone suddenly called out to him. You brat. At that instant, a single figure appeared and killed the Jumgang warrior with one clean thrust of the sword. She clicked her tongue and snapped angrily, stop clinging around and fall back. Buuniel stepped back at once, no longer wanting to get in Sojohn's way. By herself, she tore through the enemies in one sweep after another. Wow, incredible. She was cutting down those Jumgang warriors with ridiculous ease. At that moment, Buuniel suddenly remembered why he had come. Right. I joined the Salvation Squad to watch masters fight in real combat and grow stronger from it. From now on, in the middle of this melee, I will carefully observe their swordsmanship. His gaze moved quickly across each member of the squad. Buuniel silently engraved their movements into his mind and began making those techniques his own. Under the squad's fierce assault, the Jumgang warriors were steadily being overwhelmed. Just then, a man suddenly appeared right behind him. Buuniel bent low in one sharp motion and narrowly dodged the strike. He realized more enemy fighters were rushing in. But if all I need to do is evade and counter, I can manage with Beast Path and Extreme Speed Invisible. The Salvation Squad was already crushing the Demon Palace's enemies. So even if I do not step in, it will not change the outcome of this battle. Instead, I will use this chance to watch how the members of the Salvation Squad fight and learn everything I can from them. So John drove a single blade straight into her opponent's stomach. At the same time, 3 more enemies rushed in together to attack her. She swept her sword in one clean arc, and their bodies burst apart into shredded pieces. Deep inside, Buuniel could not help admiring it. In that single move, her blade technique had struck the enemy several times in an instant. How did she pull that off? It didn't feel like a normal saber technique at all. It was closer to swordsmanship, full of sharp thrusts and twisting changes. So he tried to follow it, drawing out his sword and copying the motion. But Buuniel quickly realized it wasn't something that simple. I should watch her a little longer and learn more first. He fixed his eyes on So John's saber stance and studied every detail with care. Then Buuniel reproduced the posture exactly as he had seen it. At last, one clean stroke swept across the GM gang warrior's body and cut straight through him. Then it clicked for him. I see now. This isn't a fixed saber form. It's a changing variation created to answer the enemy's attack. When swordsmanship reaches a certain level, it is no longer trapped inside forms or named techniques. At that stage, even the way one simply holds a blade can become a flawless move. The squad leader hadn't been using any set saber form at all. She was only reading the GM gang warrior's openings and shifting her attacks to match them. Within a single strike, there were as many as 9 changing sword paths concealed inside. If I try to use what I just understood. After finishing her exchange, So John turned around and looked back at Buuniel. That was when she realized he had been watching her for quite a while. What is that brat trying to do? Just then, the GM gang warrior suddenly lunged at him. Buuniel answered at once by swinging his sword. For an instant, it felt as though time had stopped. 2 slashes appeared across the GM gang warrior's body, and fresh blood burst out. Buuniel realized that, for now, 2 slashes were the most he could produce. So John watched the scene with open surprise. That kid. Did he really understand the one-sword 2-strike from just a single look? That is the core of my Qianba absolute saber. It took me a full 2 years to learn it. Buuniel knew he couldn't bring out anything greater yet, but at least he had grasped the principle behind it. Then the next one is you. I'll switch over and observe the deputy leader now. Jae-woon had noticed him too. First he copied the squad leader, and now he set his sights on me? The squad leader's Qianba absolute saber is a saber art rooted in the beast path. Copying a part of it is one thing, but my martial art combines throwing blades with the long cow sword. There's no way he can imitate me just by standing there and watching. A moment later, he slipped 3 throwing blades between his fingers, coordinating them with the hand that held his sword. Jae-woon swung his sword with one hand, while the other released a throwing blade with perfect accuracy. He thought with smug satisfaction, see that, Buuniel? Something like this is beyond you. But this time, Jae-woon was completely mistaken. He froze in shock when he saw Buuniel's other hand gripping a long wooden staff, while his sword hand remained ready. Several GM gang warriors had already surrounded Buuniel from all sides. And then he repeated the exact motion Jae-woon had used just moments earlier. As he watched the enemies drop one after another, horror spread across his face. It was the two-handed heart technique, the art of using different martial skills in each hand at the same time. Most people would have focused only on my throwing blades. But he didn't get stuck on the weapon itself. He saw straight through to the essence of my martial art. Buuniel glanced at the corpses and understood that he really had copied the deputy leader's movements. Still, the power behind it was lacking. This is not something I can fully understand so fast. If I hadn't read those manuals in the archive, I wouldn't have even managed to imitate it this much. Buuniel's gaze moved across the field again. Who's next? Before long, he picked out another person who looked worth watching. In Buuniel's eyes, that man's swordsmanship wasn't flashy in the least. But every strike he made carried an overwhelming weight behind it, along with a massive shock force hidden inside. That force surged forward and tore into the enemy like a crashing wave. Buuniel couldn't help but admire it. Who would have thought such a plain movement could release power like that? Just watching alone probably won't let me truly understand it. He stood there for a moment, almost dazed, staring at the battle unfolding before him. Then Buuniel even crouched beside the corpse to inspect it more closely. He even reached out and touched the wound with his hand, leaving the other person staring at him in confusion. That guy. What in the world is he doing in the middle of a battlefield? A brief flicker of alarm crossed Buuniel's face. And yet, strangely enough, he also looked pleased. In that very instant, a man rushed in, ready to strike him down. Buuniel's sword drove straight into the man without hesitation. The GM gang warrior coughed up blood and stiffened from the pain, his whole body locking up like a wooden log. A blow carrying fierce shock force crashed directly into his abdomen. Surprise flashed in Buuniel's eyes, and at that moment, understanding came to him. I see it now. The instant his blade made contact, he poured foot chi into the sword and forced the impact to its absolute limit. After watching everyone he needed to watch, a cry filled with bitter fury suddenly rang across the battlefield. Nanjia Pavilion, you damned beasts. How dare you do this to us? I'll hack every last one of you to pieces. Jae-woon lifted his head and fixed his gaze on the figure standing there. The one who had appeared was none other than the master of Pongnagak. Power gathered in the Blade Lord's palm, condensing into a dense mass of internal energy. Then he let out a furious roar. The internal force burst toward them like an exploding firework. Caught off guard, they had no choice but to raise both hands and block it head-on. At once, they became even more wary of the poison palm technique. So John quickly stepped into the fight and slipped aside in one smooth motion. Then the two of them rushed straight at each other, ready for a clash that would decide life or death. A palm strike shot out from the Blade Lord's hand. So John answered calmly, swinging the blade in her hand without a trace of panic. The poison palm was cut apart on the spot. Those slicing waves of force kept going and tore through the Blade Lord's body as well. Even so John was still paying attention to him. Buuniel, you've been watching us this entire battle. And in that short span of time, you grasped the core of our martial arts and reproduced it almost exactly. I didn't want to admit it. I kept denying the talent of someone who, until recently, knew nothing about martial arts. But now, there's no way around it. I have no choice but to acknowledge you. Hearing her speak that way, the Blade Lord ground his teeth in anger. He felt deeply humiliated. How dare this bastard lose focus while fighting me? The poison palm gathered once more in the Blade Lord's hand. Don't get ahead of yourself. So John pressed her lips together and let out a quiet sigh before warning him. You still haven't realized the difference between our strength, have you? He caught So John's blade with his bare hand and tried to stop it. Only then did the GM gang warrior truly feel just how terrifying his opponent's power was. So John pressed forward again, swinging out another blade strike without pause. A gigantic shock crashed down like a waterfall, and he was smashed flat against the ground. So John landed lightly on the ground as well. She said, the leader of Pongnagak died by my hand. After cleaning up the remaining riffraff, they made their way back to Nanjia Pavilion. Even days later, Buuniel was still thinking about that recent battle. A full week had passed since they completed the Merchant Guard team's mission. Once he returned, he threw himself back into his martial apprenticeship. As he walked along the mountain path, Buuniel quietly reflected on everything that had happened lately. After seeing true masters in action and learning from them up close, he suddenly began to wonder where he himself stood. Recently, he had been so obsessed with absorbing techniques as fast as possible that he realized he barely knew anything about the ranks of martial artists. His internal arts had only advanced not long ago, so he needed to sort out the later realms clearly and put them in order in his mind. Just then, a familiar voice called out to him. Long time no see. He greeted the GM gang senior, and the man stepped forward with a cheerful look. I heard about your recent exploits. Buuniel still felt grateful toward him. It's all thanks to your guidance, senior. The man laughed as he looked at the one he had taught for 6 months. The GM gang senior seemed to know right away. Just from looking at you, I can tell you came here with questions about internal arts, didn't you? Buuniel looked surprised. How did you know? Wasn't your natural aptitude almost non-existent? The man said, it makes sense that you've finally run into a wall. Back when I taught you, I figured it would take you at least 3 years to reach the 3rd tier. The GM gang senior broke into a wide smile. I never expected that prediction of mine to turn out so completely wrong. Buuniel quietly listened to every word the GM gang senior said. Let me check your pulse first and examine your internal energy, he said. Your internal power has already gone beyond one Hwa gap. The pure chi created through earth absorption circulation is now being transformed into extreme foot chi as your dantian fully awakens. Buuniel thought to himself, so my feeling back then really was correct. The GM gang senior got straight to the point. You came because you want to understand the martial realms, didn't you? The pinnacle is the realm beyond first rank, where both the body and internal power are pushed to their very limits. When someone breaks through that limit and touches the extreme end of martial arts, it is called the super ultimate realm. Beyond that lies the supreme heavenly realm. At the supreme heavenly realm, a person can freely control both body and spirit, breaking past the restraints of internal energy and even the body's natural limits. Buuniel looked startled. There are realms even higher than that. Please tell me more, senior. To reach the truth of martial arts and step into a state of absolute perfection is called the Vuguk realm. It is said that, at present, only the Murim Alliance leader and the Demon Palace Master, known together as the Orthodox and Unorthodox Heavenly Emperor duo, have touched that threshold. He could not hide his doubt. The Orthodox and Unorthodox Heavenly Emperor duo, the two greatest masters of righteousness and evil, those two really reached that point. The GM gang senior explained. Below them stand the 3 devils and 3 venerables, and beneath them the 4 deities and 7 kings, all said to be masters of the Vuguk realm. Hearing that, Buuniel began to grasp how vast the truth really was. A deep sense of awareness settled over him, and with it came an even stronger feeling that there was still so much he did not know. The GM Gang Sr. continued, and in the end, the very highest realm is called the Heavenly Will Realm. He explained further, the Heavenly Will Realm is where one perceives the will of heaven itself and becomes one with the primordial chi. Throughout the entire history of martial arts, no one has ever truly reached that realm. For someone at your level right now, that is still a story from a very distant horizon. As for you, your current state is in the early pinnacle realm, because you have already reached the third tier of the Dansheng Heart Method. Once you step into the fourth tier, protective body chi will begin to form around you. Only then can you truly be called part of the super ultimate realm. By the time you reach the fifth tier, you will be able to condense internal power and true chi into visible form, going beyond the super ultimate realm. The GM Gang Sr. paused there for a moment, then went on. At the sixth tier, your internal power will circulate without end and spread through every part of your body. At the seventh tier, you will cast off the shackles of the flesh itself. And at the final eighth tier, you will borrow the power of great nature and gain the ability to interfere with the birth and death of all things. Buuniel asked with genuine curiosity, interfere with the birth and death of all things? He honestly could not imagine what that was supposed to mean. The GM Gang Sr. replied, I'm sorry, but I can't explain that part very well either, because I myself only reached the final threshold of the fifth tier. But then he smiled and asked, still, the fact that you're asking about those realms, does that mean you've decided to step into the Jianghu? Buuniel was taken aback. How did you know? The man answered at once, because otherwise, you wouldn't have come all this way just to ask me so many questions. Buuniel admitted that was true. After what I experienced with the Merchant Guard team, I realized that real combat is the fastest way to grow. That's why I want to leave the mountain and roam the Jianghu. Deep down, he also knew that if he wanted clues about the assassin tied to his grandfather's death, searching the Jianghu would help far more than remaining inside the Demon Palace. The GM Gang Sr. smiled when he heard that decision. Then he reminded him that anyone who wished to roam the Jianghu first had to understand it. Go and find Master Chiol. He'll teach you what you need to know. Buuniel cupped his hands and thanked him. Thank you for your guidance. The man warned him in return, the Jianghu is a dangerous place, and its storms are impossible to predict. Be careful out there. Then he called out to him softly. Senior, please stay well until the day we meet again. Buuniel returned to Wangul, with the ringing clang of the hammer already echoing in his ears. He watched him work with a calm, unreadable expression. The hammer kept crashing down against the stone table again and again. Only after a moment did Wangul stop and respond. He turned around and asked, What did you come to see me for? Wangul placed a notebook down on the table in front of him. Buuniel picked it up and looked at it in confusion. What is this? Wangul answered, It contains what you came here to learn. He carefully turned the pages one by one and read through what was inside. Buuniel's eyes widened in surprise. This is practically a full record of the state of the Jianghu, along with the traits and information of its sects. Biographies of famous masters, and even detailed notes about the number 18 demonic warriors. The contents were far too deep for an ordinary Wangul to know. How could he possibly know all of this? Wangul reminded him, read all of it. At the very least, you won't suffer because of ignorance. And once you're done, burn it. Buuniel thought to himself that although he still had no idea who this man really was, with an intelligence network like this, it almost made sense. With an intelligence network on this scale, it wasn't all that surprising after all. Buuniel spoke softly. Wangul, may I ask you one more thing? Wangul said nothing and simply waited for him to go on. Seated at the table, Wangul explained in detail. He could freely manipulate his bones and muscles to launch rising thrusting sword strikes, and he even had the control to sever a moving target's arms with perfect precision. On top of that, there was the deadly butcher's poison, the kind that rots flesh and disrupts the blood itself. You mean he also used hidden weapons and signet arts? Buuniel asked to confirm. Yes, that's right. He found it strange that someone with such terrifying swordsmanship would still rely on hidden weapons and poison like that. A faint frown formed on his face, as though he had begun to suspect something. Wangul continued, most likely, he's a spy who had no intention of revealing his true identity to the martial world. Buuniel asked, then you mean he may not actually be a master of the demonic path? Wangul replied, exactly. It's not that he used those techniques because he belonged to the demonic path. More likely, he deliberately used every method possible to hide who he really was. Buuniel fell into thought. So the culprit may not be some notorious demonic master after all, but a hidden infiltrator whose true face no one knows. Then from now on, should I be looking into righteous figures as well, instead of limiting myself to the demonic path? But according to Wangul, if every trace the man left behind was only deception, then how could he ever be found? Wangul noticed his mood darken and called out, Bu Yunseal, I have a proposal for you. Be back before dusk. You must return. Bu Yunseal answered, I want to roam the Jianghu. Danshin looked curious. You suddenly come all the way here out of nowhere. So what is it this time? Wasn't your experience with the Merchant Guard team enough already? Bu Yunseal replied, the Merchant Guard team experience was valuable, but I feel like I still need more real combat if I want to complete my practical martial training quickly. Danshin awkwardly rested his chin on his hand and said, I understand what you mean, but even as deputy chief, I can't just let you leave whenever you want. If you belong to a division or a team in this sect, then to leave for the Jianghu, you need permission from the division head or your team leader first. Bu Yunseal continued, I know that very well. What I want is to join the QSAT team. That answer left Danshin genuinely stunned. His face hardened, and he shot to his feet as he demanded, where did you hear about that? Bu Yunseal answered honestly, I heard it from Wangul. Earlier, he suggested that I should join the QSAT team. The QSAT team was the unit that specialized in assassinations, kidnappings, sabotage, and stealing important resources. It handled the kind of missions the Demon Palace would never officially admit to. He said this would be a good chance for me to achieve what I want. With the current situation, tracking down the murderer won't be easy. But if I join the QSAT team, which moves through similar shadows, I might come across clues. He also said that the missions there are all dangerous enough to risk your life, which means I could grow stronger through real combat too. Danshin immediately rejected it. Absolutely not. But Bu Yunseal cut in, I already know what kind of place the QSAT team is. The moment you enter it, your existence is erased, and from then on you take on missions where your life is always on the line. Danshin replied, yes. The QSAT team handles the filthiest work of the Demon Palace. Once you enter, you erase your name and affiliation and operate without support from anyone. It's a place meant for criminals seeking redemption through labor or for those driven by desperate need for money. You're one of our number 18. Do you really intend to become part of the QSAT team? Bu Yunseal had his own reasons. He wanted strength, and he wanted it quickly. If that path led through the QSAT team, then he was willing to throw himself into it. After all, the number 18 are nothing more than tools meant to cut down righteous masters. If the only thing that matters is whether I can swing my blade without hesitation, then the stronger I become, the better. Isn't that true? Danshin could not answer that. Just as Bu Yunseal said, most of the 10 great demonic gates only saw the number 18 as disposable tools for their own purposes. But Danshin stressed one thing. Our pavilion is different. From the beginning, I intended to raise you as my true successor. Those words left Bu Yunseal completely stunned. Then he smiled faintly and replied, I understand exactly what the Deputy Pavilion Master means. But that is exactly why I want to join the QSAT team even more. You still don't understand why. He explained, because from everything I've seen so far, the true nature of Nanjia Pavilion was never about growing stronger while being safely protected. At that, Danshin fell silent. Then he let out a long sigh. Truly, arguing with you is impossible. In the end, he had no choice. Fine, but only for 1 year. Bu Yunseal was overjoyed. Thank you, sir. Danshin did not forget to warn him. If at any point you feel you've reached the level you want, you may leave the QSAT team and come back at once. Bu Yunseal promised he would remember. I will. Then Danshin added that since you're already determined to leave the mountain, I'll give you something useful. Right now, your face is too handsome. It draws far too much attention. And as the most talked about rookie among the number 18, being able to hide your identity during missions will be a major advantage in many situations. Bu Yunseal left Nanjia Pavilion behind and slipped into the crowded streets, blending in with the flow of people. He had arrived at Dongting Lake. As he walked along the road, Bu Yunseal suddenly came to a stop. His appearance was now a little different from before. Bu Yunseal recalled how, on the way here, people had kept glancing at him and whispering before he changed his face. Luckily, just before he left, the deputy had taught him the face-switching bone change art. He raised his eyes and looked at the building in front of him. This was the Guzzle branch of the QSAT team. Bu Yunseal lifted his hand and lightly knocked on the wooden door bar. The door opened, and he quietly swept his gaze over the inside, from the hanging lanterns to the neatly placed blocks of wood. Bu Yunseal stepped inside and walked down a corridor lined with bookshelves on both sides. He thought to himself, it really does look like a quiet old bookstore. Is this truly the QSAT team branch? Then a voice called out and politely invited him to come farther in. A man stood up and asked, What are you looking for, sir? Bu Yunseal pulled a book from inside his chest and said, I'm here to sell a book. The man held out his hand and replied, Let me have a look. Bu Yunseal respectfully handed it over with both hands. The shopkeeper lowered his eyes and checked the title written on the cover. He paused for a moment, silently weighing its worth, then said, The book is rather old. I'm afraid it won't fetch much of a price, Bu Yunseal suggested. Then how about exchanging it for another book instead? What do you think? The shopkeeper turned and called out for someone named Mon. A young man came running out at once. Apprentice, the shopkeeper said, take our guest inside so he can view the ancient books. Mon cheerfully led the way. Please come with me, this way. He led Buuniel into a room, carefully closed the door behind them, and then slowly turned to face him. Only then did he introduce himself. I am Mon, the one in charge of communications here. Buuniel immediately sensed that the atmosphere had changed completely from before. Mon continued, for convenience, members of the QSAT team usually address each other by code names. Your code name will be number 18. Pick a mission from the book, and I'll explain the details to you. Buuniel flipped through the notebook. This one, Zhang mission, 3rd posting. Reward, 500 niang of silver. Steal the Bosan incense and Gaijian Jiren Goji oxen. Buuniel asked curiously, what does posting mean? Mon explained that it referred to how many times the mission had been issued. Either someone had already failed it 3 times, or no one had taken it for a long while, so it had been put back out for the 3rd time. Buuniel understood. Most of the missions were escort robberies, theft of treasures, or spreading false information. None of those meant much to him. What I need are real fights, the kind that can temper me and make me stronger. There have to be missions like that in here somewhere. Then his eyes stopped on one page. 9th posting. You'll grade, 9th posting. Reward, 3,000 niang of silver. Secretly eliminate Suk Jong, Deputy Hall Master of the Blood Cult's Soul Seizing Hall. Mon quickly warned him not to even consider that one. Buuniel looked surprised. Why not? Mon explained that QSAT team missions were divided into 4 ranks, Bing and Ding, with the upper ranks being far more difficult. From rank it upward, those jobs were usually reserved for veteran members who had served for more than 3 years. Those highest ranks were meant for the leading experts and were assigned directly instead of chosen. So among the missions members could freely select, rank it ones were the hardest. Suk Jong had been famous in the Jianghu as a master for more than 10 years. He had survived many assassination attempts already, so there was no chance of killing him with some simple sneak attack. That was why such an enormous reward of 3,000 niang had been offered. Buuniel instantly judged that this was exactly the kind of mission he had been searching for. A grin slowly spread across his face. Mon frowned, confused, and stole another glance at Buuniel. Buuniel closed the notebook and said, then I'll take this mission. Didn't he hear a word I said? With half-baked assassination skills, there's no way he can kill that man. Buuniel tucked the notebook back into his chest and thought, it's fine. Wang Gul's book also contains information on Suk Jong. This mission is not impossible at all. Mon glanced at him again and thought to himself, this guy? I warned him because I thought he might be someone impressive, but he turns out to be nothing more than a dramatic brat. In the end, Mon only let out a sigh and decided not to interfere any further. Then he reached for the lantern cord and said, the robes and tools you'll need for the mission are over on this side. He tugged the cord downward, and at once a concealed door slid open in the wall. The man led Buuniel inside. Weapons of all kinds were lined up along the wall. He searched around for a moment, then pulled out a set of equipment for him. A bundle of clothes and a sword were casually thrown onto the floor. Buuniel clicked his tongue inwardly. It was all worn-out trash. Why waste proper equipment on someone they expected to die soon anyway? Still, he thought, the result would speak for itself soon enough. He gathered the items, then quietly said his farewell. See you later. With that, the man left, and Buuniel was alone in the room. A faint sense of unease settled over him, and he let out another slow sigh. Not long after, the shopkeeper came back and asked how it had gone. The man waved a hand dismissively. He picked the toughest assignment for his very first mission. We probably won't ever see him again. The shopkeeper asked what mission it was, and the man answered that he had gone after Suk Jong, the master of the Blood cult. The shopkeeper jolted in surprise. What? Suk Jong, the master of the Blood cult? Isn't that the very mission even the famous members of the Salvation Squad failed to complete? The man gave a scornful snort. So arrogant, and so reckless too. It's a complete waste. That's why I just handed him some worthless spare gear. The shopkeeper fell into thought, wondering which Demon Palace disciple had sent that brat to the Salvation Squad. In the end, he would probably become nothing more than another corpse for the Blood cult to dispose of. Meanwhile, Buuniel was already on his way to Blood Island. The Blood cult had quickly risen out of the Blood sect, and now stood as the strongest demonic force rooted on that isolated island. When the boat arrived, he thought that even on a place like this, ships must constantly come and go to carry supplies. The shore was crowded with people loading and unloading cargo. Shouts rang everywhere. Over here, put it down here. What the hell are you doing? Buuniel slipped naturally into the crowd and bowed his head. Sorry, it's my first time doing this kind of work. I'll fix it right away. Using a merchant vessel loaded with goods, Buuniel successfully infiltrated Blood Island. All around him, People were busily carrying cargo on and off the ship. Orders flew from every direction. Bring that over here. Move that out. Someone help over here. A young man named Jae Woon answered right away. Understood. I'm on it. From some distance away, someone had been watching him closely. Then that person called out. Hey, you there. He turned around at once and replied, Yes, sir. The moment the other man moved, the watcher's eyes widened sharply. Before he could react, a sword was already resting against his throat. A thin line split his skin, and fresh blood slowly ran down. The man studied his expression carefully. That's the reaction of someone with no martial arts at all. Could he really be an infiltrator? Could he really be an infiltrator? A moment later, the sword was pulled away, and an order was given. Call the doctor and have him treated. One of the men hurried off to fetch a physician. Several others gathered around and looked him over. Then he was taken to the doctor for treatment. As the doctor stitched the wound with a needle, he cried out in pain. It hurts. Hold still for a moment. Once the bandage had been wrapped around his neck, the doctor finished up. That's done. You lost a fair amount of blood, but the wound wasn't deep. I stitched it cleanly, so in about 7 days you should be fully healed. The patient thanked him with visible relief. Thank you, doctor. Your hands are truly skilled. That almost turned into something serious. What luck! After the patient left, the doctor returned to his room and shut the door. Only then was it revealed that the doctor was actually Buuniel in disguise. He let out a quiet breath of relief. He had nearly been exposed, but the steady hands of a capable doctor naturally drew little suspicion. And for sailors, a physician was the kind of person welcomed almost anywhere. Thanks to the face-changing and bone-shifting art he had learned from the deputy pavilion master, along with the technique taught by Woo Min-chong, his disguise was flawless. He already knew the boat would leave the dock at dawn. So no matter what, he had to deal with Suk Jong tonight. The sunset slowly faded, spreading dim red light over the island. Before long, night had fully fallen. In the distance, the lights from the ship crews flickered softly against the dark. Buuniel quickened his steps. Not wanting to waste even a breath of time, he pressed forward until a building came into view ahead. He stopped at the edge of a cliff and looked down in silence. So that's the Bloodine cult. Buuniel carefully swept his gaze across the defensive layout below. There were several guards stationed around the place, watching the area with tight discipline. He dug his foot into the ground, took a short running start, and leaped upward in one swift motion. Not long after, Buuniel dropped down and landed on the roof below. He stayed low and concealed himself there, carefully observing the men beneath him. Buuniel's eyes narrowed and fixed on a single spot. He recognized the man giving orders below as Suk Jong. Good, keep it that way. Buuniel was quietly amazed. To sense that much inner power even from this far away, no wonder they called him a terrifying master. But something about it felt off. A man who had survived 9 assassination attempts shouldn't be showing his inner power so openly. It could easily be a trap laid for enemies, so he knew he had to move with extreme caution. He lowered himself to the ground with care, his eyes sweeping the surroundings without missing a thing. Buuniel followed the direction Suk Jong had gone. The place carried a strong medicinal smell, and it seemed to lead toward the Bloodine cult's secret medicine vault. He had heard that the secret vault was hidden in an underground chamber, a place where sound would not escape, the perfect ground for an ambush. The moment Suk Jong suddenly stopped, Buuniel's heart tightened. Suk Jong stood there without a trace of emotion on his face. Buuniel pressed himself behind a pillar and didn't even dare let his breathing grow louder. Only after Suk Jong started walking again did Buuniel finally breathe out. He prayed he hadn't been noticed. Then, on silent feet, he made his way down toward the stairs. A room appeared ahead of him, its door already open. He gently nudged it farther and peeked inside. Inside, he saw Suk Jong opening a chest. Buuniel slowly drew his sword. Suk Jong's back looked completely exposed. This was the perfect chance to end it in a single strike. Then his foot came down on a floor tile. The tile sank at once, and Buuniel instantly realized he was in danger. In the next instant, countless hidden darts rained down from above. He sprang backward and narrowly avoided them. The trap had already been triggered. Suk Jong did not even bother turning around as he spoke. Honestly, you assassins are all pathetic. It's almost laughable. Every single one of you chooses this exact place for the ambush, as if you all planned it together beforehand. You really came at the perfect time. Do you know that? Then the chest opened wider, and inside was a severed head. Suk Jong moved as though he were about to draw his sword. I even left exactly one empty space in there, just enough to store your head too. Suk Jong sounded openly amused, clearly enjoying how shaken his target looked. You people always repeat the same routine. You sneak in on a docked ship, wait for your chance, and then try to kill me here. That's exactly why I had these mechanisms installed in this room. Idiots. They keep walking into the same trap over and over. Buuniel thought bitterly that this was one of the Salvation Squad's flaws. Missions were carried out without the agents even knowing one another's identities. Even if that was done for secrecy, refusing to share information only meant everyone ended up dying in the same trap together. Suk Jong tossed his sword aside with disdain. So the assassin this time is just a young brat. Someone like you doesn't even require my pet fighters. Then he casually grabbed the sword behind him and rushed in. Once I cut off your arms and legs, I'll take my time enjoying the despair in your screams. Buuniel remained completely calm. A failed assassination was not enough to shake him, because what he had truly wanted from the start was a deadly fight. The next moment, their swords crashed into each other. Steel flashed, and sparks burst sharply through the air. This time, Suk Jong had no choice but to look at his opponent differently. With a sharp flick of his blade, he forced Buuniel back. Suk Jong judged him in an instant. This brat has deep inner power. And that sword art, it's nothing like the style of an ordinary assassin. Now this is interesting. So you've come with the black Tsu blade technique. Buuniel settled into his stance, fully prepared to counter whatever came next. His slash broke through the force released by the opponent's attack. Buuniel's mind raced. The sword form itself was simple. As long as he stayed calm, he should have been able to redirect it. But his relief came too early, because the next strike still cut into him. Buuniel was stunned. What? I definitely blocked that just now. Suk Jong only grew more overbearing and pressed forward. What? Can't you defend yourself? He kept closing the distance and throwing one attack after another at Buuniel. All Buuniel could do for the moment was grit his teeth and block with his sword. Still, something felt deeply strange to Buuniel. He had clearly seen an opening, and yet Suk Jong's attacks were not aiming for those weak points at all. If his opponent had no intention of killing him right away, then that gave him room to move. His feet shifted, and he drove himself straight at the man. Buuniel's approach looked almost reckless. But in truth, he was rushing in to uncover the principle behind those strange sword strikes. Inside the enclosed chamber, the clash of their blades rang out harshly, echoing painfully through the room. Suk Jong praised him with a sneer. Not bad. Good spirit. Then he said coldly, try blocking this one. Left upper severing stroke. Buuniel kept his eyes sharp and locked onto the new attack his opponent was unleashing. In the blink of an eye, Suk Jong had already closed the gap between them again. Buuniel retreated at once. The direction of the strike changed so fast, it was almost impossible to follow. Then something clicked in his mind. So that was it. Was this some kind of illusionary technique built on faint, misleading movements? The moment he understood that much, Buuniel had already formed a way to beat him. So instead of panicking, he slowly closed his eyes and steadied his mind. Suk Jong, unaware of what he was doing, mocked him arrogantly. Looks like you got lucky enough to realize my technique uses feints, but shutting your eyes won't help you avoid it. Buuniel was certain. No, it absolutely would. Even with his eyes closed, he could still feel every movement Suk Jong made, because he possessed the wild beast way. Suk Jong's slow, deliberate approach was as clear to him as if he were seeing it. One after another, every attack Suk Jong launched was broken apart by Buuniel. Suk Jong's face changed in shock. This bastard. How is he breaking my feint technique while leaving himself open? At that very moment, Buuniel seized the initiative and attacked. His eyes remained shut, yet he could still grasp every opening in his opponent's defense. Suk Jong was forced backward. For a brief moment, the two of them held a careful distance between each other. Then it became Buuniel's turn to rush in. Even the hidden darts raining down were cut apart by his advancing blade. Seeing Buuniel come straight at him, Suk Jong stiffened in alarm. Only Buuniel knew it, but this man had already made two fatal mistakes that could never be taken back. First, he had given Buuniel enough time to figure out how to break the technique. Buuniel lifted the sword in his hand. With one clean downward slash, he struck. And second, Suk Jong's own arrogance had made him abandon both his footwork and his guard. Suk Jong was horrified. In this situation, he was blown backward by the force. Buuniel did not miss that opening and instantly lunged after him. Suk Jong pulled out a whistle. At this rate, things were turning dangerous. He needed to summon the men outside. Just as he was about to raise it to his lips and blow, there was no way Buuniel was going to let him get away with that. A single thrust shot forward and pierced straight through Suk Jong's chest. Blood burst from his mouth as he coughed. So I'm going to lose to some unknown assassin? Buuniel pulled his sword back out, and fresh blood sprayed violently in every direction. The whistle slipped from Suk Jong's hand, and the floor soon spread red with his blood. Buuniel stayed cautious to the very end. No matter how skilled a martial master might be, no one escapes the deadly trap of carelessness. After that, Buuniel began his retreat without delay. Back at the quiet old bookshop, the shopkeeper was leisurely sipping tea when someone came rushing in, out of breath, to deliver a report. He looked up and replied, "Ma Woon, what's the hurry?" The messenger answered at once, "Haven't you heard? Suk Jong is dead." The shopkeeper was visibly shaken when he heard it. The news spread everywhere and quickly became the hottest rumor around. Suk Jong, the Black Snake Sword, had died inside the bloody cult. Not by a clean assassination, but after being defeated in a sudden clash during an opening in combat. Some even said his treasured sword had been found shattered by a heavy blade. A swordsman who had roamed for 10 long years. So who in the world could have brought down a man like that? And the very man people were whispering about, Buuniel, had already returned. The shopkeeper hurried outside to greet him. Please, come in, sir. You've returned quite early. Buuniel answered calmly. It's because I like reading. He respectfully stepped ahead and guided the way. Please, come this way. Once they were inside and the door had been shut, the shopkeeper quickly asked, Did you really take care of Suk Jong? Is the rumor true? He mulled over it, but still could not make sense of it. How could that even be possible? Then he stopped himself and said, You're asking the wrong thing. Panda only arranges assignments. I was under the impression you knew better than to ask beyond that. The man looked embarrassed. Yes, that's true enough. I understand. I won't ask any more questions. The reward is 3,000 niang. I'll pay you in banknotes, and your next mission will arrive in 3 days. That is all you need to know. A thick bundle of banknotes was handed over to Buuniel, with one note still left in hand. The other man called out, There's still one more note. Buuniel replied, Keep it and buy yourself a drink. Farewell. The two men could only stand there with their mouths hanging open as Buuniel's figure disappeared into the distance. Ma Wun was furious. That bastard. I've been disguised as some pathetic little clerk, and he really took me for one. The shopkeeper next to him burst into loud laughter. Just where in the world did that monster crawl out of? Then he frowned in bafflement. Big brother. He then instructed Ma Wun, from now on, make sure number 18 gets missions worth 5 loads or more. If Panda's name reaches the higher-ups, our brothers might finally escape this cursed hole. 6 months passed, and on the crowded, noisy streets, Ma Wun welcomed him warmly the moment he arrived. Well, now who do we have here? The two hurried outside to greet him. The pillar of our Encirclement branch, number 18, has arrived. This time, your hands are going to be more than full with an important mission. Thanks to you, even the bookshop has been thriving. Buuniel immediately understood. He had come to receive a new assignment. Still, it seemed the man had more he wanted to say. So he said nothing and simply waited for the shopkeeper to continue. The shopkeeper got straight to the point. Number 18, lately the upper ranks have taken great interest in your ability. Because of that, a direct assignment has come down from above for you. Buuniel looked as though he wanted the details. The answer came. Escort a VIP on a tour through Encirclement. Buuniel turned as if he were about to leave on the spot. I refuse. Ma Wun hurriedly cut in, wait a moment, and caught Buuniel by the sleeve before trying to reason with him. The payment for this job is set at the level of an armor contract. Money alone comes to 10,000 niang a day. Buuniel reminded him, You know I have no need for money. The shopkeeper kept persuading him. Of course I know. You only take missions that involve killing. But think about it carefully. Like I said, this is a direct order from above. If you refuse, it won't end with simple embarrassment. This entire Encirclement branch could be wiped out. Inside, he cursed the stubborn man. For a moment, he truly wanted to draw his blade and cut his head off right there. Then he offered a condition. If you accept this mission, the branch will provide you with equipment, and every piece of intelligence we gather will also be passed to you. Is that enough? Buuniel asked, For how long will you keep supplying that intelligence? The man answered, What do you mean, for how long? We belong to the same house. You know that. Buuniel replied, Fine. I understand. But remember this. Only this once. The door slammed shut behind them. And Buuniel left. Ma Wun fumed. Seriously? Has Big Brother gone mad? Handing over all our intelligence like that? We're not his personal spy network. The shopkeeper answered, Be quiet and watch. Once this is over, we may finally return to the Demon Palace. Ma Wun could hardly believe it. Is that really true? The other man did not explain further. The details are confidential, but the person he's escorting this time is no ordinary figure. Elsewhere, the room was filled with guests. They lifted their cups high and poured wine for one another. Buuniel had come there to carry out the assignment. As he approached the table, he reported, I am number 18, a 9th-rank slaughter member from the Encirclement branch. I have come to receive the escort mission. The young woman looked at him and asked, So you're the warrior who's meant to escort us? The man sitting across from her ground his teeth in irritation and snapped, I told you I don't need any guards. The young woman introduced herself. I'm Danso, okay, and this is... Before she could finish, the man continued on his own. I am Wong. Buuniel quietly looked over the scene in front of him. In his mind, he took note of it all. A young lady seated at a table piled with the most expensive dishes in a high-end tavern, accompanied by a master of uncertain background calling himself Wong. From the look of it, they were clearly people with money and status to spare. Wu Moonhuang warned him coldly. As long as I'm here, you don't need to do a thing. Stay out of sight. And don't you dare interfere with Sooke's outing. Feeling that crushing pressure, even Buuniel had to admit it. He really does have an intimidating presence. Can someone really create that much pressure through nothing but their chi? Dan Sooke rose at once to defend him. Uncle, why are you trying to scare off the gentleman who came here to help us? Then she turned and asked, are you all right? Buuniel answered, it seems he's a true master, one who believes he no longer needs bodyguards. She explained with a calm smile, please forgive him. My uncle is not only a man of high standing. He also left the Jianghu a long time ago. That was exactly why the people in her household worried so much. But he simply thumped his chest and reassured her. What is there to worry about? So okay, just trust your uncle. Buuniel understood at once. So he really was a master from an older generation. After being away from the Jianghu for so many years, his instinct for danger had likely dulled. And in a strange land, that made things even more dangerous. The Honam region was a place where countless forces clashed and tangled together. His role here was to make sure nothing happened to them. Dan Sooke looked curious. But number 18, that name of yours is really unusual. He answered simply, 9th Slaughter members do not use personal names. Number 18 is only the title given within the 9th Slaughter Squad. She asked politely, then may I call you Mr. Ho? Call me whatever you like, miss. Dan Sooke smiled and replied, then I'll call you Mr. Ho. As she spoke, her hand slowly lifted. So that's why you're wearing a false face, isn't it? Her fingers touched Buuniel's face, and he was genuinely startled. No one had ever noticed it before. Dan Sooke beamed brightly. It's because I notice things a little better than most people. The way your facial muscles move is just slightly unnatural. Buuniel turned his face aside. For her to catch something that subtle, she was definitely no ordinary woman. She might be far more important than he had first assumed. But what came next surprised Buuniel even more. Dan Sooke said cheerfully, right then, Mr. Ho, after we finish eating, I want to go on a boat ride. He cut in at once. Wait. Buuniel's gaze sharpened toward one side of the room. Something felt deeply wrong. The people inside this tavern kept repeating the exact same stories they had been telling when he first walked in. That made it highly likely that everyone in the tavern had already been replaced with assassins sent for this job. As night settled in, the air inside the inn suddenly turned heavy. The red lanterns hanging high above seemed to warn that a massacre was about to begin. Buuniel narrowed his eyes in silence. The tavern looked normal on the surface, but he could feel thick, killing intent spreading through every corner. It turned out that everyone here, from the waiters to the loudly laughing patrons, was an assassin in disguise. Only the table his group occupied was truly normal. Sharp indeed. Fortunately, Buuniel had chosen a seat in the shadows, which protected the group from sneak attacks coming from behind. He watched calmly, waiting for those underlings to finally expose themselves. While Buuniel was calculating how to neutralize the hidden weapons, Wu Moonhuang brushed past him. The old man was too proud to care about tricks like that. Wu Moonhuang gave a contemptuous sneer, making it clear that he alone was more than enough to wipe out this swarm of insects. His arrogance made Buuniel sigh inwardly. He was being far too reckless. At that moment, one assassin lost patience and charged first. Buuniel started to draw his sword, but Wu Moonhuang moved even faster than he had expected. The old man roared in fury, calling the assassins worthless shrimps. The force packed into that shout made the whole area tremble and froze them in fear. The assassins faltered for a few seconds, stunned that their presence had been uncovered so quickly. Their carefully prepared ambush collapsed in an instant. Realizing there was no point hiding anymore, the leader gave the order to attack together. A dark wave of men rushed from every side toward old man Wu Moonhuang. Wu Moonhuang merely snorted coldly as powerful chi gathered into his hands. His eyes were full of contempt for anyone foolish enough to challenge him. Then he unleashed a terrifying palm strike that hit the lead assassin square in the chest. The man had no time even to react before his body was blasted away in agony. The impact was so violent that it exploded through the center of the inn with a thunderous sound. His strength was no joke. No wonder Wu Moonhuang had been so arrogant. While Wu Moonhuang rampaged through them, Buuniel stayed composed and remained by Dan Sooke's side. His focus never left the hidden weapons flying toward them. From above, the inn now looked like a shattered battlefield. Even Buuniel quietly had to assess Wu Moonhuang's strength. Without question, the old man was an extremely terrifying master. One of the assassins screamed in despair that only 3 of them were left. The complete reversal had turned a hunter's pride into naked fear. Even so, they were bound by their mission. Gritting their teeth, they threw themselves forward again, their loud cries sounding more like desperate self-encouragement than courage. Wu Moonhuang stood unmoving in the middle of the encirclement, empty-handed before the flashing blades around him. He laughed loudly, mocking how weak his opponents were before deciding to finish the fight once and for all. Martial energy surged and gathered into both his palms, swelling as though it might erupt at any second. Then a truly earth-shaking blast erupted inside the inn, sweeping away everything in its path. Deep cracks spread across the wooden floor as smoke and dust billowed into the air. A strike like that should have been enough to finish the unlucky assassins outside. Wu Moonhuang hurled the assassins up into the ceiling and ended the ambush in the blink of an eye. But Buuniel did not think it was over. The killing intent around the inn was still far too thick. Dan Sooke trembled as she hid behind Buuniel, clearly terrified. But he had no time to comfort her, because he had already sensed something far more dangerous lurking nearby. Buuniel focused with absolute intensity, avoiding the strange attacks coming out of the darkness. Flashes of light still burst through the inn, proving the battle was far from over, and with a faint frown he said that the real show had not ended yet. He swiftly swept aside the barrage of hidden weapons raining down toward Dan Sooke. In a stern voice, he told Dan Sooke not to move more than 3 steps away from him. In chaos like this, a single careless moment was enough to get someone crushed. Dan Sooke could only murmur her agreement, her face still pale from shock. It was no wonder she was frightened when assassins had appeared from every direction. Buuniel kept moving, darting left and right, his sharp eyes tracking every tiny movement the enemy made. Even while fending off attackers, Buuniel kept checking on Dan Sooke. He knew that protecting her was the most important responsibility he had right now. Then a fierce punch was unleashed, producing a shockwave that tore violently through the surrounding air. Wu Moonhuang stood in the middle of the battlefield, staring coldly at the assassins sprawled across the ground. To him, they were nothing more than annoying vermin, far too insignificant to deserve real attention. Once the chaos had settled, the old man quickly went over to check on Dan Sooke. Thanks to Buuniel staying alert the entire time, she had come through it unharmed, without so much as a single scratch. Dan Sooke gave a grateful nod and made sure to speak up about Buuniel's timely help. If he had not reacted so fast, the situation would almost certainly have ended much worse. At those words of praise, Wu Moonhuang let out a sharp snort and looked at Buuniel with open jealousy and contempt, saying there was no reason to thank that brat. To him, the whole thing was almost ridiculous. Not long after, the old man began pressing Buuniel about what he was really after, suspecting that he had stepped in more to show off his martial arts than to sincerely protect her. Irritation and hostility creased Wu Moonhuang's face. He was the kind of stubborn old man who trusted no one except himself, and pleasing him was never going to be easy. The air between them tightened at once as they stood facing each other in a harsh standoff. Even with the old man clearly trying to provoke him, Buuniel stayed calm and did not rise to it. Fire seemed to flicker in Wu Moonhuang's eyes, as though he might explode at any second. His overbearing pride was turning into a serious problem for the group at the worst possible time. As they examined the scene, they noticed one assassin lying dead from poison needles. Buuniel immediately understood what that meant. These were not common thugs, but professionals sent to kill no matter the cost. The 3 of them stood in silence inside the wrecked room, while the heavy smell of blood lingered thickly in the air. After witnessing the fight, Buuniel quietly reevaluated Wu Moonhuang's strength. The old man was not merely boasting after all. His martial skill was undeniably at the highest level. Wu Moonhuang casually suggested that they return to their lodging and rest, as though the battle they had just survived had been nothing more than a brief warm-up. His superior attitude never wavered, and he showed no sign of concern. Buuniel, however, sank into grim thought, feeling more and more certain that something worse was about to happen. The instincts he had sharpened through experience would not let him relax as easily as the old man did. He quickly warned them that going back to the Dan family residence now would be dangerous. Their location had clearly already been exposed, and the enemy was almost certainly waiting there to finish the job. Wu Moonhuang mocked the very idea of hiding, treating Buuniel's suggestion like pure cowardice. In his eyes, sneaking around was something only the weak would do, and far beneath a man like him. He boldly declared that even if a whole swarm of mosquitoes came at him, they still would not be able to do a thing. Watching the 2 of them clash, Dan Sooke could only stare in a daze. She knew better than anyone that if they kept moving around this openly, it was only a matter of time before their enemies found them again. Buuniel proposed that they disguise themselves for safety, hoping at least that would reduce the risk. But Wu Moonhuang dismissed it at once, saying such methods were for rats, not for him. Buuniel let out a quiet sigh, realizing there was no persuading the old man through words alone. Since that was the case, he decided he would simply stay close and make sure the young lady was protected himself. As they moved, his eyes never stopped scanning the surroundings, and that uneasy feeling refused to leave him. While walking, Buuniel quietly told Dan Sooke to remain behind him at all times. He was certain the assassin's real target was the frail young woman, not anyone else. Privately, he thought that if the enemy really chose to ambush them at the residence, that would be even better for him. It would give him the perfect chance to wipe them out in one sweep. His strength was no longer what it had once been, and that change favored him. Hearing Buunel's calm instructions, Dan So-ok gave a faint smile behind her veil, small but full of trust. With someone so steadfast guarding her, she felt a little more at ease. At last, the group arrived at the Grand Dan family mansion under the night sky. Beneath the pale moonlight, its vast structure loomed quietly, giving off an eerie and mysterious presence. They crossed the courtyard at an unhurried pace, but the dreadful silence kept Buunel from lowering his guard for even a moment. Every step he took felt tense, as though he were walking straight across a trap. Just as he expected, assassins emerged from the darkness like wandering ghosts. One of them dropped from the rooftop first, marking the true beginning of the ambush. Wu Moonhwang ground his teeth together, his face twisting with the savage excitement of prey coming straight to him. Even now, the old man still had not fully understood how grave the situation had become. He charged forward like a ferocious tiger and unleashed ruthless blows at the enemies without the slightest hesitation. He leaped high into the air, leaving Buunel below to guard Dan So-ok. At that same moment, one assassin screamed a warning that an even larger ambush had already been set in motion. The clash unfolded so quickly that ordinary eyes could not hope to follow the flashing blades. Then an immensely powerful shockwave burst outward, smashing through everything in its path in an instant. After Wu Moonhwang's massive strike, dust and smoke swallowed the entire courtyard, throwing the scene into complete disorder. Wu Moonhwang landed in the middle of the wreckage and smugly announced that everything was still under control. Even then, the old man remained far too proud, completely unaware that the real calamity was only just beginning. But Buunel immediately cut through that confidence with a sharp warning. He could already feel far deadlier presences gathering around them from every side. The moment Wu Moonhwang saw it, he froze. His eyes widened in shock as something utterly unbelievable unfolded before him, stripping away the arrogance he had clung to until now. Hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of black-clad assassins began dropping from above and crawling up from below. In the blink of an eye, the group found itself trapped inside a true army. Sweat poured down Wu Moonhwang's face as he stammered in disbelief. Faced with that overwhelming sea of enemies, all of his earlier arrogance vanished without a trace. Buunel tightened his grip around his sword and moved to shield the trembling Dan So-ok. He instantly understood that the scale of this assassination attempt had gone far beyond anything they had first imagined. Dan So-ok stood rooted in place, her eyes filled with pure despair. Just how important was her identity for the enemy to mobilize an entire force like this to kill her? Up in the treetops, fierce gusts of wind tore through the branches, making the leaves whip and tremble violently. Then Wu Moonhwang's large, rough hand seized one assassin by the head and smashed him into the ground hard enough to crack the roof tiles beneath. After fighting fiercely for so long, there was no telling how many assassin corpses had piled up around them. Wu Moonhwang was furious now, his eyes nearly rolling white as he threw back his head and roared at the sky. No matter how many he killed, they just kept coming, and the endless slaughter made him grit his teeth in rage. Wu Moonhwang glanced to the side and frowned deeply. There were simply too many of them, easily 3 or 4 times the number they had faced at the restaurant earlier. And worse, these were no ordinary killers. They were trained martial artists, each one moving with refined swordsmanship. Why would people of that level be sent after them? When he saw 3 sword-wielding assassins charging straight at him, Wu Moonhwang thrust out both palms and unleashed a powerful palm strike. The force blasted forward and struck 2 of the assassins in midair, but only 2 were caught in the attack. The third man slipped around from behind and closed the distance to Wu Moonhwang in a flash. At first glance, it seemed as though he meant to attack Wu Moonhwang directly. Instead, he planted a hand against Wu Moonhwang's shoulder, used it as support, and kicked off to launch himself backward. Hit by that sudden shove to the shoulder, Wu Moonhwang bent forward slightly, his face draining of color as he cried out in alarm. Ah, damn it. Dan So-ok. And just as he feared, the assassin had already lunged straight at Dan So-ok, tightening his grip on the sword as he drove in for the kill. Dan So-ok froze in terror, both hands clasped tightly to her chest, completely at a loss for what to do. Then, in the next instant, several pale streaks of sword energy tore through the air from nowhere, and blood burst outward in sharp sprays. A man appeared directly beneath the assassin and stepped between him and Dan So-ok. With one clean swing, he severed the assassin's limbs, leaving the man unable to even understand what had just happened to him. Amid the dark red splatter, Buunel's cold face and sharp eyes came into view, and the sight of him was frightening in its own right. Buunel gave his blade a single flick to shake off the blood, then briefly closed his eyes before taking his place in front of Dan Se like a shield. After staring in shock for a moment, Dan Se slowly placed a hand over her chest, stepped closer behind him, and softly murmured, "Ah, thank you, sir." Buuniel did not answer right away. His eyes opened slightly as he watched the chaotic battle ahead, where Manhwa was desperately fighting off a mass of assassins that kept swarming in like ants. Buuniel could tell Manhwa was already tiring out. No matter how skilled someone was, it was hard to use internal energy properly while fighting and protecting another person at the same time. Against this many enemies, he would eventually be worn down and crushed. Ahead of them, Manhwa suddenly drove his left foot hard into the ground, as if forcing his stance to hold. He planted himself firmly and unleashed two powerful punches in quick succession, striking two assassins in the chest and sending both bodies flying backward. But after those two heavy blows, Manhwa's body was clearly reaching its limit. He bent forward and panted harshly, breathing hard from the mounting exhaustion. Before he could even steal a few more breaths, something in front of him made Manhwa's eyes widen in alarm. From the distance, countless assassins were pouring in like a tide of ants, so many that they seemed endless, impossible to count. But then, all at once, some of those assassins suddenly stopped in place as if they had turned to stone, their eyes widening in shock. Manhwa frowned in irritation and confusion. Were they really still sending more, even after all this? It's not that I can't deal with them, but trying to fight while constantly protecting Dan Se is no easy thing at all. Behind him, Buuniel's sword flashed again, sending blood spraying from another assassin. Manhwa glanced back and shouted loudly, "Hey, kid, take Dan Se and get out of here first. I'll hold the rear by myself. Hurry and go." Buuniel turned to look at Manhwa and answered, "They've probably completed the encirclement already. Rather than splitting up, it would be safer for us to remain together here. In about an hour, the masters of the manor should arrive to support us. We only need to endure until then." But Manhwa did not accept that. Straightening himself, he spoke to Buuniel in a tone far more humble than before and said, "I'm asking you sincerely, please do as I say." Hearing that, Buuniel fell into an awkward silence. He did not answer right away, standing still as he rapidly weighed the situation in his mind. A few seconds later, he suddenly sheathed his sword. Seeing that, Dan Se called out in worry, "Wait, you can't leave the old man here by himself." Buuniel gave Dan Se no reply. He turned, raised his sheathed sword in his left hand before her, and said, "Forgive my rudeness for a moment." Not understanding what he meant, Dan Se instinctively reached out with both hands to steady the sword and let out a startled, "Huh?" In the very next moment, Buuniel slipped his arms beneath Dan Se and lifted her up. Startled, she clutched the sword tightly as her eyes widened even more, a small gasp escaping her lips. Ahead of them, seeing that the plan had been set, Manhwa turned back toward the enemy. She gathered in his right hand like blazing fire, and with his brows tightly drawn, he stared at the assassins and declared, "I'll carve open a bloody path." With that, he swept out a palm strike with his left arm. Several assassins were thrown aside while others were blasted into the air, and their formation broke apart in an instant. The opening had appeared. Buuniel immediately shot a glance toward Manhwa. Manhwa glanced back at Buuniel as well and shouted with urgency, "Go quickly." Carrying Dan Se, Buuniel rushed past Manhwa from behind and shot forward. As he passed, the hat Dan Se had been wearing the whole time slipped off and fell to the ground in front of Manhwa. Dan Se said nothing after that. All she could do was grip the sword tightly and quietly entrust herself to Buuniel. The assassins saw Buuniel carrying Dan Se away and immediately shouted, "One of them is escaping. Don't let them get away." Alone with Dan Se in his arms, he tore through the assassins as he ran, muttering to himself that there was no need for any mystical footwork now. Only one thing mattered at this moment. He just had to be faster than everyone else. The instant that thought passed through his mind, Buuniel's body flashed like a streak of light, and in the blink of an eye he shot high into the air. The sight almost looked like something out of a romantic martial arts tale. Buuniel carried Dan Se close against his chest as they rose into the night, with the stars and a crescent moon shining far above them. The scene was breathtaking. After dropping from the air and touching down for only an instant, Buuniel immediately kicked off again and leaped back upward, driving himself farther ahead. One group of assassins stayed behind to deal with Manhwa, while another group lying in wait outside began chasing Buuniel and Dan Se, shouting for the others to stop them and capture them at once. Buuniel glanced back once and thought, so even outside the manor they had ambushers waiting. They really deployed a massive force for this. But right after that, Buuniel's figure shifted. In a blink, he vanished from where he was, and the scene cut to the patrol unit's branch office. Inside, Everything was as quiet and still as it was on any ordinary evening. Then suddenly, a dark figure burst in and kicked the outer door wide open before charging straight inside. As usual, Sang Riang started to welcome the visitor in. But the moment he turned and saw that it was Buuniel carrying a girl, he snorted in shock, broke into a sweat, and began vaguely piecing together that something serious had happened. Even so, Sang Riang quickly asked in disbelief, "Hey, what in the world happened?" Buuniel set Dan Sooke down and turned to the bookshop owner, saying, "Lend me the secret room for a moment." Sang Riang and Jin Seol still could not understand what was going on. Seeing Dan Sooke with Buuniel, both of them blurted out at the same time, "Huh? What?" The two stared with wide eyes as Buuniel led Dan Sooke inward, and some dark misunderstanding likely crossed their minds. But Buuniel had no time to explain anything. Guiding her inside, he said, "I mean the secret chamber in the private room. There's no time." After that, Buuniel led Dan Sooke deeper into the patrol unit. Holding her left hand with his own left hand, he threw the door open with his right. Dan Sooke followed close behind, timid and nervous, but doing her best not to fall behind. When he reached the lantern, Buuniel extended his hand, grabbed the mechanism hidden beneath it, and yanked it down hard. At once, a concealed door in the inner wall slowly opened, leaving Dan Sooke staring at it in amazement. Leading Dan Sooke inside, Buuniel placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "Miss, please stay in here." Flustered and worried, Dan Sooke turned toward him and softly called out, "Mr. Ho." At that moment, Sang Riang and Jin Seol rushed in from outside, stunned as they asked, "Hey, what's happening now?" Buuniel turned slightly, glanced at them, and said, "From this moment on, the two of you patrol around this old bookshop. If any assassins appear, kill every one of them." The assassins were already closing in on their target like creeping fog, spreading out and sealing off the entire area bit by bit. "Your lives are riding on this," he said. His eyes flashed red as he looked at Sang Riang and Jin Seol, then coldly declared, "Be ready to die." The moment they heard that, Sang Riang's face turned deathly pale, all color draining away. Jin Seol looked just as stunned, his mouth hanging open even though no words came out. Buuniel had just finished warning Jin Seol and the bookshop owner to prepare for a fight where life and death would be decided in an instant. The pressure in the room grew heavy, and the two could only stand there frozen, staring at him with parted lips. It took them a brief moment to collect themselves. Then Sang Riang let out a soft breath, smiled lightly, and asked in a casual tone, "So it's a death match, then?" The next instant, their fighting spirit surged. Sang Riang pulled out two small, sharp weapons shaped like pens, while Jin Seol gripped a pair of sickles connected by long chains. Sang Riang laughed out loud and said, "Ha, let's go, brother. We've got our own necks to protect too." Jin Seol grinned with the same rising excitement and answered coolly, "Fine by me. It's been a long time since I've had blood on my hands like this." After putting on those excited, murderous expressions, the two suddenly turned shyly toward Dan Sooke and bowed their heads a little. "Ah, miss, forgive us for greeting you so late." Standing beside Sang Riang, Jin Seol added, "We are Sang Riang and Jin Seol, in charge of the Akyang branch. You may not know us, miss, but we have known of you for a long time." Hearing that, Dan Sooke smiled warmly, her eyes narrowing with familiarity. "I remember. Aren't you two the famous Gong Clan twin demons?" Standing nearby, Buuniel also glanced at her for a moment, wondering just who she was for them to treat her with such respect. Dan Sooke placed a hand over her heart, her eyes bright as she looked at Sang Riang and Jin Seol, and continued, "I heard the two of you were transferred out of the Demon Palace. If you return safely this time, I will make sure to report your merit to my father myself." That single sentence from Dan Sooke made both their faces light up as if they had just struck gold. Their eyes widened with joy. "Truly, miss?" Watching their excitement, Buuniel was taken aback and thought to himself, "So they really are the Gong Clan twin demons, Sang Riang and Jin Seol." They had once been high-ranking masters who served as guardians, but rumor had it they were demoted after accidentally killing a spy from the Demon Palace that had infiltrated their sect. After that, they had been sent here to make up for it. At once, Sang Riang sprang up like a child about to be handed candy and shouted, "Come on, brother. Let's go smash those filthy dogs waiting outside." Jin Seol spun one end of his chained sickles through the air as he followed after Sang Riang, then turned back excitedly and called, "Big brother, before we go, let me remind you, miss, please stay hidden here for now." Buuniel watched them with a faintly awkward look, unsure whether the two were childish or simply worked up from the coming fight. Behind him, Dan Sooke smiled with narrowed eyes and gave them a small wave. After the two of them left, Buuniel tilted his head slightly, glanced back at Dan Sooke behind him, and said, "Then I'll step outside until I open this door again. Until then, Do not come out no matter what happens. Just then, Buuniel paused in surprise when Dan Sooke called out, 18th, sir. There was a faint trace of regret in her shining eyes, but she still smiled softly. It was almost as if she had already made peace with death. Resting a hand over her chest, Dan Sooke gently said, it feels as though this place may soon become my grave. Buuniel turned slightly toward the door and answered in a cold, steady voice, you will not die. Those few words left Dan Sooke standing silently behind him, unable to respond. He continued, no matter what happens, I will not leave you to face the unknown alone. The words were brief, but they carried a heavy sense of duty and quiet sincerity. Dan Sooke's eyes widened, then slowly began to glisten as something in her heart stirred. In the next moment, her gaze turned soft and misted over with emotion. She smiled faintly as she looked at his back while he stood there before her, and her heart seemed to move in a way it had never done before. Suddenly, Dan Sooke stepped forward in a hurry and called out, 18th, sir. There's something I need to tell you. She reached out and gently caught hold of the left sleeve of his clothes. Then, shyly lowering her voice, she said, if things should go wrong, please remember this. She leaned in and lightly brought her mouth close to his ear, making Buuniel pause for a brief moment. He quietly glanced back over his shoulder, a faint flush rising to his face. Dan Sooke whispered softly into his ear, actually, my surname isn't so. It's Dan. My real name is Dan Sooke. Hearing Dan Sooke reveal her true identity, Buuniel was visibly surprised, and his thoughts quickly deepened. If she is from the Dan family, then that means she is the treasured jewel in the palm of the chief of the Jitma department, the man who commands the military force of the Demon Palace. And even beyond that, because of her exceptional intelligence, the Elder Council had already marked her as the next chief strategist of the Demon Palace. If that was true, then this attack made perfect sense. She had most likely been dragged into the brutal political struggle inside the Demon Palace. Thinking that, Buuniel turned to Dan Sooke and said, so you're from the Jitma department. Dan Sooke gently squeezed his hand, then looked up at him with hopeful eyes and asked, 18th, sir, what is your name? Will you tell me? Faced with Dan Sooke's beauty, sincerity, and earnest gaze, Buuniel felt strangely awkward. He looked at her in silence for a moment, lost in thought, but in the end he still chose not to tell her. He turned his back and answered in a cold voice, later. Startled and then disappointed, Dan Sooke asked, even now, in a moment like this, you still can't tell me? At that, Buuniel's tone softened a little as he replied, when all of this is over, then I'll tell you. With those words, Buuniel strode forward, leaving Dan Sooke standing there and watching his back as he walked away. Dan Sooke's expression brightened at once, her face filling with hopeful joy as she quietly said, you promised me. When he stepped out of the secret room, the wall slid shut behind him with a solid thud, leaving behind no sign at all that a hidden chamber had ever been there. Buuniel's right foot shifted slightly to the side as he slowly stepped forward. He walked over to the lantern whose cord controlled the hidden door. Buuniel coldly drew his sword and cut across in one horizontal swing, still wondering why someone of such high status would care about the name of a lowly patrol unit man like him. The moment that thought passed through his mind, the lantern hanging on the wall was sliced cleanly in half, and the lower piece dropped to the floor. Looking at the split lantern on the wall, Buuniel muttered that the mechanism to the door and secret chamber had now been destroyed. But with his sharp senses, along with the instincts he had honed through the wild beast techniques of Nanjia Pavilion, he could already feel the disturbances outside and quietly said that they were arriving faster than he had expected. Turning his eyes toward the wooden door ahead, Buuniel let out a low sigh and murmured that it seemed the two of them alone would not be enough to hold them back. At that moment, a voice suddenly drifted in from outside. If you run now, you may still survive. You're still young. There's no need to throw your life away in a place like this. Faced with that threat, Buuniel did not panic or hesitate in the slightest. Instead, he gave a faint, cold smile and replied, assassins only bother to speak under one condition, and that is when they are not certain they can win. After hearing Buuniel's reply, an odd silence fell outside the room. A few seconds later, the person outside finally shouted in anger, arrogant brat. Immediately after that, countless thin and straight sword cuts, fine as threads, spread across the wooden door. The door burst apart, and a group of black-clad masked men rushed in, each one overflowing with killing intent and gripping a weapon. Their leader roared, we will wipe your existence from this world. Buuniel remained where he stood, body slightly lowered, one hand gripping the sword hilt while the other held the scabbard high, his cold eyes locked on the assassins ahead. Buuniel's first slash sent blood spraying through the air, and one assassin's arm was severed and dropped uselessly to the ground. Then came the second slash. The very same assassin who had just lost an arm was cut clean through the waist by that strike. Without giving them even a moment to recover, Buuniel surged forward again and closed the distance on the assassins before they could regroup. The fight had reached its fiercest point. Alone, Buuniel stood against wave after wave of assassins swarming in like ants, and with every clash, limbs and blood flew through the air, turning the room into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Time seemed to blur in the middle of that carnage until, at last, a cold blade came into view. Blood slid along its edge, gathered at the tip, and began to fall. One drop lingered in midair as though time itself had slowed, the lamplight catching on its surface and making it shine with an eerie gleam. Then that single drop finally fell, landing right on the forehead of a motionless assassin sprawled on the ground, his eyes rolled back white. Loose sheets of paper drifted down through the air. Buuniel had taken a few cuts, but none of them were serious. He stood there with one hand resting on the sword hilt and the other on the scabbard, breathing hard from the strain, his gaze cold as he looked down at the dead assassin beneath him. The floor was covered in assassin corpses, most of them torn apart. Buuniel had truly faced down an entire swarm by himself and survived it. In the silence that followed, inside that room thick with the metallic stink of blood, Buuniel stood still and kept drawing slow, labored breaths. Enemy blood was smeared across his face, and sweat beaded down his cheeks. Letting out a tired breath, he muttered, "Damn, they just keep coming." Staring toward the dark doorway ahead, Buuniel spoke in a low voice. "Did you really think we'd taken care of all of them?" No sooner had he said it than another figure stepped out from the darkness. The newcomer spoke calmly. "You noticed my presence. I'll give you credit for that." The figure advanced, stepping down on a yellow-covered book, and asked, "Where exactly did someone like you crawl out from?" "If I had known a person like you was here, I would have changed my plan long ago." Hearing that, Buuniel's eyes sharpened as he thought it over. He had only joined the patrol unit 6 months ago. Had the plot to assassinate Dan Soke really been prepared that far in advance? The stranger lifted a hand slightly and added, "There is still time for you to step away. Just move one step to the side, and you won't be harmed at all." The newcomer wore a mask and, at first glance, seemed almost like a woman. One curled hand carried an icy air around it, as the figure continued, "And I'm not saying this because I'm unsure I can win." Even hearing that, Buuniel kept his sword raised high, his brows drawn tight, and his eyes fixed coldly on the assassin. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. If matters had reached this point, then Sang Riang and Jin Seol were probably already fighting outside. The assassin stepped right up before Buuniel and said, "Hey, I don't have much time. Move aside now, and I'll leave you a path to live." A few streaks of enemy blood still marked Buuniel's face. He stared back at the assassin without the slightest trace of fear. He did not answer at once, but then his grip tightened around the sword hilt, and he growled in a rough voice, "Don't even think about it. Take even half another step." As he spoke, a fierce killing aura burst from Buuniel, warning the other side that he was no one to take lightly. The force of that presence stirred the assassin's hair. The masked figure gave a soft chuckle, seemingly impressed by the depth of his internal power. Tightening the grip on the sword hilt, the assassin continued in a low voice, "What a pity. I was willing to show you one last bit of mercy." Then the assassin raised the sword before the body, supporting both ends of the blade with both hands as a chilling sword aura spread from it. Looking at the weapon, the figure said, "I'll allow you the first move." Watching that stance, that sword, and the pressure coming off it, Buuniel thought to himself, "This sword form is unusual, and even more than that, it clearly separates offense and defense by initiative. This person is no ordinary assassin. This is someone who does not belong among common killers. Why would someone like this step into a fight like this?" Even as that thought crossed his mind, Buuniel tightened his grip on both sword and scabbard, then burst toward the assassin with every ounce of strength he had, utterly serious now. As he lunged, Buuniel's body blurred like a shadow. His eyes flashed pale, and behind him there seemed to rise a white phantom like a war god. The path of his sword looked simple at first glance, yet it was refined to an astonishing degree. But suddenly, Buuniel's eyes widened. His body faltered for an instant, and a strange light crossed his face. In his sight, it was as though a massive wave had appeared. And indeed, before Buuniel now, there seemed to be a giant sea surge rolling toward his much smaller frame, overwhelming and unstoppable. Then, in the next instant, the assassin was standing directly in front of Buuniel. That enormous wave-like force had all flowed into the assassin's sword. Buuniel lifted his eyes, and the shadow of the descending blade fell across his face. In astonishment, he thought, a heavy sword, truly terrifying. If I try to block this head-on, my sword will shatter instantly. Unless I were using a heavy sword too, I absolutely cannot take this risk. Realizing that, Buuniel gritted his teeth and drove his right arm forward, swinging his sword out at once. Buuniel's slender sword swept lightly through the air and only brushed the very tip of the assassin's heavy blade. Two sparks burst out brilliantly, and yet, against all expectation, that tiny contact knocked the assassin's blade off its original path. As a result, Buuniel's body tilted slightly to the right, while the assassin's heavy sword twisted offline and crashed into the ground beside Buuniel's left foot. Seeing that, the assassin was genuinely shocked. Eyes wide, the figure stared at Buuniel and exclaimed, "You broke my sword move. So you really do have some skill?" But the assassin did not stop for even a breath. Pressing forward again, the figure swung the sword and unleashed a streak of blade chi at Buuniel, shouting, "That only proves you still can't stop me." The first streak of sword chi came flying in, and Buuniel leaned left to evade it. But the second slash followed far too quickly to dodge. With no other choice, Buuniel had to raise his sword in front of himself and block it head-on, straining against the force. His brows drew tightly together. Fixing his eyes on the assassin, Buuniel thought, "This opponent has no idea that I can also use a heavy sword. Right now, he only sees me as someone with decent internal power. The moment he grows careless and throws out his strongest move, that will be my chance." With that thought settled, Buuniel suddenly stepped backward and opened up some distance between them. The instant his feet touched down and he steadied himself, Buuniel glanced at the sword lodged in the assassin's back. The body near his feet sagged down. Seeing Buuniel retreat like that, the assassin sneered and said, "All you do is dodge and redirect without striking back. So you're just stalling. Pathetic." With those words, the assassin's figure flickered, leaving behind only a dark afterimage as the body shot away in an instant. It looked as though the assassin became a beam of light, launching up from the ground, smashing off the wall, and then soaring straight into the air. Suspended overhead, the assassin gripped the hilt of the heavy sword with both hands. Sword aura spread outward like a vast ocean crashing forward, and the figure roared, "If you're really that capable, then try to neutralize this." From below, Buuniel felt as if the whole sea were pressing down on him. He could not move, and could only watch as the enemy came crashing in. But despite how it looked, Buuniel had actually been waiting for the exact moment to strike for real. His eyes widened as he locked onto the assassin and thought, "Now." His left hand let go of the scabbard and shot down toward the sword buried in the assassin's back on the ground. At that instant, a technique used by the deputy squad leader flashed through his mind, and under his breath he murmured the principle of using one arm to split and distract. Then, with his own sword still in his right hand, he drove that arm straight back to gather momentum. The image of the squad leader wielding a heavy sword in the earlier battle crossed his mind, and he muttered that his other hand would use the Heavenly Tyrant Blade's ultimate method. Without the slightest hesitation, Buuniel threw himself forward into the torrent of sword aura surging at him like a crashing sea. This time, there would be no more dodging. Two swords together would serve as a heavy sword, and Buuniel chose to meet force with force in a direct clash. The instant the weapons collided, even the surrounding space seemed to compress, as if anyone standing nearby would have been hurled away by the impact. The assassin's gaze hardened. A strike launched with nearly his full strength had actually been met head-on by the man in front of him. Their jaws clenched. Just as expected, taking that blow directly left Buuniel straining to endure it. Then a violent explosion erupted between them, and both bodies were flung backward like shadows snapping away from one another. The sword in Buuniel's hand shattered into fragments. He was blasted backward, tumbling hard and skidding across the floor. The assassin was forced back as well, though he came out in better condition. His feet stayed planted, and only the shock of the collision drove him backward. The assassin frowned, stared at Buuniel, and exclaimed in disbelief, "You bastard. You can use a heavy sword too?" Then the earlier exchange replayed itself in his head, and he realized Buuniel had deliberately lured out an opening for that clash. If Buuniel had not brought out a heavy sword response in that instant, the one who would have lost might have been me. With that thought, the assassin leveled his sword at Buuniel and said coldly, "I can't let you live." Meanwhile, Buuniel had nearly emptied himself in that full-force exchange, and to make matters worse, both swords had broken, leaving him with nothing but hilts. A sharp, deeply chilling sword aura spilled outward. The assassin glared at Buuniel and shouted, "Die." But suddenly, the assassin's eyes widened in horror. A terrifying pressure rushed in out of nowhere, and a cold chill ran straight down his spine. Sweat broke out across his skin, and the veins on his face stood out. Frowning, he glanced over his shoulder, but there was nothing there. Even so, the pressure did not fade, and he muttered in shock, "This aura." Looking more carefully into the distance, he found the presence strangely familiar. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. Has Hwa Wimyong come back? Then his eyes darted back to Buuniel, and he thought further. No. Not now, brat. This is someone I can't be sure of beating. In my current state, taking that fight is too much. At that moment, Buuniel staggered and forced himself upright, gripping the broken sword hilt in his right hand, still ready to fight to the death if he had to. Seeing his prey right in front of him, nearly finished, yet being unable to strike, made the assassin grind his teeth in bitter frustration. After weighing it again and again and deciding he could not risk it, he sheathed his sword and turned away, saying, "You're lucky to still be alive. I'll come take that life another time." Buuniel got to his feet and watched the assassins retreating back, then said, "That's what I was going to say to you." Hearing that, the assassin burned with resentment. A bitter snort caught in his throat, but in the end he still chose to leave. As he was going, his face briefly appeared again at the doorway as he looked back at Buuniel and shot back, "Then I'll wait and see." With that, he turned once more and disappeared. His hair flicked past the doorway, and then he was gone from the bookstore entirely. Standing alone in the room, Buuniel stayed tense and completely still, wary that the assassin might suddenly return. Even that brief opening had carried a pressure terrifying enough to linger in his mind. But after forcing himself to hold on for only a few more seconds, his body finally gave out. Buuniel staggered and collapsed from exhaustion. He fell limp onto the floor, and the broken sword slipped from his hand. Even then, Buuniel's thoughts kept moving. Had that man been hiding his true strength all along? His eyes slowly dimmed, and a faint smile touched his lips. This had been the fiercest battle yet. Silence settled over the room once more. There was no sound at all, only Buuniel lying there among the scattered corpses of assassins. Then, all at once, the room shook violently as the stone door to the hidden chamber began to open. From inside, Dan Soo-ok rushed out with panic written all over her face, shouting, "Mr. Ho, are you all right? This is all my fault. You ended up like this because of me." She ran over, dropped to her knees beside Buuniel, and cried out, "You can't die." In a hoarse voice, he replied, "Didn't I tell you to come out only when I called for you?" With tears streaming down her face, Dan Soo-ok sobbed and choked out, "But I was too worried about you, Mr. Ho." Seeing Dan Soo-ok like that stirred something in Buuniel. Her tears fell freely, some of them landing on his face. Then Buuniel pressed his lips together and hesitated, as if unsure whether he should say what was on his mind. Suddenly, he stopped Dan Soo-ok's sobbing with a quiet, steady voice. "Buuniel, isn't that what you wanted to know? My name. Buuniel, that's my name." In that room thick with the smell of blood, he finally revealed his real name to Dan Soo-ok. Buuniel. His disguise had come undone in the aftermath of the fight, but his eyes were still as sharp as ever. Dan Soo-ok stared at the man who had just saved her life, as if she still could not fully process the name and face now before her. Then a bright, radiant smile spread across her face, and she promised herself that she would engrave that name deep in her heart. Dan Soo-ok's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked straight at Buuniel's true face. Buuniel thought to himself that perhaps sheer exhaustion had broken the disguise technique, causing him to reveal this secret without meaning to. He asked her to help him sit up, because by now his strength was almost completely gone. At that very moment, Hwa Wimyong burst through the door, shouting Dan Soo-ok's name in alarm. But the instant he saw the scene inside, he froze where he stood. Dozens of elite assassins lay scattered across the floor as corpses, and for a moment he could not believe what he was seeing. The men who had come with him were just as stunned. The whole room looked less like a shop and more like a graveyard. They spread out in a rush, checking every corner and shadow to make sure no enemy was still hiding nearby. Hwa Wimyong fixed his gaze on Buuniel as the young lady carefully tended to his wounds. Dan Soo-ok lifted a hand and waved lightly, assuring everyone that she was unharmed. She firmly said that it was all thanks to the man they called Number 18 that she had made it through safely. The reinforcements that had just arrived shouted out as they rushed in, but from the look of it, they had come too late. Sang Riang explained that they had tried to block the road, yet a few enemies had still managed to slip through the net. But the moment he noticed how many dead assassins were lying around, he abruptly stopped speaking. Before long, people were murmuring among themselves, wondering who these reckless attackers could possibly be. With a thoughtful, heavy look on his face, Hwa Wimyong stepped closer to Buuniel. He gave a quiet nod, acknowledging that the man before him had clearly endured a battle of unbelievable brutality. Buuniel answered only briefly, saying he had simply done what his duty demanded. Then, to everyone's shock, Hwa Wimyong suddenly dropped to both knees on the spot. Lowering his head deeply, he offered a sincere apology for having looked down on such a true master and treated him so poorly for so long. He confessed that his pride had clouded his judgment, and said he could hardly imagine how to repay the man who had saved the young lady. Buuniel accepted the apology without a word, his expression remaining calm and unreadable. Even Dan So-okay was startled to see her proud uncle humble himself to that extent. Buuniel forced his aching body upright. He had no wish to let an elder remain kneeling before him any longer. He quietly held out his hand, making it clear that he meant to help Wu Moonhwang back to his feet. Wu Moonhwang looked at that outstretched hand, and in that instant, a deep respect welled up inside him. To himself, he judged that Buuniel possessed not only overwhelming martial skill, but a truly upright character as well. At the same time, the subordinates reported that the assassins had erased every trace behind them, leaving no way to identify which sect they had come from. Wu Moonhwang clenched his teeth and swore that the moment he returned to headquarters, he would uncover their dens and wipe them out. Nearby, Buuniel stared into the distance, the blood on his face not yet fully dried. He could feel another murderous presence moving beneath the surface, as though a new storm was about to sweep across the martial world. As the sky gradually darkened into a grim dusk, the group began making preparations to leave. People hurried to load their belongings onto the carriages, eager to get away from that blood-soaked place. Dan So-okay stepped into the carriage, bringing to a close a terrifying day that had also been filled with unexpected turns. Through the small carriage window, she looked at Buuniel one last time, as though trying to carve his figure into her memory forever. She waved goodbye and reminded him that the two of them had to meet again someday. Buuniel stood there in silence, watching her carriage leave, his lone figure outlined by the lantern-lit street. As the sound of hooves slowly faded away, Buuniel was left behind with fresh resolve and new plans for the difficult road ahead. The scene then shifted to the Bloody Cult, an assassin organization wrapped in a dark and suffocating atmosphere. A fist slammed down on the table, followed by an enraged shout. "You dare fail the assassination of the sect master's daughter?" The leader of the Bloody Cult was seething with fury over the failed mission, even though he had dispatched his finest squad. He clicked his tongue in frustration, clearly never having expected that even the plan to lure Wu Moonhwang away would fall apart. Just then, a disturbance outside made one of the henchmen flinch and turn toward the noise. A man who looked to be the sect's steward hurried out at once to see what was happening. But in the next instant, a shadow flashed past, and a severed head dropped to the ground. The leader roared in shock and fury. "You bastard! So this is how you're cutting ties?" Blood splashed in all directions. It was clear that the one pulling the strings had begun a silent purge to erase every trace. Meanwhile, the hurried footsteps of guards from the Demon Palace rang sharply through the corridors. Under their master's command, the troops moved at once to investigate the true origins of the Bloody Cult. They came to a stop before the Great Hall, where an immense and crushing pressure was pouring outward. One soldier immediately fell to his knees and, trembling all over, began to report what had happened. Sitting upon the throne was Dan Woolhan, master of the House of Demon Gathering. His voice turned sharp as he asked, "You mean not a single one was brought back alive?" The soldier shakily confirmed that by the time they reached the scene, every assassin had already been wiped out. Under their master's gaze, the vast chamber sank into a terrifying, breathless silence. Dan Woolhan stroked his beard in silence. The instant he heard that his daughter had been attacked, he had already unleashed his entire intelligence network. In his judgment, a minor group like the Bloody Cult would never have dared provoke the House of Demon Gathering without powerful backing. His hand tightened around the armrest. Someone was clearly manipulating everything from the shadows while ruthlessly silencing every subordinate involved. His eyes blazed with fury as he ordered his men to track down whoever was hiding behind this scheme. His voice shifted, losing some of its edge as he asked about Dan So-okay's condition. The subordinate reported that the young lady was safe, though she kept bringing up the warrior who had saved her life. In her room, Dan So-okay was brightly retelling the whole incident to her maid, and it was obvious how deeply Buuniel had left an impression on her. Dan Woolhan murmured under his breath, "Number 18 of the 9 Killings team? No, you're saying his name is Buuniel?" Standing before the wind-swept balcony, the master of the House of Demon Gathering quietly swore that he would remember the name Buuniel.